Alexa, play Alethea Tucker, Leveling Up the Podcast.
Playing Leveling Up, the podcast with Alethea Tucker from Amazon Music. Continuing the latest episode, S2E13 Leveling Up the Podcast with the Dream Panel. Let Part 2.
Welcome to Leveling Up the Podcast with Alethea Tucker. And today I am so excited to be able to bring you again some women, some risers that we have from the Sean Fair Leadership Tour.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
Hi, my name is Tom Anderson, and I'm the owner of the Potter's Computer System. What we do is we build computers, repair computers, and upgrade computers. Where? In Lugoff, Camden, Elgin, and in Richland County. Now, since we're going through the COVID epidemic right now, our goal is to pick up your computers, repair them, upgrade them, and return them back to you. Sometimes you don't like us coming into your house, so we can meet you at a separate location and get your computer from you and get it done for you. My telephone number is 803-667-5348, and we've been serving the community out here in Lugoff, Camden, and Elgin for about 7 years, and Richland County for about another 7 years. So, if you have any needs, please give us a call. Once again, my name is Tom Anderson, Potter's Computer Systems. My website is www.potters, P-O-T-T-E-R-S, computers, computers.com. And remember, most of all, you'll have a positive day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
the way to go. You have to acknowledge your pain, and then after the acknowledgement, because awareness precedes change, and you can't change what you do not acknowledge. And so by subduing it, burying it, we're not dealing with it. And the sooner we deal with it, that's when we can truly say, this too shall pass, because it's no longer a part of us. But that's hard when you've gone through so much stuff and you have so much pain from allowing, and let me say it this, and not so much where abuse or molestation is concerned, because we don't allow that. That's something that happens. But we do oftentimes allow people to impact our spirits and impact us.
Yes.
Without recognizing and understanding that we have more control over that. We don't have any control over having been molested. We don't have any control over how people choose to treat us, but we do have control over how we relate, react, and respond.
It's interesting. I said it to my clients this weekend because I have an accountability membership, and I said it to them. I said, what's your posture during the storm?
Yes.
You can't control the storm, but you can control your posture during the storm. And so I may not even know the storm is coming. There are times where hurricanes and tornadoes come, and you may not know that it's coming until it hits the ground. So I may not know that it's coming, but what is my posture as the storm is happening? Because my posture will determine what happens after the storm.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And one of my affirmations used to be, for every setback, I bounce back quickly. For every setback, I bounce back quickly. So whatever comes, I may sit in it for a minute, but I got to get up. I got to move forward. I can't allow this to impact me to the point where I'm worried or I'm sick or I'm, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And it's a reality for a lot of people, because this, again, your story is valid and valuable. What you went through is valid. You felt that pain. You went through that divorce. You lost your loved one. You went through that. Listen, you went through homelessness. You went through a sickness, a disease. You went through, it's valid. It happened. Burying it does not make it invalid.
No, it doesn't.
Listen, not talking about it does not make it, it happened. Yes. And it intricately is a part of who you are in some way, shape, or form. Again, we talked about how we try to bury it and not talk about it, but now we've made it a seed. And so it affects how we see, it affects how we hear, it affects how we speak, it affects literally every part of our being. And guess what? You may not see how it affected you, but every person you come in contact does. Every person that you come in contact with does. At your job, in your relationships, your friendships, they all see it. Whether they acknowledge it or not, that's a different story for a different episode.
Right. And
but they see it.
They do. And if you hear the same thing about you from different people over and over again, then you really need to think about that and look at that, and know then perhaps there's something within me that I do need to work on. Maybe there's something in me that I do need to get out of me, and so absolutely. I can't believe we're almost complete. We're almost out of time.
I'm gonna stir up the water for y'all a little bit. I'm gonna stir the water for y'all. Everybody ain't a hater.
Absolutely.
Everybody ain't hating on you. Everybody ain't jealous of you. I'm gonna just stir up the water for y'all. Everybody, that's not what it always is.
That's right. And again, if you hear the same thing over and over and over again from different people, then you really need to take note. And like she said, it's not about people being after you. It may be something within you that you really need to work on. And that reminds me of a story. I have wondered why people on my job have started treating me differently, right? After being there for about 6 years, I noticed a change, right? And so I went to each of them separately and asked them, did I say or do something that's caused you to react or respond to me the way that you are? And every last one of them said to me, well, Vera, you are abrupt. Now, of course, I didn't see that, but then I had to think about it. Okay, you're saying I'm abrupt. Let me think, when am I abrupt? When my door is closed and someone just opens it and I'm in the zone working on whatever I'm working on and I'm interrupted, I'm abrupt. I admit it. Okay, so then awareness precedes change. So once I recognized how I was coming across, the next time it happened where someone just barged in and interrupted me while I was in the zone, I took a couple of deep breaths. And then I turned around calmly. And instead of saying, what do you want? I was more like, can I help you? So it enabled me, but awareness precedes change. And sometimes you really do have to look at yourself. And don't be afraid to ask people, what is your perception of me and what I'm doing? And again, if you hear the same thing over and over again, then maybe you need to look at that. And I'm a witness. I'm a testament to that. And it's hard sometimes. It's a hard pill to swallow when more than one person is telling you the same thing. Exactly. You need to really think about it.
And self-evaluation is important.
It is important.
I was in a community that I'm a part of, and they, presented a question, and they said, you want to know what type of person you are, ask your friends what type of friends you are.
Yes.
And here, it was so funny because I have a good girlfriend group. It's about 6 of us in the group, and we've known each other for years. We do a lot of stuff together. They they went with me horseback riding for my birthday. Like we do some just like stuff fun stuff. Yeah. And it was funny because I put it in our chat and I said, when you think of me as a friend, what do you think? And I'm waiting for them to say, oh, caring, this, that. Wait, their response was, who said you a bad friend? Who said something bad to you? I said, wait a minute. Wait, that's not it. That's not it. But again, we talked about earlier, when you have people that you love, you want to protect them, right? And so they immediately went into protective
on the defense.
Like, oh, they're not going to say you a bad friend. No, they're not. And I was like, that's not it, y'all. I said, that's not it. I said, I just need to know what kind of friend you think I am. I said, it was just a question. For a group that I'm part of, and we hollered, we laughed so hard because immediately they were like, and then once I calmed them down, it was like, no, it's just a question, you're okay.
Right.
And then they went, okay, well, you do this and you do
right. And we have ran out of time, but one of the things I want to encourage you to do, you might want to ask those close to you, how do you see me? What is your perception of me? And then get their responses. And if you're hearing the same thing over and over again, think about it. If you don't feel it's true, then, okay, but just get some feedback. Feedback is always good. It's a great way to improve yourself, to be a better person, to be the best version of yourself. Well, Altavis, we are out of time. Oh my God.
I know, right? It's crazy.
Oh my goodness. This was just really great. And you're gonna have to come back. And I just want to thank our listening audience and those that participated. Thank you very much. And we'll see you next week. Have a great day. And if you could just hold on a minute. Okay. All right. See you guys next week. Bye-bye.
The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. Let's talk about it. 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 On the field.
Good evening and welcome to the Speakeasy Podcast, your Sunday evening wind down and wind down. Today we have here with us in the studio audience, we have LaShawn Fairley. She's the ADHD cutie and a mompreneur, and she's coming to us today to share some information with us on ADHD, understanding what the disease process is, what it entails, how to deal with it, resources, you name it, she has it here for us. So I am going to bring LaShawn up. Good evening, LaShawn.
Good evening, Miss Constance.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing just great. So, I figured this would be the perfect time to have you on with schools starting back and so many children with this diagnosis of ADHD. So before we get into that, I would like for you to tell the studio audience who you are and what you represent.
Okay. My name is LaShawn Fairley, also known as the ADHD cutie. I am an advocate for adults with ADHD, specifically Black single mothers of children with ADHD. As I myself have ADHD, and so does my young adult son. So I advocate as much as I can for them, trying to get our Black women comfortable in just talking about it, releasing the shame and blame that's been put upon them probably all of their lives.
Mm-hmm.
And just from being so misunderstood and not even understanding themselves what's going on in their brain, because ADHD is a brain thing. It's not a behavioral thing, it's not a social thing, it is a brain thing. And understanding that is what I really try to bring to my audience.
Okay. Well, kind of walk us through the age that you were diagnosed with ADHD.
Okay. I was not diagnosed until age 50, which was about
Wow.
5 years ago. Yes, that's what they
Wow.
call late diagnosis. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
Mm.
And so
And
kind of
then,
walk us through that. What was going on with you at that time?
okay. I started getting comments on my work evaluations, uh, little snide comments here and there, maybe from friends, family, coworkers. And I started noticing that these comments were coinciding with comments that I kept seeing from my son's school on his report cards, progress reports, meetings that I would have with them, etc. My son was already diagnosed with ADHD way back in kindergarten. So by the time I realized that I also had ADHD and got tested for it, he was already at the end of 10th grade. Um, and so it was just a matter of seeing a lot of similarities. Even though there are differences, there were a lot of similarities with he and I both having ADHD. But what a lot of people don't realize is that there are different types of ADHD. So just because two people have it or the whole family has it, that doesn't mean they're going to have the same exact symptoms.
Okay. So just kind of walk us through with your son and when he was diagnosed and what kind of things were going on with him.
Okay. His issues started very early at birth. He was born what's called a very low birth weight preemie, which means he was under 5 pounds. He was only 2.5 pounds when he was born, and he was born 2 months early. He stayed in intensive care for a little over a month. And when he was released, he had to have special doctors for everything. And his specialty pediatrician told me from the beginning that because he was born so early and so underweight, he would probably have some developmental issue. And they probably wouldn't really start showing up until he started school. But they actually started showing up like right before he turned 1. Because right around that age where babies are starting to crawl and walk, he was already struggling with that. And by that I mean like babies are able to pull themselves up on the couch or a chair or something like that and then plop back down on their bottoms. Well, he was not able to do that. He would just literally fall straight back like a tree. And I noticed him doing that a couple of times and he would hit his head and it just really freaked me out. So I called this pediatrician and she said, you have to remember that he physically is not supposed to be here yet. He's early. So you're going to have to actually show him how to do these things. Show him, get down on the floor, show him how to fall, show him how to crawl, show him how to push himself up. I physically had to show him those things because his brain was not developed to learn it himself. And it just
Okay.
went on. Yeah, it just went on from there. So when he got to kindergarten, like his first, second week, his teacher noticed that he was just excessively hyper. I know most boys are hyper, and so many people say that, oh, he's just a hyper kid. No, it's way more than that.
Mm-hmm. So there were
She,
behavior problems associated with that.
yes, where he just literally couldn't keep still. He couldn't stay in
Mm-hmm.
his seat. It was very hard for him to pay attention, especially if it wasn't something that was interesting to him, which is one of the key things for an ADHD brain. Our brains crave stimulation, and if we don't have it, we seek it. Our
Okay.
brains literally look to be stimulated. It's like toxic for our brains to be bored.
Wow.
Most people
Wow.
don't understand that. They don't understand that that's what's going on in their brain, but that's what's going on in your brain.
Wow. Okay. So, my son was diagnosed at age probably 8.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing they wanted to do was put him on medication. Well, to me, the medication was not doing him any good. It was not resolving the symptoms. For about 2 weeks, he was a zombie, and then the behavior was back again. So I took him off of that. I took him off the medication because why give him something that's more of a harm to him and a detriment to him rather than help him? But some
Because
things
the thing
I
with
did
that
right.
is,
Go ahead.
because the thing with that is most doctors just, I shouldn't say most doctors, but some doctors just give a blanket diagnosis of ADHD and just give medicine that they think will help it or medicine that they know from the books helps it. But
Mm-hmm.
there's different types of ADHD, so you have to give the right medicine for the right type.
Okay. But what I found helped him was dietary measures. I changed some of the things that he was eating.
Mm-hmm.
And that helped him a whole lot. Now, is he still hyperactive? Yeah. Not as bad as he was as a kid, but yeah. And so because what people don't understand is hyperactive children grow into hyperactive adults.
Hyperactive adults. That's right. That's right.
It doesn't go away. And so it's a
ADHD
matter of
does not go away.
No. So it's a matter of teaching them how to adjust and teaching those around them how to adjust.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So let's talk
and
about
when they're young, they don't know how. When they're young, they don't know how to control all that extra energy because that's what it is, extra energy. And see, in school, in elementary school, they go outside now for what, 5-10 minutes. When I was in school, we were outside for like 20, 30 minutes.
Right.
5 or 10 minutes is not enough. 5 or 10 minutes is not enough outdoor exercise. And outdoor exercise is one of the best ways to help manage their ADHD symptoms. But because they don't get that anymore, or they don't get enough of it, they don't know what to do the rest of the day with all that energy. They just don't.
Yes, I agree.
And
I agree.
they get in trouble for it. They get in trouble for it because it comes across as bad behavior, but it's not. It's
They
not.
get in trouble for it, and they also become labeled because of it. And that's the part
Yes,
that disturbs me the most. They become labeled,
absolutely.
and it's something that
Yes.
they have no control over, something that
No.
they cannot help. And so it's a matter now that, hey, practitioners and providers need to change their approach.
Yep.
Because medication is not the answer. It's not the
It's
answer.
not always it helps some, but I agree with you. I don't think everybody needs medication. If they change their diet and get exercise, some form of cardio exercise makes a huge difference in calming their brain and nervous system. That is
Wow.
what they're going to see a difference in the behavior, in the actions, and even the thinking, their responses, all of that. A lot of the behaviors that they're seeing with ADHD are results of deficiencies in their executive function skills.
Mm-hmm.
But those skills can be taught. But right now they just don't have them, or there's a deficiency there, which most people don't understand because you don't really hear about executive function skills in ADHD. I didn't hear about it
No.
until my son was almost in 11th grade. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. He got diagnosed in kindergarten, and I'm just now hearing about executive function skills now, and they go hand
Mhm.
in hand, Miss
Yes, they
Constance.
do. They
They
do.
go
They really
hand in
do.
hand. They do. And I'm not saying that because you struggle with executive function skills that you have ADHD. What I'm saying is, if you have ADHD, you definitely are struggling with executive function skills somewhere in your life, whether it's
Wow.
social, economical, political, on the job, in your relationship. You are struggling. You may not realize it, but that's what's going on in your brain. And again, it's a brain thing. It's like there's a shortage in the wire, shortage in the circuit, or there's a break maybe, or a gap. It's a brain thing. That's not your fault. That is not some. Last time I checked, we have no control over how our brain was formed. It is what
Wow.
it is. But you can learn the skills that you lack or that you're deficient in.
So let's go back to being diagnosed as an adult. Let's kind of, there's probably several adults out there listening today, and they're probably going, oh my gosh, is that me?
That me.
That sounds like me. So kind of walk us through, you mentioned about your evaluations on the job and the snide comments and so forth. And then you noticed a parallel between what was going on with your son, what you were seeing the comments from the school, and you were able to identify that within yourself. So when you went to a physician, what was the dialogue? You just told them that you believe you have this. So what was the dialogue like? What did they say? What did they do?
I talked to him first, and he asked me, was there any history in my family of ADHD? I told him I didn't know because I didn't. I was raised in a foster family, so as far as my biological family, I didn't know. I did find out later that yes, history there. And so with my son having it, he said, well, you do know that ADHD is highly hereditary. I said, no, I did not know that. He said, well, it is. So if you have children that have it, 9 times out of 10, mother, father, or both have it. They may not realize it, but they do. And a lot of
Wow.
times their parenting isn't effective because they haven't dealt with their own ADHD symptoms. You can't help your kid with his if you're not dealing with your own. But
That's
again,
true.
like I said, a lot of them don't realize that they have it also.
Mm-hmm.
They don't.
Wow.
So the kid could be hyper and bouncing off the walls, but because of our ADHD brains, and it just really gets on the nerves. I know it's like grinding gears. So you're hooping and hollering and sit down and be quiet and the kid can't do that. You're over anxious and overstimulated because of the kid. But it's all because of your ADHD issues are clashing with your kid's ADHD issues. But as the parent, you don't realize what's going on. That's the important
Wow.
piece. You got to know what you're seeing. You got to know what you're looking at. You got to understand how your ADHD brain and nervous system work. They're different. That's it. It's like having a Toyota Camry and a Toyota Highlander. They're two totally different vehicles. They work, operate, and perform totally differently. Same thing with the two brains.
Wow. So you went to your physician, you told him what you were seeing. What type of treatment modality did he apply for you? Or did he even react right then at that point initially?
I was lucky. I did have really good pediatricians who took me seriously and gave me great advice, accommodations, recommendations and stuff. I've heard nightmare stories that were the opposite, but I fortunately did not experience that. So I did get a recommendation. I also went to Johns Hopkins after I took my son and got an evaluation. They did recommend medicine, but I told them I wanted that as a very last resort. So my treatment is more getting more exercise, mental awareness, music therapy, diet. I'm still kind of working on the diet piece because I like what I like.
Don't we always? I mean, come on.
I like what I like, though.
Lifelong battle, okay? Lifelong battle
yeah.
for all of us.
But I can say I do better with the fruits and vegetables, even though I don't like them. If I put them in a blender and make it a smoothie, a good smoothie, then I'll do that. And
Okay.
that's how I get my fruits and vegetables. And that's how I get my son to get it too, because most kids don't like fruits and vegetables, but you put it in a blender, make it a really good smoothie, they'll drink it. But please don't let them see you make it. And for God's sake, don't tell them what's in it. Don't be
Oh gosh. Don't
telling
tell them what's
all.
in it. Oh my gosh. Don't tell them.
Don't tell them all that. They're like, no, mommy, I don't want that. Yeah, no, don't tell them that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. So how old is your son today?
He is now 19.
Okay. Okay.
19, almost 6 foot tall. So yeah, he's coming along very well.
Okay. All
Very
right.
well. He
And so
always did really well in school. He was very smart, very bright. And that was always the school's pushed back. Oh, he's doing well in school. His grades are da 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 da. Da." I said, but no, because all these comments I've been getting all through the quarter,
exactly.
every report card, no, there's something going on. He's doing fine now because I've had to push, and we have had to do all this makeup, and that's what happens. And as I was seeing that pattern with him, I would try to get in front of it with the school, meaning I would meet with the teachers. As soon as I found out who his teachers were, I tried to meet with them, which isn't always easy. It's really too late to meet with them during that back to school thing that they have where you go to school and meet your kids' teacher. It's a little too late for that because kids have already been in the school like 2 or 3 weeks. The seating chart has already been set, and a part of my son's accommodations where he needed to be seated in specific parts of the classroom and definitely avoid other parts of the classroom.
Yes.
Well, if you wait until back to school, it's too late to do that. And most teachers are not, they're hesitant about moving their class around because they've organized the class to make it easy for them to get to know each kid's name. I
But
get
not
that, and
realizing that if they go
I
ahead
get
and do it that way to accommodate, that makes it
yes,
easier for them.
yes, that makes it easier for them in the long run. But right now, they're thinking, I need to learn all these 20 some kids' names in my class. My thing
Wow.
is, you also need to understand that this one kid right here in front of you has a 504 plan in his file that you know nothing about. You haven't bothered to look at it. It's 2, 3 weeks in the school, and you haven't looked. Oh, yeah, I think he's got one. No, you should know that. You should know that he has one, and you should know what's in it. But unfortunately, the classrooms are so jam packed, and the teachers don't have teachers' aides anymore. So it's up to the one teacher to deal with the whole class, all these different personalities, and then you throw in your ADHD kids, you throw in your kids who come from bad environments, you throw in your kids that have these very traumatic upbringings. That's a lot for the teacher. So I get that part. But as a parent, my loyalty is with my kid. I need you to help me help him. Stop throwing it on him. Stop blaming him. Stop. Yeah. He needs help from both of us, from me and from the school. That was
Wow.
always my fight. That was always my fight because I always want to throw it back on, well, he's not keeping up with his work. Is there something going on at home? I said, no. But maybe there's something going on at school because I have noticed when he comes home from school, he's very withdrawn. He may be withdrawn or just not wanting to do certain things. I know my kid, and that's it. You've got to know your kid. You've got to know
Mm-hmm.
their regular behavior, their regular patterns. And when there was a change, I immediately knew and I immediately called the school. For ADHD kids, any change in their normal routine can be very traumatic for them. A lot of teachers don't understand that. Something simple as having that kid change classrooms when they've gotten used to a teacher that they really like and that they're comfortable with can be traumatic for an ADHD kid. And they will start acting out. They're not able to verbalize yet, that in their brain that's what's going on. They're not able to tell you that. They're just not. But that's what's happening with them. You took away a comfort zone. You took away a familiarity, a routine that they were used to, that they need. You took it away and you put something new in its place. It's going to take them time to adjust to that newness, whether it's a teacher, a new class, a new school, new routine. It is what it is. And the schools are not set up for that. So
Yeah. Yeah. I know with my son coming up, my mother would give me one list of instructions. She'd rattle them off one time, and that was it. You better get it. I couldn't do that with my son. I had to tell him one thing, let him go do that task, and then come back. Okay, now. Did you do it?
Yep.
Double check and make sure he did it. Okay, now. Number 2, let's go and work on this. And even to this day, he is 24 years old.
Still have
I
to
can't
do
tell
it.
him 3 or 4 things. I have to tell him one at a time.
Right.
I need you to
because
do this.
Our attention span is like this.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, it's hard for me to just focus here on this show because of my environment. Everything is catching my attention. That's how our brains work. Everything catches our attention.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you're going to tell them to do something, you definitely need to make contact, eye contact, be face to face with them so they can see you. They're looking at you. Parents make a mistake of going in the room and talking to their kid while they're on the game or on the phone. No, I'm sorry, but they're not paying attention. They're just not. And they're not being rude or disrespectful. It's that their brain is so hyper engaged into what they're doing. They literally do not hear you. Parents are fussing and, oh, what am I going to do? He can play that game all day, but you can't. Okay, because the game is engaging. It stimulates their brain. And they're using a different part of the brain for that. It's not a cognitive thought thing where they have to perform at this level and there's a time limit and you got to get a good grade in order to, it's not all that when they're playing a game. Plus, they're on it with their friends. They get immediate feedback. They win points and money and all that other stuff that they get on the game. It's stimulating. It's all around stimulation. So if there's a way to find to do their homework and give them some kind of positive stimulation in their assignments, then they'll do it. Even if you can let them listen to their music while they're doing their assignments. they'll
Mm-hmm.
get it done. I used to think that it was a distraction. I used to make my son turn the music off or turn the TV off, but I found out it helps him to focus.
Wow.
And it helps
Wow.
him to focus and concentrate. And they need breaks. If there's a long assignment, it could be assignment that you may think should take them 20 minutes. That'll take them 40 minutes to an hour.
They
It
need a
is what
break.
it is. They
Mm-hmm.
need a break, especially when they first come home from school. Do not have them just sit right down and do their homework, do a
No.
report or whatever. Their brain
Mm-hmm.
needs a break.
Yeah. That's what I did
People
for my
don't
son. He would
understand.
come home and he got
People
that
don't
break.
understand that it is very hard for the ADHD to
Mm-hmm.
work all day in school. That is very, very draining for the ADHD brain because it takes a lot for us to stay focused, stay on track. Remember what the teacher said. Remember what the assignments are. Remember what we're supposed to turn in, what we're supposed to be taking, which books we're supposed to get out the locker and take to which class, and which way the class is. Is it upstairs and down? That's
Mm-hmm.
a lot for any student, but especially an ADHD student. It's a lot of pieces, a lot of little things to remember, a lot of little steps. That's what I really try to get parents, teachers, everybody to really understand because it seems like it's common sense stuff. But again, you got to remember it's a brain thing, that there is a dysfunction going on up there, that they don't have the mental capacity. They just don't. Stop punishing, stop judging, stop yelling. They can't help it. They just can't. They can be taught, but they have to be taught in a calm manner, a calm atmosphere. Because if you're yelling and screaming, that's all they're going to get. Your message is going to get completely lost. How do I know? Been there, done that.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to get your message at all. So you're going to end up screaming and hollering at them again tomorrow for the same exact thing. Why? Because they didn't get the message in the first place.
Been there, done that. So yeah, I
And
get
because
it.
they didn't remember, they didn't remember
They didn't hear you.
the consequences.
They
So
didn't hear you.
it
Yeah.
is what it is. It's not. All they heard was yelling. Yeah, all they heard was yelling. They didn't hear the words. They saw your
Wow.
facial expression. They heard the tone. That was all.
Wow. So let me ask you this, Lillian or LaShawn. So, do you have any books or publications out currently? Or do you have any events coming up where you're going to be speaking on this topic?
I don't have any speaking events currently. I am working with a couple of organizations where I really want to get into the schools and start speaking, especially high school and college, because that transition from high school to college is very important.
Mm-hmm.
It's very important. And high school administrators seem to think that ADHD students or even students with executive functions deficiencies can just do it. This is what you need to do. Just go do it. I'm like, you do know my kid, right? He can't just do that. He needs some help. That's one of the main things that ADHD people struggle with all these little steps. Where do we start? How do we begin? They need that little extra handhold to get them started,
Yeah. Wow.
especially when it comes to college, because once they get to college, there is no support unless they get it from the disability office if the college has, and that student has to go on their own. There's no more mom intervention, no more uh, administration intervention, no advocacy, no attorneys, strictly the student. The college don't want to hear from anybody else.
Exactly.
They want the money from the mom, they want the money from the parents, but we can't discuss anything about what the money's for with the
Right.
parents.
Right.
Everything is done through the kid. And for an ADHD kid, that can be completely overwhelming. They need an extra step between the transition. and college to really help them to get ready.
Wow. And I used to work as a dean of a nursing program. And I had a student, and she just was having a difficult time. And she came to me one day and she told me that she had been diagnosed with ADHD. And I said, okay, you need to go to the disability office and get some assistance. So what ended up happening, her doctor had to write out a structured plan for her. So whenever she took a test, someone had to read that test to her. And then she had to get, if it was like an hour-long test, she got 2 breaks. Got 2 10-minute breaks.
My son had the same thing because he was in an academically accelerated program while he was in high school. So he was taking college courses at the same time. He got the same thing. He got extra time for all of his tests. He had a note taker, which I didn't even know they did. He had somebody take notes for him.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yes. And then they type them out and they send them to him. You can ask for that. They're not going to tell you that, but you can ask for that.
Oh, okay. Let's see, I didn't know that. Okay. That's a good resource.
They can ask for a study partner. They can ask for assistive technology if the college has it. And assistive technology can even include having their college textbooks on audio.
Okay.
Audiobooks.
Okay.
They can ask for those. Yes, they can ask for those kinds of accommodations, but the college is not going to tell you that.
Yeah.
The high school is not going to tell you that.
Wow. And see, these are some very valuable resources that parents and students need to know.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, yes.
Wow. So what's on the horizon for Adrian, the ADH? I'm sorry, I keep calling you Adrian. LaShawn, the
Adrian.
The ADHD cutie.
ADHD cutie. I have put together a women's retreat. And right now it is just for women. Definitely with ADHD, but it's not limited if you don't have it. It's for women who are struggling definitely with executive function skills, whether it's because of ADHD, head trauma, some kind of post-traumatic stress, epilepsy, any of that, because we're all struggling and having the same struggle as far as our executive function skills. I've put together this long weekend retreat, but it's a 5-star luxury retreat. So it's not your typical retreat. These women are going to get treated like the queens that they are.
Oh.
Because 9 times out of 10, they're not everyday life. Now, husbands may treat them like that, but I'm talking from beginning to end. From the time they step off the plane from whatever city or state they're coming in, they're getting whisked away in a limo-style vehicle to this huge mansion. Depending on how many people we have will depend on how big the mansion is. It'll be a mansion or a villa. They're going to have 24-hour butler service. They have maid service. We have on-hand cooks who will cook 3 meals a day. Happy hours, they get greeted with a drink and a hello gift. We'll have sessions, of course, but they're not going to be your typical talking and writing kind of sessions. We will do some typical talking and writing, but for me, that's kind of boring. I need something different. So it will be different.
Interactive, I'm sure.
It'll definitely be interactive. I don't want to give too much of it away because it's just going to be just so different. I want them to come and really experience it for themselves. It's
so
going to be fun,
have some dates for this
interactive,
yet?
but definitely enlightening. I'm sorry?
Okay. Do you have dates for this event
I'm
yet?
sorry?
Do you have the dates for this event yet?
Yes, ma'am. The first one is set up in February. Let's see. Of course, now that you've asked me that, the dates escape me. Hold on, I can look it up real quick though. But it's going to be the first weekend in February, and I put it on Eventbrite,
Okay.
and
Look
it's
on
a free to be me workshop.
free to put this in the comments so people can see it. Free to
Yes,
be.
the free to be me restoration retreat. And then you have the number 2 and the letter B.
Number
Information
2.
retreat. It's
Okay.
February 2nd through the 6th.
Okay.
Number 2 and the letter B. February 2nd through the 6th,
Okay. Now, if someone wants
2023.
to get in touch with you,
And
how
I'll
would they
put the
get in
link
touch
in
with
the
you?
chat for you.
Okay. Great. Because I'm sure there's someone listening who's interested and would like to attend.
HD Cutie.
Okay.
ADHDcutie at gmail.com.
Okay.
It's ADHDcutie at gmail.com.
Okay,
I'll
great.
put that in the chat also.
Okay, great. All right. So, LaShawn, I want to thank you so much for sharing with us this evening and just providing the information that you have provided, because it's much needed. It's definitely been an education for me.
Thank you so much.
Even though I've gone through it with a child, I learned more today than what I knew. So I thank you so much for sharing. And I'm sure the listening audience will appreciate this. We thank you so much. And thank you, everyone, to our listening audience for coming in and joining us today for the Sunday evening wind down here at the Speak Easy podcast. You could have chosen to do anything else, but you elected to spend this hour with us. I thank you so much. I'm Constance Woolard, your host. May God continue to bless you richly today, tomorrow, and always. And have a good evening.
The Finkley Experience, an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education and which prepares high school students for college. For more information, visit their website at thefinkleyexperience.com. Fathers to Father Incorporated, a nonprofit organization that strengthens families through father engagement with a goal to help men in our communities to be great dads. For more information, visit their website, fathertofatherinc.org. Ablaze Entertainment. The goal of Ablaze is to take emerging artists and develop them to the next level of their career. For more information, visit their website at ablazeentertainment.net. Thank you. On the next Finkley, Chris and Jeremy are making a difference in the lives of others. With their nonprofit organization, Brothers in Healing, Jeremy and Chris are providing financial assistance towards treatment for those first responders suffering from PTSD and trauma. It's a story you don't want to miss. Next, Michael Finkley.
It's my biggest dream come true. Oh my, it's my biggest dream come true.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Michael Finkley Show. Thanks for joining us today. Y'all, ever since I told you all, I made the announcement on the last show, that I gave up my full-time job and I'm pursuing Finkley full-time. That's my show, my consulting firm, and anything else that God has placed on my heart to do. It has been tremendous. Doors have opened up so much for me in these last few weeks. It's been an awesome ride. I know that I need to be in this place. I'm in the right place at the right time. Let me tell you something about fear. Fear will stop you every time you want to accomplish a certain thing in your life. I was supposed to do my job years ago, but because of fear and my comfort in my job that I had in the field of education for 11 years, I was scared. I was literally petrified. But then, as a spiritual being, I go back to the word. He didn't give us a spirit of fear, but power, love, and a sound mind. Once you overcome that fear, you can achieve anything you want to. Once I said yes to God's will for my life, that is when peace came, and that is when my soul was settled, and that's when I was able to move into the path God wants me to be. I was asleep one night, and well, laying down one night, and I just remembered being at peace. This was, oh my gosh, a few days ago, and I just remember just laying there in peace, and I'm like, this is what it feels like to be in the will of God. Peace, no worries, no anything, just peace. And so peace was there. Y'all, please don't be afraid. Please don't be afraid to go after your dreams and your goals. Now is the time. This world's not promised to us. We don't know when our next day or hour will give up on us in death. Now is the time to go after it. Now is the time to do it. If you've been part of that idea, that business idea, that invention, go after it. I'm telling you, go after it. And don't look at anyone else. I had an awesome conversation with my brother Brandon J. Go check out his show. He has a tremendous platform as well, and he just began to feed into me about not being in competition with anyone, just going after what you know, right? Go, be you, do you, and go. And that's what I'm doing in this season. Thank you, Brandon, for that. But that's what I'm doing in this season. I'm going after mine. All right. So definitely visit our website for updates. We have some tremendous things happening in this season in our life, and I'm excited about it. And I get to use all of my gifts to service others. That is the most important thing. Our gifts are not for us; they're for others that we come in contact with. And to mention gifts, we have tremendous guests today that are using their gifts to help others. We have the co-founders of Brothers in Healing. We have Jeremy and Chris with us, and they're doing amazing work with their nonprofit and assisting with treatment for those first responders who are suffering from PTSD and also trauma. They're doing an amazing work, y'all, and hear their story and more. Don't you go away. Coming up, we have Chris and Jeremy with Brothers in Healing. Back in a moment.
Love, go by sincerely yours. See what's on this hip hop artist since '96, hailing from Chicago, Oak Park. And you watching the Michael Finkley show right now. Tune in. You get the feeling, give me rhythm for your heart's beating, arms reach, cross streets, baby, got back like the cost.
On the next Michael Finkley, Eric's back. Think Fam, Eric Escobar is back as he talks with us about what he's been up to. And Christian artist Zeal is with us to talk about her single, Can't Give Up Now. Next Finkley.
Hello everybody, it's Finkley from the Finkley Experience. We're an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education. So we assist students with their college and career endeavors. We train school administrators on the state of first-generation students. And also, we partner with colleges and universities to assist their first-generation population for easy transition from high school to college. So if you're looking for a presenter or speaker that presents on these topics and so much more, visit our website at thethinklyexperience.com and learn about all that we do. We're looking forward to working with you. Everybody, welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Now, y'all, my next guest, these two individuals are making a difference in the world we live in today especially when it comes to the mental health of others. You all are watching right now this great duo that is striving to make a difference. They are Chris and Jeremy of Brothers in Healing. Thank you for being with us.
You're too kind. Thank you for that intro. That was great.
You're welcome. I do parties, I do bar mitzvahs, and everything else.
Yeah, let's do it then. Let's do all of them.
Let's go. I appreciate y'all so much for being with us and just what you do within your calling. So I must say, Chris and Jeremy, and watching what you do on social media and the world beyond that, you're making a difference. Where did your heart of service come from?
Gosh, I think for me, it started at a young age. I just really didn't like seeing people who were being taken advantage of or suffering. And I just felt a calling to try to help in some way, shape, or form. And that's just continued on to my adult life. Yeah, I kind of have a funny story on that. I went to a parochial school when I lived in Chicago. I was a military brat, and so I moved all over. And there was one time we had mass, and I ended up with all the bishops on accident. And I remember them saying, "This is your call, and you're gonna be a bishop." And I remember thinking, looking up, going, "Oh, I'm getting struck down all of a sudden here," because. But I knew I already knew before then. I knew I had to serve in one way or another, but it wasn't that way. And it took me a little while in life to figure out that, I wanted to follow kind of my father's footsteps. They served the country, and I knew I wanted to serve. And that's what helped me become a police officer.
Oh, wow. Thank you for your service. Thank you so much for your service. I must say it too, when I saw your name, Brothers in Healing, I knew it was a good thing, but I wanted to dive in a little bit deeper into what it was. So can you tell the Think Fam, what is Brothers in Healing and what do you actually do?
Yeah, basically we're focused on helping primarily first responders and military heal their PTSD. We both are diagnosed with PTSD. We retired with a medical disability after 20 years for Chris and 22 years for myself of service and some of the trauma that we've seen and witnessed and experienced. What we didn't know is that will impact you, and the body always keeps the score and remembers those things, and it comes out later on in life. And we just weren't taught that. I had a friend take his own life to suicide. He was hurting, and I saw him at plenty of functions, and we talked about everything. He just never opened up and said, "Hey, I'm hurting inside, and I don't feel right." And so we don't want to see that happen. And the reason why we started Brothers in Healing is first responder suicide is the #1 way we're losing our police officers and first responders. This year, firefighters are actually taking the lead. They're committing suicide because they're hurting inside. Correct. Mm-hmm. We lose 22 military veterans per day, and we're not talking about it. And we're not doing a good enough job of getting that message out to say to other people, it's okay to not be okay. We're told the movie has to have a happy ending. Everybody wants this fairy tale ending. That is not life. And we're here to spread the message. Life is tough. You're either in a storm, coming out of one, or headed towards one. And that's okay too. You can get through it. Hold on, pain ends is our message. And we help others seek treatment for PTSD and through a facility called Deer Hollow in Utah. They specialize in first responders and other people suffering with PTSD and suicidal ideation. They have techniques and tools that they use in counseling that originally, I'm not gonna lie to you, I didn't believe in them. I did not believe in psychology prior to our journey. Yeah. And now we're living the difference. And that's what's cool about Chris and I is we walk the walk and we talk it too.
I'm so glad you do. And those statistics that you just mentioned really hurt my heart, right? I thought about the saying that watch out for your strong friends. It takes a very strong person to do what you all do. So thank you all for your service. Sometimes we forget to check on them. Sometimes we forget to ask about them and provide these different services. But I'm so glad that you are doing it, especially in a day and time like this. So what are some of those cases that you've seen thus far that just kind of, oh my gosh, this is the worst?
Talk about your shooting.
Like as far as what we've dealt with and seen personally, kind of like, so I'll tell you, I thought I was pretty strong. Being a man, we're not supposed to show our emotions. I was raised, you don't show your emotions. If my dad, if you want to cry, I'll give you something to cry about. That's the way I was raised. If it ain't sticking out your skin, you ain't hurt. And so I lived my life, and as law enforcement, I mean, the countless deaths that we see, the suicides, the hangings, the self-inflicted shootings, the car accidents, everything. I thought I was strong and I handled it all. My turning point was I was the SRO at Marysville-Pilchuck High School in 2014 when I had a school shooting. One of my students stood up and executed 4 of his classmates and then himself. And as I run into the cafeteria where it happened, and when you as a human being sit there and you look at 5 and 6 injured with head wounds laying on the floor of freshman kids, at the time it was like a movie to me, because I was just doing my job. But it wasn't until afterwards that really pushed me over the edge, and that's what set me in motion to teach me that, what, Chris, you have to heal yourself, because now people start to tell me, hey, you're acting different, Chris. You're not answering my calls, Chris. You're not doing this. You're not doing that. and I didn't notice it. And so for me, that was my turning point. That was my boiling point. You know, they say we have so much in a bowl, we can hold so much, and then it just starts overflowing, and that was where I started to overflow.
Just because that's a lot.
That's heavy. That's heavy. And that's what our first responders are seeing and dealing with. Maybe not a school shooting, but trauma over and over again every day. And for a lot of first responders, we like to help everybody else out but ourselves. And really, we need to take the time to take care of ourselves as well. And your mental health, you got to stay strong. You got to be there. You got to be that leader. That's part of being a leader. It's not being weak. Seeking help and treatment is a sign of strength. And that's the message we're trying to say. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Hello, right? And that's what we have to get out there. It's okay. Chris and I are still in treatment to this day. That's why our company that we have is Brothers in Healing. The healing never stops. You have to work every day, right? And so you want to get to that next level in life. I'm telling you, now my counselor, I look at her as a life coach. At first I thought, how is this person going to help me? What am I going to learn? I just didn't know. I didn't know how my brain worked. I didn't know that most responders have an overactive amygdala that's overfiring. It's called kindled brain. It's firing at a rate 300 to 500% higher than the average civilian. So their set of lenses, all they see is trauma, possible assaults that occurred, maybe someone that wants to attack them on a regular basis. I fell into that trap as well. And you start living life like that, it changes your perception of the world. And pretty soon you start withdrawing inside. You stop doing the things that you once did, hiking, fishing, hunting, camping, hanging out with friends. You start withdrawing and become isolated because you're not feeling good inside. And that's a red flag. So if there's anybody out there that's listening right now and you say, well, how do I know if I'm being affected? That's one of the cues. If you stop doing the things you once loved to do and you just don't feel like getting out of bed, chances are you're hurting inside and it's time to heal. Yeah.
Wow. Amazing. Wow. Those signs. You provide services as well. You talk about the organization, but what services do you actually provide for your clientele, your people that you help?
So the first thing go ahead. Yeah. The first thing we do is we open up about our own trauma and trials and tribulations and the things that we tried to do first to try to heal ourselves, so we could be transparent, so you can learn from our mistakes. Because why reinvent the wheel? Just learn from us. We've tried everything else other than what actually worked. I've tested everything. I even went to a hypnotherapist. I said, "Can't you just hypnotize me and bring me out of this?" Yeah, I've tried the cheat codes. I've tried the quick fixes. It doesn't work. I've tried to numb it with alcohol. Doesn't work. You still wake up with the same things. You might feel good at that time, but it doesn't cure anything. I still tried it. I'm gonna be transparent about it, right? So what we do now is our main focus is we provide financial scholarships and assistance for those who actually want to seek treatment for PTSD. I think last year we helped 17 first responders. We got them into that treatment facility. It's an inpatient treatment facility. It's intense. It's 35 days. It's the equivalent of getting 3.5 years of therapy in 35 days. So if you want to heal, that's the candidate for us. We will go all in for you. We'll help pay your medical bills. We'll give your family money, financial assistance if they need it, because counseling and this treatment facility place to get help is not cheap. You want a good place that's expensive. I think it's $30,000 for
a visit. Yeah, for the 3 months.
It's a lot. Yeah. Okay, so we pick up the tab, like maybe insurance doesn't cover up the rest. Like I think we wired money $4,000 and another $3,000 or something to two different candidates. That was the maximum they could afford. They couldn't afford the other couple grand. No problem. We got you covered. We wired the money. We got an email from that treatment facility place near Hall that works with us. We like them because they're transparent and we went through it ourselves, so we know it works. Okay. We had them wired the money within 48 minutes. Yeah. We just got off the airplane. They said, "Hey, we got 2 people who need help." No problem. We went to the bank, got the wire money, 48 minutes, no problem, because they've already vetted them. We know that first responder, that person. It doesn't have to be a first responder, by the way. We'll help anybody. Evil doesn't pick skin color. Evil does not pick job preference. Evil is just evil. Hurting and pain has no boundaries. Let's be real, right? So we really don't care. If you want the help, we will get you in there and try to get you the help and you know what? When you can give someone peace and let them actually enjoy life and see how beautiful this world is, That is such a gift.
Yeah.
It really is.
It's like I'm getting goosebumps right now when we talk about it, because there's no bigger joy than to be able to help another fellow human being who is struggling, needs help, and we're able to take that little burden off of them. And so it's amazing.
You want to know what else is cool about our foundation? We don't pay ourselves. Everything that we make goes back into helping everybody else, that we can. And at the end of the year, like Chris and I have this motto: if there's money left in our nonprofit account, then we haven't helped enough people, period. That's the way we look at it. Yeah, plain and simple. We're one of the few nonprofits that's actually a nonprofit.
Gotcha. Oh, wow. That's a mouthful. That is a mouthful in itself. That is a mouthful in itself. You said that you're helping people and you're bringing peace to people as well. Peace is something that you can't pay for. And that's what you're giving to people. You're giving them peace on earth, which is amazing. Everyone should want peace. Everyone should want peace. So in the Think Fam that's watching right now, how can we learn more about your organization and how can we donate?
We can, so our website, it's brothersinhealing.com. You go right on there. We have different links for all those, for how you can donate. It says donate there. We also do fundraisers. In fact, we're doing our third annual golf fundraiser in Salt Lake City, Utah, or Draper, Utah. And that's coming up in the August 25th. And we're looking for sponsors for that. It's got the different levels that people can donate. We're looking for golfing teams to come and do it. And it's just a great time. We like to go out and speak. And our first thing was like, we're going to raise money going out and speaking, because we love to speak. We love to share our stories to show other people. But now we pretty much do our speaking pro bono because we know how important it is for that. And so we do these other ways to raise money. And so, through the website, and that's the best way to donate to us.
I love it. I love it. You heard it here, Think Fam. Jeremy and Chris, they're doing amazing work. Brothers in Healing. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you so much for having us. It was a pleasure.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Back in a moment, Think Fam.
My name is Valentine, and you may know me from 90 Day Fiancé Love in Paradise. Hey, you guys, and I am here with Michael Finkley, and we are having the greatest conversation, so stay tuned. Peace.
Welcome to Father to Father.
The mission of Father to Father, Charleston, South Carolina, is to help fathers in the Low Country area of South Carolina to be a positive and consistent presence in their children's lives. Father to Father provides community-based programs and support groups for fathers free of charge. They also help fathers connect to other resources they need so they can meet their responsibilities and secure their parental rights. Father to Father offers job coaching and employment connections that benefit fathers. Father to Father is a resource for local organizations that want to provide family support and father-friendly services. If this program is a fit for you, visit our location in North Charleston, South Carolina, and meet our friendly staff here to help and assist. Or visit our website at fathertofatherinc.org.
Guys, so I'm in the store right now, and I'm just looking around and I'm seeing everybody and seeing all these different people. And I just noticed that we all different and we all unique in our own ways. And you got to embrace your uniqueness and your differences because we all not the same. We all have different things that we like about us. So when you start to embrace that, then you will see what you really like about yourself. But first you have to really enjoy yourself, work on yourself, and be in love with yourself first before you do anything else. And once you enjoy yourself, then you would like to love someone else. It's all about that. So work on yourself as much as you can. Enjoy yourself. Learn about yourself. Spend time with yourself. And really see what it is that you like about you. And as long as you do that, it's endless for you on where your mind can go and where you can go. And you can also learn new things about you, new strengths, new talents that you didn't know you had. So as long as you do this, you will always be able to keep up what you have going. Never give up on yourself. Always work towards yourself. Always keep learning about yourself and sit down and have conversations with yourself. For me, I had to do this for myself. If you want to grow, you got to be able to sit with yourself and say, hey, how I'm feeling about this? How do I feel about this within myself? What do I like about myself? What I don't like, what I need to work on? Do I feel like this is a weakness for me? Do I feel like this is a great strength that I want to increase on? Stay with yourself before anything else. In relationships, love yourself before you love anybody else. Do anything with yourself before you do with anybody else, because you have to put you first. As long as you're putting you first, then you will learn how to start being selfless. It's a saying that I always say. First, you have to be selfish to be selfless. So remember that if you want to be selfless, first you have to be selfless with yourself always.
Hey everyone, it's Jasper Cole, one of Hollywood's bad guys, and you are watching the incredible The Michael Finkley Show.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
On the next Michael Finkley, Eric's back. Think Fam, Eric Escobar is back as he talks with us about what he's been up to. And Christian artist Zeal is with us to talk about her single, Can't Give Up Now. Next Finkley. Everybody, welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. I hope that you're encouraged by these individuals. Chris, Jeremy, thank you so much for telling your story and your words and the organization that you all founded together. You're doing amazing work. If you want to donate, their information, their website is across the screen now. So please, please, please donate, learn more about it, reach out to them, because we know someone that is suffering from these various things that they assist with. So please reach out and we'll just learn more and ask questions. If we don't know, we don't ask, right? We can't grow if we don't know. So thank you again, Chris and Jeremy. We appreciate you. If you haven't already, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, The Michael Finkley Show. Ring that bell for notification. You'll see an email saying, hey, new content's uploaded. Please listen to us on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And for more information about what we do, visit our website, michaelfinkleyshow.com. Again, we're on U42 and also on Roku TV. Bing fam, thank you so much for watching us. Guess what? We'll see you next time. Have a good one.
My goodness, the mailman came. I hope my sweet little thing cookie's in here. Yeah, I just hope it's in here. Let me see. Let me open this up. That's it. That's it. Sweet little thing cookie. That sweet little thing cookie. Oh, I'ma have me a ball now. Let me just get this right here. Little thing cookie. That sweet little thing cookie. Oh, yeah. I finally got my cookies. This sweet little thing cookies. Oh, yeah. I'ma have fun. This package kind of big, though. Man, it got a lot of cookies. Oh, yeah. This the best day ever. I'm trying to tell you, I got my cookies, and I'm going to eat these cookies, and ain't nobody going to stop me. Wait, what? Marie, what you doing, man? You can't have those cookies right now. I'm sorry, we about to eat dinner. Once we finish dinner, then you can have those cookies. Go ahead, put them up. Go ahead, put them up. Are you serious, bruh? I got sweet Listeine cookies, and now I gotta wait for dinner? Fine, can I at least look at the cookies? Thank you. Oh my goodness, I waited all this time now. I got to do all this. Fine. Oh yeah. I got my hands on some sweet Listeine cookies. But I can't eat them right now because bruh talking about I gotta wait to dinner. Okay, I'ma do that. But once I finish that, it's gonna be on y'all. Wait a minute. Bruh talking about cooking some food. All this is a can of salmon and some frozen biscuit. Bruh cannot cook. I know he don't think I'ma eat this. Ain't no way. Bruh. Hey, bruh. Daddy. Where are you? You set me up, homie. You had me about to eat a can of salmon and some frozen biscuits. I'm not down with that. I want my sweet Listeine cookies. My sweet Listeine cookies. Carrot is this what I'm saying? I was born by the river in a little old tent. Just like that river, I was running ever since. Marie, hey man, it ain't what not what it think. I'm sorry. I was just gonna eat one cookie, but I ate them all. It's not my fault, Marie. I know better than this. You tried to set me up, homie. You had me eating that nasty food, and you ate all the cookies?
Finish him.
No, Marie. No, Marie. No. Hey, family. I'm sorry y'all had to see that. But what did we learn today? One thing we learned is you don't mess with Marie and you don't mess with his sweet Listeine cookies. Tell him that right, Curtis. That's right, y'all. Don't mess with Marie and don't mess with his sweet Listeine cookies. That's all I got to say. I'm sorry.
What's up, everybody? This is Ryan Toby. You know me from Sister Act 2, Mr. Oh Happy Day, and the hit R&B group City High. I'm welcoming everybody to join and tune into the Michael Finkley Show on YouTube and also on the Greater Works Network on Roku TV. Don't forget to subscribe.
You loved her as Thelma Evans in Good Times. Now Finkley has her. Bernadette Stannis is with us. All coming up next.
All my life just to make it. If I can make it through the night, just to see a brighter side. 'Cause I've been working all my life just to make it. Just to make it.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Michael Finkley Show. Thank you so much for joining us today.
I still get very, very excited when persons reach out to me and they say, "Hey, I love what you're doing, and you have some awesome content, and it looks great. It looks clean cut, all this kind of good stuff. I like to be on." I still get a rush from that, and because I tell you this, because I always teach myself to be humble in everything that I do, because anything that I do, I don't. We pray. We have to talk with God about it, and we were raised that way. And so when people do this and say these things, it's very humbling, but it also gives me energy to keep going, gives me my fuel to keep going to what I really want to achieve, want to do with this platform. So thank you, thank you, thank you for the ones that have been on this show. Thank you for the ones that have reached out. Thank you for the future persons that are looking to reach out as well, but haven't quite done so already. I say this because on Monday, we will be celebrating 100 shows. Y'all, 100 shows. Can you believe it? I wasn't even going to start this platform, but it's something that's been on my mind for years, but I didn't know how to get started with it. So I pondered and pondered. People say you should do it this way, that way, another way, but I said, I'm going to do it my way. I already had a vision for it. I already know how I wanted to sound and look. And here I am. Here I am, 11 months later. Here I am celebrating 100 episodes because of you. You watch, you click, you subscribe, you want more. You email us, you write us, and we thank you for it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And so today we're able to have guests like Bernadette Status. Oh, Bernadette Status is here with us from Good Times. Y'all know her from Thelma. Thelma from Good Times. Y'all know her. Y'all, we had a great conversation and things got real in this interview too, I tell you, but you have to watch to see what I'm talking about. So don't you go away. More to come. We'll be right back. Coming up, we have the lovely Bernadette Stanis with us. Don't you go away. We'll be right back. Celebrate 100 shows. It's the Michael Finkley Show. Join us as we count down our top 5 shows. And in foreseen moments, come on, y'all, let's celebrate. Next, Michael Finkley. Monday. Looking for a mentoring program for your young male between the age of 6 and 18 in Columbia, South Carolina? Well, look no further. Big Homie, Little Homie Mentoring Program is the program for you. Under the leadership of Mr. Jamal Stroud, Big Homie Little Homie is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that caters and mentors at-risk youth that come from single-parent homes. The organization caters to young males between the ages of 6 and 18 within the greater Columbia area. The organization is devoted to shaping and molding their life into great men of society. Big Homie Little Homie organizes male gatherings, discussions, and even educational assistance devoted to guiding and leading them into a positive light. Making a positive attitude will help in transforming life regardless of what is experienced in life. For more information on Big Homie Little Homie Mentoring Program, visit our social media outlets, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Need a little motivation? Timothy Clifton is with us every week on Mondays to get your week started with a little motivation, all here on The Michael Finkley Show. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Now, y'all see my guest beside me. This is History Among Us. Y'all, she is Thelma Evans of Good Times. Y'all, introducing Bernadette Stanis. How are you?
Fine, Michael. How are you?
I am super well. Thank you so much for being with us. Oh my word. So I must do this first. Because my mom actually grew up watching you. So she told me to say, hello, she loves you. She loves you, still loves you.
Hi, Mom. What's Mom's name?
Her name is Carol Finkley Nixon.
Wow. Carol? Hi, Carol.
Yes, I did it for you, Mama. Okay, don't beat me. I did it for you, Mama.
You have a beautiful smile, Michael.
Thank you so much. Oh, she's going to love that part. Now, I must say, why don't you age?
I do.
Why don't you don't look it?
Thank you. I pray every night, God, please don't let me look my age.
Oh my word, it's still beautiful, that awesome smile,
Thank
and
you.
still out here making a difference in the world today. And we thank you for it. So as you know, everyone is dealing with COVID-19, right? We're trying to push through it, all that kind of good things about that. So in this time, what have you learned about Bernadette that you did not know before?
That I like I told my daughters, this is a time where we have to deal with ourselves and we have to deal with simple things. I learned that living simply is just fine. You can still make it whatever. You don't have, just be simple. Do simple things. Understand that this is not going to last forever. God loves us. Be obedient. Wear your masks. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
You know, don't go into the crowds that you used to hang out in all the time. And just do the simple things and just pray a little bit more for your tranquility, because this can make you very anxious. And so that's what I've learned to just, I always prayed, but I do pray even more now, because I just want to stay calm and I just want to know that if we do what we're supposed to do, we'll be okay.
Right, right. We have to be okay, because if we speak it, it has to come to pass.
That's
What
right.
I've always been taught. It
Oh,
has
yeah.
to. And also through experience. Yes, ma'am. And so let's go back. Let's go back. So you're at a beauty pageant many moons ago, and someone actually discovered you there. Talk about that. Talk about that moment.
Yes, that was interesting because what was it? Oh my goodness, I forget his name. But anyway, there was a beauty pageant and it was only for adults. Like they had like 18 and over. And so my mom said that there should be a pageant for, teenagers, because we want to be in pageants too. So Hal Jackson, that's who she spoke with. So because he was in charge of the adult pageant. So the very next year he had a teenage pageant. So of course I'm saying, Mom, yeah, bye. I'm going to be in it. So 8 weeks later, okay, we're going every week to practice and the whole thing. And mind you, my mother has 5 children. So, she's taking us all up to Manhattan, and we're living in Brooklyn, all in Manhattan. And so that Sunday of the show, I got up and I looked in the mirror. And, every time you're getting ready to make a leap in the world, no matter what it is, you're going to have the little devil on the other side talking to you and telling you, no, you're not going to make it. You're not going to make it. I'm like, oh. So here I am sitting there looking at myself and going, come on. You never won any pageant before. You're not going to win now either. So my mother comes in and I said, Mom, I'm not going. I'm not going. And I fought with that. Not fought, but I'm not, Mom, I'm not going. I had an attitude. And mothers know, parents know that you're going. And I'm like, so anyway, I ended up going. And that's where my mom met the manager while I was on stage. And he said, they're doing a television show and your daughter looks like she could fit right in there. Well, of course, we went to CBS the next day. Norman Lear was there. Jimmy Walker was there. And it was thousands of girls. I'm like, yeah, right. Okay, so I go in there, I audition, do my little thing, and I don't care. I figured, well, hey. Anyway, I did my thing. Me and Jimmy were like brother and sister, and Norman started laughing. I think that kind of won him over. And the next thing I knew, they flew us out to California. There were only 4 girls then. And then came back to New York, didn't hear anything for about a month or so. So I forgot about it. Wow. Then they called my mom and said I was Thelma.
I love it. Oh, and the rest is history, right? The rest is truly television history. And during that time back in 1975, you all were the first African-American family. You became the first African-American female teenager. How did it feel to be the first?
Well, the first, it felt great. I didn't really know that much about being the first then. But, going back to that pageant thing, I just want to say this, what I learned. I learned that don't let fear stop you from walking into your destiny.
Ooh, I'm so glad you said that.
Don't let fear.
Ooh, that's my theme for the year.
Wow.
No more fear in
Oh
2021.
yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, because I was
Yeah.
afraid and I would have never have been Thelma, had I not, jumped on the back of my mother's faith. That's basically what it was. So being the first African-American teenager on television didn't really dawn on me until way after the show. I mean, it just didn't. And I just wanted to do my best and be my best. I wanted to, that's just how I was. And I knew the character. They did not know how to write for her. They didn't understand being the first. They did not understand who she was. I knew because I was born and raised in Brooklyn, in Brownsville, in the projects. I knew her very well.
Right.
So Esther told me you go right on up there and talk to those writers and those producers and tell them who Thelma is. And I did.
Wow, amazing, amazing. Wow, because they didn't understand because you had a lot of white writers on the show,
well,
correct?
You had mostly white writers, and even if you had probably one or two Black writers, there's no guarantee that they knew how to write, for a female or a young teenager either. Right. So I had to help them to understand that a young Black girl from the projects can speak well, is intelligent, can, have aspirations to be a doctor or whatever, just like any other teenager anywhere else in the USA or world.
Gotcha. Wow. And I was introduced to Good Times as a child because, of course, my mom watched it growing up. And ever since then, my sisters and I, we've seen every episode. Even my little nephew, who was 5 years old, loves the theme song. Right. And so it's like we grew up on it as well. And so as time went on, you perfected that role of Thelma Evans. Are you truly Thelma Evans? What's the difference? Who's the difference between Bernadette and Thelma? What does that look like?
Well, she was a little bit more optimistic than I.
I love the way you said that.
Being the eldest child in the family, in my real family, I had more responsibilities, and being the second child and the only girl in the Evans family, I was a little more spoiled. So I had more fun. Yeah, so those are the differences.
Gotcha. Like, I want to stay here, right here. I want to stay right here a bit longer. Oh my. And within that groundbreaking show, you covered a lot of issues during that time frame, especially even now. So if we look back, it fits into present day. So what are some of those issues that kind of still stand out to you present day?
Well, gangs, venereal disease, drugs, bullying, all those things, high blood pressure, hypertension, older people not getting married because they'll lose their, benefits, type of thing, so it's kind of like the same thing that's happening. It hasn't, and bad food in the ghettos. Still the same, so I mean, it has 43 years later, let's say 43, it hasn't really changed much. We've changed our hair, we've changed our clothes, but we really haven't changed much.
I gotcha. Oh, wow. And then we look at today, we look at the teenagers, right? During this time, your time, how did you beat that curse of being a teen star?
Well, my parents wouldn't have me, do anything else but do the right thing. I was trained that way because I was born and raised in Brownsville, in Brooklyn. And so everything that Hollywood had to offer that was naughty, I say, I lived it. I mean, I would see it every day. I would see junkies on the corner every single day. And when we would walk to school, we would always say, which one's going to hit the floor? Which one's going to hit the floor? Because, a heroin addict always nods down, right? They just nod slowly, move real slow, all the way down. But they never hit the ground. They never fall. It's the most amazing thing in the world. They never fall. So I'm like, we used to just say, I bet you that one's going to fall. Oh, no, that one's going to fall. And they never fall. That's how bad it was in my neighborhood. So when I got to Hollywood, my parents were okay. with me go, they knew that I was not going to go into anything because I grew up in it. My daddy also always says to us, what's around you does not have to be in you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
So, I mean, nothing fazed me. No, thank you. No, thank you. No.
Oh, wow. And even after the show ended, and as time went on, did you even know the impact that you will still be making these many years later? And how does it feel?
It feels wonderful now because, but like you said, like you're the second generation, your little nephew's the third generation. Yeah. Sometimes I go out on my book tours and there are little kids there. I remember this one little boy, he was so cute. And he didn't even see me. He just walked up to the table and he saw the picture of the Good Times family. And he goes, and he started singing the Good Times theme song. And he was like 5. I think he's 5 or 6. And I'm like, oh my God, thank you, God. I mean, it's so wonderful that it's generational, and it kept me popular all these years. So I just thank God for that. That was really a true blessing from God to me.
Yeah. Does your family see you as, oh my gosh, you're Thelma? Or it's like, okay, mama, what's next? What's up?
You know my kids? Mm-hmm. Don't you do it? No, they don't. I don't even think they recognize it. I was on TV. Come on. It's like, wait a minute. I have a granddaughter. She's 5. Mm-hmm. And so she was looking, I think she saw it on television one day, and she told my husband, she said, that's Honey right there. I mean, like an everyday, but it is like an everyday occurrence to them because everybody's on television now, and everybody's on the Zoom and stuff, so it's no big deal to them. It's like, yeah, that's Honey when she was young. That's Honey. She calls me Honey, and so it's no big deal. And then one day she said, Pop, Honey is a star. I said, what do you know about a star? What's a star? You mean the sky? What are you talking? I said, no, she doesn't know anything about a star and nothing. She just heard somebody say it, and so.
Oh wow, that is amazing. That is amazing. She knows that. Like, I know. Yeah, you don't have to tell me. I know.
But it doesn't. It's like it doesn't really register though.
Right.
It's just an everyday occurrence, because everybody's on television. So what? I'll be on television one day too. One day, I guess you will. That's what she said. So. But my 2 daughters, they grew up with it, and I remember the moment they recognized that I was on television. Mm-hmm. The baby daughter, she was sleeping with me, and the Good Times came on. It was like 5 a.m. or something, and I guess she heard my voice, and she sat up, and then she looked. I was up. She looked, and she said, "Ma, that's you." That's how she recognized it. And now at college, when she's there, like they'll play Good Times. She went to Hampton University, and they would play it in the auditorium or the lunchroom, and she would say, "Mom, you're on television again."
Bye. Just want to let you know.
That's I'm just a regular mom.
I love it. I love it. And again, it just shows how your energy and it's just amazing. It's definitely amazing. But when we come back, we're going to talk about life after Good Times. And we're also going to talk about this disease that you refer to as monster of the mind. We'll be right back.
Next, what is the monster of the mind? Bernadette explains. We'll be right back.
I'm just not college material. I am tired of school. I'm just not sure what I want to do after graduation. Sound familiar? Welcome to the Prelo Educational Institute. Our focus is to help young people prepare for life after high school. It's never too early to start planting the seed for education, career, and life overall. The Prelo Educational Institute is made up of the following 2 products. The first product is the book titled I Ain't Going to College, A Guide for Life After High School. This is the first book of a series that introduces middle and high school students to a young man struggling to find his way and make the decision about whether attending college is the right choice for him or not. The book has questions inside, and a supplemental curriculum can also be purchased. The newest product from the Prelo Educational Institute is our online course titled Preparing for Life After High School. In this course, students will learn about decision-making, self-confidence, accountability, self-awareness, and many other topics that speak to social-emotional learning. Young people will read a story about a young man who never gave up, no matter what the circumstances were. The course is interactive and has questions, quizzes, and video. Do not wait until your child or student is a senior in high school to start planning. Enroll today. To enroll and learn more, please visit www.speakerauthormarlowe.com.
She is flexible and she is a multitasker. She is a wife, a mom. She is city councilwoman. Yeah.
When I was growing up, Mom worked outside the house, and so my dad was an entrepreneur. I saw him leaving early in the morning or late at nights to go meet with clients, and he was always one who told me, if you show up on time, you're late.
I just admire how she's able to not only juggle the demands of her jobs, but keep her family really first.
The outstanding thing about the Isaac family is their noble contributions to improving the quality of life for our Colombians and people all over this state.
I,
Tamika Isaac, do solemnly swear.
discharge the duties thereof, so help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations and best wishes.
I first ran because I saw a need. I saw a void that needed to be filled, a voice that wasn't there. And over the last several years, I feel like I've been able to be that voice.
So often as women in whatever spaces that we're in, we are often discounted because we're a mom or we're a wife or we have this career, and she's an everyday woman who shows women what excellence looks like.
She has walked the walk of being a small business person, of being a parent, of sending her kids to school.
Columbia is a great place, and we have done a lot in the last few years as far as law enforcement. But law enforcement can't do everything, nor should it do everything. We have to really expand upon the tools, technology, and community policing, investing in our communities so that law enforcement is a partner with our communities. Being a Columbia native, I've seen the way this city has grown. It's grown to the point that sometimes not everybody's been a part of that growth. I want to make sure that communities, specifically communities of color, make sure that they are part of Columbia's present and its future. I want to have a climate plan for this city that not only helps us be sustainable, but also helps provide opportunities for folks in the workforce. There are so many opportunities to take advantage of technology, green energy. I want to be the advocate for growing our city and being on the forefront, not just looking at what other cities are doing and following them, but being the leader.
If you don't have the right leadership, you're going to miss a lot of opportunities.
I think having a woman as mayor of the city of Columbia is long overdue.
I'm Tamika Isaac Devine, and I'm running for mayor of the city of Columbia.
What's up, y'all? I'm Leon Frierson, former cast member from Nickelodeon's All That and co-host of the Prime Nostalgia podcast. And I'm here to ask you to join me in watching the Michael Finkley Show weekly on YouTube. Now, I've been on the show, so I definitely know it's a platform where you'll be educated, informed, and inspired. Now, don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you on YouTube.
My bossy and my crib.
Welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. We are still chatting with Bernadette Stannis over here with us, and I am just enjoying this conversation. And so, Bernadette, please tell us about your mom. What was she like growing up?
Okay, Mom was always a very quiet lady, but a very determined lady. Like if she wanted to do something, she was going to do it, and she was very quiet and very, very, just a nice little quiet lady. And when she got mad, she got even quieter. But but she was no pushover. Okay, like when we did something wrong, she would let us know. I can remember when we were really, really little. My mom, this is how my mother used to do it, and we had to get a spanking. I remember this. My mother would sit down in a chair. Now, what mothers do? she would sit down in a chair and she would say, "Come here." And we were like, "What? Come here." And she said, "I'm not going to chase you. You're going to come here." And we would have to walk to her.
That's the worst.
Did you hear what I said? We would have to walk over to her and lay across her lap so she can pop, pop, pop. I never in my life, my kids ran. I couldn't do
right.
it.
That's what I do.
She'd come here, and we would have to come there. I mean, I saw my brothers walk to her. I walked to her. That's the kind of power this lady had.
Wow.
And she was so sweet and so cool. Just said, I never understood that. But anyway, that's how she spanked us.
Mm-hmm.
So, but she was just she sacrificed a lot for us, for all of us, And an incident happened to my father. She was 59 years old. He was 66. And my father got murdered. Someone murdered my daddy. So I think that was the shock that turned her. She just never was the same. And then after that, we all were grown. So we all, left, and she moved into a smaller place. It was just her, and she was lonely, I think. And she never complained to us, never let us worry about anything. And then by the time she was 63 years old, we noticed that she was shaking. She started with the Parkinson's. And we didn't know what that was. So I told Mama to go to the doctor and find out what it is. Now, only after she passed away, and I was looking through all her writings, because she used to write just like I write. And she dates everything. She dated it. And that was the time I told her to go to the doctor. She said in her book, she said, "I went to the doctor, but I don't think I'm going to tell the children because I don't want them to worry." So that had to be Parkinson's. Okay. But see, I didn't know Parkinson's and Alzheimer's are on the same chromosome.
Oh.
So usually they go together. They can go together. So by the time she was 70, she had a full-blown Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
And that's not that old anymore. It was old then, but 66 was old then, but it's not anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Not like that.
And so, when did you start seeing a change in your mom, in her behavior, her actions?
I lived in LA. She lived in New York. And we had a play in Washington, D.C. Called, I was at the Lincoln Theater, and it was Whatever Happened to Black Love. And so the whole family came down. And I saw my mother, and she was not put together right, not for coming to a play. And I'm like, did you guys not see what mommy has on? She had on something, it just didn't fit. And it just did not fit. Her hair wasn't done right. And I'm like, oh my God, I knew something was wrong. And so like about a month later, my brother said, "Yeah, mommy needs you to come and get her." And I went home and I saw it wasn't right. And I took mommy back home with me. I took her to the doctor, and they said it was Alzheimer's.
Yeah. And when you heard that news, did you actually know what it was at that time? Or did you have to do some more research and ask questions?
I didn't even know how to say the word. It was Alzheimer's. What is that? And so when the doctor said to me, "Give your mother some kind of medicine," that he gave me, he said, "She has something called Alzheimer's." And I said, "What is that?" I said, "Mom, we're going to fix this. We're going to fix this. I don't know what this is, but you're going to get more vitamins. We're going to fix. Don't worry about this." And so she's like, whatever. And then the doctor looked at me and he put his head down. And I'm like, that's rude. Why doesn't he try to console me or talk to me or tell me? Because he already knew what it was. I did not know. I did not know what it was. There is no cure for Alzheimer's right now. So this seems to bother me. I have to tell you, this is so funny. I looked at my mom and I said, "Mom, how did you get that disease?" I said, that I only heard that disease on Caucasian people, not Black people. We don't get that. Well, I always saw commercials with Caucasians, so I didn't know anything about that.
You just
I had
imagine.
Caucasian
Right.
people. Well, how did you get that? I said, oh, I know how you got that. I said, you're Creole, so you have a little white blood in you.
Bernadette.
For all my white supporters and lovers, and I love you guys, please don't hold me to this. That's ignorance. I was totally ignorant. So I'm like,
we learned.
I learned, and so,
Mhm.
and he looked at me, poor doctor, he looked at me. So anyway, now that I, then I went home and I researched it and everything like that. And I'm like, oh, I feel so stupid. But African Americans get this disease twice as much as anybody gets it, and females even more. So, I felt dumb saying that in front of that doctor, but it was a horrible, horrendous reality for me.
Yeah.
It really was, because I couldn't understand it. I couldn't understand why it happened to her. We were supposed to travel. We were supposed to write our book together. We were supposed to do all these things together. And I said, God, why? Why did this happen? And so one morning I got up and she was just as happy as she wants to be. And I'm like, golly, but mommy's not well. And so when I gave her the medicine, she said, I'm back. I'm back. So she knew something was going on, but she didn't know what, right? So I said, well, I'm glad, mommy. So, we went along with that for a while. And then, of course, the medicine didn't work after a while. And I had to come to grips with some very hard realities about that. My mother was a bookkeeper, and she kept all the books and all the money, and she knew how to do things so well. And one day I gave her, her money, because I would always put her money in her purse. And we go out and she's just giving money away. I said, okay, I can't do that again.
Yeah.
So I did something that I cried all the way there and cried all the way back. I went to the toy store and I bought play money. Looked and she saw me out and counted and put her money down and everything there, and did not recognize it was play money.
Wow. Wow. Yeah.
So, I went in the back room and I just cried. And then I realized that at the end, when, after mommy passed away, something hit me. And it hit me like this, like God was talking to me. And he said that it had to be that way for your mother, because your mother was a worrier and she would have been in a pain knowing that she was dying. So with the Alzheimer's, she was happy every single day. She had no thought of being that she was dying. She didn't know she had Alzheimer's. She didn't know anything. She didn't know any of that. She just knew that she was happy. So I say, well, God knows best.
That's it. That's it. And we know we have to trust him because he does know best for us.
Yeah.
And
for every one of us. Not maybe for me, for her, but for her. Yeah.
Exactly. And as we talked about before, your story does hit home because this disease struck my family as well. I was a little bit younger, as I don't think I was a teenager yet, but we had to grow up very quickly. My mom, who was a single parent, and with 3 children, so we moved from our place to our grandparents' place. My grandmother started having the same symptoms as you talked about with your mother, and just seeing a very strong-willed, determined individual, spiritual, in the church. We never saw her drink, smoke, or anything like that, just decline. And at one point, she only remembered who I was. And so, and then my grandfather doing the same thing as time went on. So while my mom worked, taking care of the household and still working, trying to just meet all the demands,
yeah,
right? My sisters and I stepped up. And so we will watch my older sister will watch my grandmother because she got her days and nights confused. And, we will bathe her. We would walk with her, talk with her. I took care more of my grandfather, bathing him, talking with him, a man of God, a bishop in the church, and just declining. So it allowed us to grow up faster.
Yes.
Not having that childhood as we saw our friends do.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, I would do it all over again.
Yes, of course. Of course. Because look at
do it all over again.
Don't cry.
Yeah, I'm not. I promise, Bernadette. I promise.
But you know what? It's for everything happens for a reason, and sometimes those things are given to us so that we can go forward and help other people. Like, look at what you're doing now. Like how many people you're going to help just having a show that you have. I speak to people about it. You know what I mean? If it can happen to me and my family, I mean, it can happen to anybody. They don't feel so like, why did it happen to me? It happens. And so we have to manage the world. This is what was given. So we manage through it, and that's what we have to do because, it's life and nobody's going to escape life. I mean, there's only one way out.
Yeah. Exactly. Whoa. So please talk about your foundation, Remembering the Good Times. What is that all about?
Okay. That sounds so cliche, doesn't it? Okay. But
I love it.
This is the truth. My mother and I were watching Good Times one day when she was in Alzheimer's, and she was looking at the television, and then Thelma, JJ, we were doing their thing, and so all of a sudden I was sitting next to her, and she looked at me. She said, "That's a cute little old girl."
Yeah.
So she no longer knew it was me.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "Yeah, Ma, she is," and it was like a stab in my heart. And it's like, God, this wicked thing, this monster of the mind, it took away the very thing that changed our lives that my mother was so proud of, and really she was the reason why I'm Thelma. She pushed me to do it. And, so when it was over, I said, I'm going to name a foundation called Remembering the Good Times, an Alzheimer's Foundation in my mother's memory.
Right. I love that. And the book also, The Last Night. Tell us more about that.
Last Night, I named it The Last Night because the last night of her life, it wasn't what I thought it was going to be. That was interesting. When they called, my mother by this time had, she was, she had to go to a facility for like a few weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And because she had a feeding tube, and I didn't know how to take care of that. And they said that just to get her stronger, well, in the nursing home, instead of them washing the people with soap, they just wring the same towel around the place, I found out. And my mother caught the C. difficile disease. She caught the C. difficile, that's what it's called.
Oh
and it's a germ from not being clean, from not cleaning well. And in 6 months, she was dead. So the facility hired some women who really probably didn't like anything, and they just didn't care. And I just never went back to sue them or anything like that because I was still dealing with all that I had to deal with my mom and stuff. But it was horrible. So you have to be careful with if they have to be in a facility just for a little while with the feeding tube, they're open. So you just got to be very careful because if they're not careful, they can die from that.
Yeah.
So that's what happened to Mom. I lost my thought. What was I saying? The last night. Okay. So when I got the call that her vitals were failing, and I went to the hospital, she was in the hospital by this time, and she had a feeding tube and all that, and then she couldn't talk. I was like, oh my God, my mom is dying. And what goes through your mind is that I've lived all these years with my mother. What am I going to do without my mom? And I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do. And so when I went to the hospital, it was as if I was so scared and scared of what I would see. And so when I went to the hospital, just before I walked into the room where she was, it's like God just came to me and said, this is going to happen and make it good for her. And I just got like a strength, like he gave me grace. And when I walked in there, I said, Mommy, I'm here. Don't worry about anything. I'm not leaving you until this thing is done. She knew.
Yeah.
She knew. And I laid down with my mom and I stayed right there with her. We prayed. And the room was so peaceful, so calm. And at the end, one of my daughters, Dior, said, she was looking at my mother's eyes and she said, Mommy, she looks like she's looking through, she's not looking right. So I said, well, give her the picture of Jesus. So she showed her the picture of Jesus. She said, no, Mommy, she looks like she's looking through that picture. I said, well, show her the picture of Mary. She loves Mary. She loves Jesus' mother. She'll look at her. So she showed her the picture. She said, no, Mommy, she's not. She's not looking at this picture. She's looking through a picture. And I'm like, through the picture? So then I walked on the other side of the bed and I looked at her, and she was looking like this, looking all around, like in amazement. It's as if I said to my daughter, I said, it's looking like she's looking at the real thing. And she was. Because she was transitioning right then and there. And I could see it. It's as if I could see her just go. And I didn't even realize, and I started talking to her and saying, this is the moment I got to tell her, Mommy, I love you. I love you. I love you, Mommy. I said, we had fun, Mommy. I love you so much. I know you love me. I said, but you know what, Mommy? It's not over yet. And this looked like as soon as I said that, the nurse came in and she said, code blue. I didn't even know what code blue was, but she got me out of there. And they worked on her.
Yeah.
But it was death. I didn't know.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm saying, you know, it's just, so that night was a magical night, a sad night, but it was a night that taught me something. It taught me that God is real, and that he'll be there for you when your moment comes.
Yeah.
And he'll take your hand and pull you over. And I felt that my mother didn't die. She just transitioned.
Yeah. Yeah.
It didn't feel like death.
Whoa. Wow. Wow. He always gives us a lesson, even in the good and the bad. That man right there, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. And so you have done so much in your life. What is something that you still want to accomplish?
I want to write a series of shows for the African American woman who's over 50. You don't have too many wonderful parts for us.
Right.
Where somebody's aunt, grandmother, or Looney Tune, something. It's just not right. It's just not right.
So how is that process going for you?
It's going well. I'm working on it.
Okay. All right. I wasn't ready for none of that. I wasn't ready for any of that. All right. Okay. So
It's true.
Oh wow. Yeah, it is true. It's definitely true. So we can't wait for that project to come to fruition. So as time continues to go on for all of us, how does Bernadette want to be remembered in the world?
Well, I think that they're going to remember me as Thelma. I think that's going to be it. They're going to, no matter what I do, no matter how many plays, no matter how many books I write, they're going to say, put that Thelma down there. Put Thelma down there. And I love it. I love it. Because, you know, it feels like, you remember how I Love Lucy when you were little? You used to watch, did you watch I Love Lucy? When my day, I Love Lucy. And so
I watched all of them.
Yeah. I feel like I became a I Love Lucy type of thing. Like, you know, good times, Thelma. So I'm good with it. I'm good with it.
Awesome. Well, keep doing what you're doing. You're beautiful.
Thank you.
You're youthful. You're young. All right. Still ideas in that awesome, brilliant mind of yours. Please continue to entertain us and inspire us through your words. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Bernadette Stannis. Thank you for being with us today.
But I want to add something.
Please.
I want to add something. I want everybody to follow me on Instagram, right? And then I want you to go to, now look, I'm thinking about this because it's hard for me. I'm getting there. And I want you to go to my bio. Wait a minute. Go to the bio. Then go down and press that last one down there and go to my YouTube. I'm getting to YouTube. I got a little YouTube. So I want you to go and I want you to like, share, and subscribe.
There you go. Y'all heard it. Y'all heard it. She is on Instagram and she's on YouTube. I need you to go do it.
And follow me.
Follow her, subscribe, like all the stuff, because I do. I need you to do it too.
Thank you.
She's Bernadette Stannis. Thank you so much for being with us.
Calling all TRIO, Gear Up, JAG, and other college readiness organizations. Hello, everybody. It's Finkley with the Finkley Experience. I am here to offer you information about our College Readiness Cohort Series.
This college readiness series includes college applications, SAT, ACT prep, scholarships, financial aid, the mental mind state, HBCU versus PWI versus technical colleges, and so much more.
This is helpful because it's actually like making me change my college plan.
Really?
If you're interested, visit our website, thefinkleyexperience.com, or just email us at michael@thefinkleyexperience.com. We're looking forward to working with you.
Hi, I'm Thomas Anthony Jones. You might know me from Good Trouble or This Is Us. I encourage you to watch The Michael Finkley Show on Roku TV and on YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe.
Celebrating 100 shows is The Michael Finkley Show.
Join us as we count down our top 5 shows and the unforeseen moments. Come on, y'all. Let's celebrate.
Next, Michael Finkley. Monday. Welcome back. Hope you enjoy the show. Y'all, it was a pleasure taping this one. Miss Bernadette Stannis, thank you so much for being with us and telling your story and just being who you are, the gracious, awesome woman that you are. Thank you so much. We're going to keep in touch. Thank you so much. On Monday's Finkley, again, we're celebrating 100 shows. So we're going to look back at some of these awesome shows that we've done, some blooper moments, all these different type of things. And we're just excited to be in that caliber of 100 shows. We work so hard, and you get to see all of the awesomeness on Monday. If you haven't already, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, Michael Finkley Show. Ring that bell notification. We'll send you email saying, hey, new content's uploaded. Please listen to us on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And also, too, for up-to-date information about what we do here at the Michael Finkley Show, please visit our website at michaelfinkleyshow.com. Thank you so much for watching. Y'all have a good weekend. Go rest your bones in your life. We'll be back on Monday. Have a good one.
Hello and welcome to Reinvent and Rise. I'm very happy to be here with you today, and I'm extremely excited about the next few shows that I'm going to be bringing to you. I'm fresh off of finishing up Journey Share the Experience, the annual conference, actually the first time that we've done it in person. This is the second conference, but this is the first in-person conference that we held a few weeks ago, where we dedicated an entire day to pouring into women, to my audience, to my risers, women 45 plus, those who want to do all that they can to make sure that this part of their life, the prime part of their life, is the best part of their life. Yeah, you. We took an entire day to pour into the risers so that they could do things and experience things and hear from women who look a lot like them, who have been able to conquer what seems to be the unimaginable for many of them, to be able to conquer that through perseverance, courage, determination, and faith. Be able to conquer things, to go for those dreams that they desire to have. And these women have not let age hold them back in any way. So I'm excited because today I'm bringing to you a part of what occurred on that day. And the part that I'm bringing you today is the panel that was made up of women who are authors from the anthology Reinvented to Rise. And that book tells stories, courageous stories of women who had to do things in which they needed to reinvent in order to get to the life that they desired to have. That book, as of this month, turns exactly 1 year old. So this is our anniversary. So we celebrated an anniversary in the midst of Journey Share the Experience. And we were able to bring those women to you to let you know a little of their stories if you haven't heard them already in the book, and also to let you know what they're doing now that they have reinvented. So sit back and listen in as I share with you the excerpt, just a small excerpt of what happened at Journey Share the Experience. I know you will totally enjoy what they have to say.
These women have powerful stories in that book. I highly recommend the book, not just because I'm a visionary, but because what has happened in the last year is we have all connected by reinventing, and we've been support for one another. We've also been able to share our stories. And so today I wanted to talk to these ladies so that you can hear a little bit of their stories and hear what has happened on the 1 year anniversary of them authoring Reinvented to Rise. So actually I lost my script because I wanted to introduce them to let you know what they do. So hold on just a second. So I am getting ready to sit by Monique and so Monique has worked as a licensed therapist and life coach for over 20 years. She holds a master's degree in social work from Howard University. She has a heart for helping people reach their full potential and helping them to gain the tools needed to be successful in all aspects of their life. She utilizes a holistic approach in therapy that encompasses aligning the mind, body, and soul. She is a wife, mother, and minister. In her spare time, she enjoys reading and traveling and spending time with her family. Again, this is Monique. Next to Monique, we have Pixie Lee. Pixie Pixie hails from the Big A, okay? She was born and raised in Atlanta, Georgia, and educated in the Cobb County school systems. Always being the go-to person for advice, it was only natural that she pursued certification and become a licensed life coach. After writing her first book, The Power of Purpose, doors opened in a tremendous way. Pixie connected her with people who have been instrumental in assisting her to building a life coaching business. Tapping into her writing skills, she became a ghostwriter. And in 2020, she released her second book, Forgiveness is Key, and started her publishing company. She published her first collaboration project as well, titled An Anchor for Ages. It's her goal to publish 50 new Black authors. She lives by the mantra, if she takes care of God's people, God will take care of her. Pixie Lee. And next we have Cavette Minor-Kane over here on my far right. And she is a financial liberation expert, an ambassador for self-worth and gratitude, and a proponent for women's empowerment. She guides women on their journey to self-sufficiency by educating them to take back their financial power and supporting them in gaining the confidence to fulfill their purpose in life. As CEO and founder of Marimore Life LLC, her mission is to elevate women worldwide to a greater quality of life. As an educator, a public speaker, and an author, she shares her message of financial liberation through a transformational process, which incorporates emotional, mental well-being with improved financial habits for continued success. Cosette Minor Kane. I'm sorry, do you ladies mind helping me with the mics? I think we need 3 mics. Yeah. I want them to hear what you have to say. I'm so happy to see you. Now, we have been working together for a long time, but this is my first time meeting Pixie and Cosette in person. So it was reunion time earlier today. Awesome, awesome. Welcome, ladies. Thank you. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. It has been great. So the first thing I thought about when I was coming up with the questions that I would ask you guys is, I want everyone to hear what you told me when I asked you if you would be a part of the book. And we'll start with Cosette.
If I remember correctly, I was very honored to have been invited to join the anthology. It would be my first publishing under my own name. I had contributed to a work prior to that, but this was an opportunity for me to share my story. I had been through a major transition in my life, and I was writing, through that process of trying to figure out how to share, that in a way that would be beneficial for others, understanding the lessons that I had learned. And so when you presented this opportunity, it was an answer to my prayers, and I'm very grateful for that opportunity. It took me a minute to be able to write, and you remember we were down to the wire, and I really had to emotionally push through it. But I thank you so much for holding my hand through that process and allowing me to share.
Absolutely. I thank you for sharing. And yeah, I vividly remember when you called and you were in tears because it was a very hard chapter for you to write. And as I read your story, I understood why. I read everyone's story. Why don't you tell us a little about what you wrote in the book, and then I'll ask you.
So my story, I shared about how I survived 3 major traumas in less than 2 years. And that for me, that started with Hurricane Maria. I lived in Puerto Rico between 2013 and 2019, and was there for Hurricane Maria in 2017, which was totally devastating. We went without running water for months. We went without electricity for 4 months, more than 4 months. We had no cell service for about 3 months. It was just completely devastating. I was working business one day, and my business was completely blown away. And so, didn't exist. And so really trying to put my feet back on the ground with that. 18 months later, still in the recovery process, my father passed away. I didn't have a close relationship with him, but I had recently thought about reconnecting with him. I remember that there was a Facebook message, or I had changed my profile. I was like, let me just reconnect with the world. We've been, no electricity and everything. Social media was, disabilities. So once we finally got electricity going, I said, well, let me go ahead and let everybody know, okay, change my profile. I had just sent a very sweet message that I was beautiful, and I thanked him. And when I found out that he passed away, I talked to my sister and immediately came back to the States to support her in that process of handling his final status. However, having been devastated the way that I was, I had no money. And so the last money that I had really was for my flight, and then I ate a meal in the airport that had a little change when I came through. And so I had to figure out what to do in that process, which was, again, devastating. And then during the process of managing these time affairs, my ex-husband, because I was we had been married at that time for 17 years, told me not to come home. And that was devastating. I was in the process of, working to preserve an inheritance from my father and passed away with no will and no life insurance. And for me, I felt very guilty because I had previously been a life insurance agent and hadn't gotten him any coverage. But because of our strained relationship and things, there was a lot of emotional challenges for me to overcome, and a lot of things that I needed to forgive myself for going through that process. And when my ex-husband released me from that marriage, it was devastating, but it was also relieving because it was an abusive relationship. It was abusive on every level: mental, emotional, spiritual, physical, and financial. And for me to go through this process, I had to reset my mindset in order to get my money right. Because when he said, "Don't come home," I said, "Okay, now what do I do?" I have absolutely nothing. I was planning to, try to preserve what I could for my family. Now that no longer exists. What am I going to do for me? So I quickly made a pivot, re-entered the financial services industry here, which we had left prior to moving to Puerto Rico, and just started building from the ground level there. And this process allowed me to really focus in on what did I need to do from this place of nothing to rebuild, to create the reality that I had always dreamed of. And I've been able to use that just tremendously turn around my life in a short period of time, and have been just grateful for the opportunity to also, create a method or to share the process that I went through and teaching other people to do the same thing. And so Reinvented to Rise allowed me to start sharing that story and to give me a platform to move forward in that growth. So thank you.
I'm telling you, these stories are powerful. And she's just kind of summarizing. You have to read the book. And she started her own business, and I will say this, there are 14 of us, I think, out of the 14, because Beth is one fire salesperson, because she markets and sells that book more than probably any of us. She is out there spreading the word and letting people know that you can reinvent and rise, telling her story and giving people information that's going to help them, like what we have in the book. So I'm so grateful for you. I am. As I am for you, Miss Pixie. So tell me, what did you say when I asked about you being a part of the book?
So when I initially saw the post you put out on Facebook,
right.
I just recently joined your online group. We met on a different platform the year prior. And I remember just listening to you speak. I was like, oh my gosh, she is such a sweet speaker. I just want to work with her. I'll tell y'all, if it's something you want to do and it's somebody you want to work with, put it in the atmosphere and it will come to pass. Because I said, I want to work with her. And it was around January 2020. So when I saw the post leading up to like May 2021, I was like, this is my opportunity to work with her. So I sent her a message, and I saw it late. I was like, oh my goodness, I don't miss my chance. So I sent her the message, and I was like, here we go. And lo and behold, she was like, I got one more space. I was like, yes. And I was super excited, and I was like, how I do this? What do you need from me? And all of a sudden, she threw me in the meetings like I hadn't missed anything. And a year later, I'm in the book.
Right, absolutely. And I mean, the way these women meshed together was unbelievable. And what was humbling is the fact that, they all had a story. They all had a story, and they knew that their story needed to be told, and they were on fire to do it. And they were excited because they knew that they had things that had happened in their lives that caused them to pivot. And they wanted to talk about that. So that's what I saw in your story. That's what I saw in everybody's story. It's just the excitement of it all and the need to share the journey, the need to share the experiences that they had been through and were able to overcome, persevere. They had the confidence to do the work and to get to where they wanted to be. And, you know, documenting it was a huge piece of that process for them, a huge piece. And then Miss Monique. Now, I recall your response was just a little different.
Right. When Olivia actually, you know, reached out to me, my response was kind of like, who, me? You want me to write? The only thing I've ever written is in my journal. But I had a desire to write, and I know there is a story that I need to tell. But I did, and I was like, I don't know if I can do this. And then what made it worse is when I got on the call, like, it appeared that everybody was an author. So I was like, these people are like, authors. They've written things before. I wrote in my journal, I write notes, documentation, and I remember I emailed you and I said, I don't think this is for me. And Alicia said, no, you have a story to tell. It's your story. And I'm glad that you encouraged me to write it, because in writing it, it allowed me to find my voice, to be able to be confident in using my voice. It was also very cathartic for me, because prior to that, like I said, I had wrote in my journal, but I had not shared my story out loud with too many people, if anybody at all. And so from that point, I think it really freed me to be able to tell my story and to go deeper, because I didn't go as deep in the book. So that chapter lets me know that God wants me to actually go deeper and write my story and to share with other people how, what I went through as far as being molested in a church, and how, that messed with my confidence and my insecurities and what it brought out for me. And I don't know if I'm supposed to go that deep, but anyway, and how that plagued me throughout my life. And so in my chapter, I kind of talk about it because that was the first time I publicly said it. The only other person up to that point who I had talked to it about was the doctor who asked me when I was 16, and it had happened to me when I was 5, and nobody had ever said what happened until a doctor said, what happened? Had anybody ever touched you? And I was able to release that. And the only other person I said it to after that was my mom, because the doctor called my mother into the room. And after that, I went on with life. But the thing is, it plagued me, it stayed with me, and it began to rear and manifest itself in every area of my life. And the confidence and the insecurity and wondering what was wrong. And I had a strong faith in the church. So it was mixed messages for me. And when I tell my story now, people look at me and they're like, and you still go to church? And you a minister? But that speaks to my faith in God and not in man. But that was my story, part of my story. But I thank you, Alicia, for giving me the platform to do that, because it really, like I said, it was very cathartic, and it allowed me to even open up, even through here, to, my sisters. When we went to Seattle, I was able to open up to my group, and even just being able to speak to other women now, it frees you. So I think this book is more, even though I wasn't an author,
You became an author.
but I became an author, and I became so much more because of that. I thank you.
Thank you. powerful was that? And that is just the beginning. The wonderful news is there's part 2. So our next episode, you will be able to hear the remainder of the conversation I had with these authors who reinvented to rise. So as we sign off for here today, I encourage you, as I always do, to go out and be boldly yourself, boldly and authentically you. Reinvent if need be. Reinvent so that you can rise. Plug into your journey, because the answer to what you need and where you need to go can be found there. Be determined to do all that you can do right here in your prime to live the best part of your life ever. Go out with the thumbprint that is unique to you, the thumbprint that only you have, and the mark that the world is waiting for. Until next time, be safe and be well.
Hi, everyone. It is Marlene of Marlene Motivates, and welcome to your Sunday talk show. I welcome you to this show today. Today's topic is empowered to succeed. If you're new to the channel, I would love if you could subscribe, turn on your notification bell so you won't miss when I go live or when I upload new content. So of course, everyone, I have to start off by saying thank you so much to all my new channel members, new and old channel members. Thank you so much for being a part of the Best Life crew, and also to all my new subscribers. So guys, before we get started, let's start with the Best Life crew song. Welcome, everybody.
Be encouraged, be inspired, be yourself, you will survive. Just know it, just breathe it, and be it, and live your best life.
Hi, everyone. It is Marlene of Marlene Motivates, and welcome to your Sunday talk show. Yes, on this channel, I talk about positive, motivating, and encouraging videos, story times, and on Saturdays, on Sundays and Thursdays, I go live with Thursdays, the doses of realness, and on Sunday for the Sunday talk show. I welcome you to come to the show. And if you are new to the channel, I would love if you could subscribe, turn on your notification bell so you won't miss any uploads or when I go live. I would love to have you. So guys, today we are going to have a great topic about empowered to succeed. Before we get started, I'm going to see who is in the chat. We have in the chat Angela Critters. Hi, Angela. Welcome. Happy Sunday. Thank you so much for your support always, Angela. It's very much appreciated. And join on this discussion. So today's topic, empowered to succeed. This is a topic that I think is very important to cover because a lot of us do not gain the success that we want in our life because we don't know what we have. We don't know what we possess, right? So today I'm going to talk about all of those things and let you understand the reason why you need to use the tools, the things that you already have in order to achieve and gain success or more success. So first, let's start off by defining empowerment. So empowerment means authority or power given to someone to do something. So how we're going to relate this empowerment to ourselves is that each of us is given a certain talent. Each of us is given a certain gift, a certain blessing, something that we really need to use and have, but sometimes we lack the motivation and the desire to do so. So think about it. You're given the authority and the power to do something in your life. You are given the power. So what are you going to do with power that you're given? What are you going to do with the talents that you are given? Today, we're going to talk about that. And also, let's define what success is. Success means the achievement of an aim or a purpose. The accomplishment or aim or purpose. So if you put those two things together, it's very important. Empowerment means authority or power given to someone to do something, and success is defined as the accomplishment of an aim or a purpose. So you are given a talent, a gift, and a blessing, the empowerment. But the success means the accomplishment or aim of the purpose. So when we put these two things together, that means you're given a talent, you're given a gift, you're given a blessing. But now what is next? What are you going to do with the talents and the gifts that you are given? Are you going to allow your talents and your gifts to push you forward to success? That is the question that we're going to discuss today. Will you use your empowerment? Will you use your knowledge in order to gain success? I just seen someone come into the chat. Hey, Patty, Southern Kitchen, welcome in. How are you doing? So good to see you. Thank you so much for coming. And I would love to hear your thoughts on this topic. Hey, BJ's Good News, welcome in. How are you doing? Happy Sunday. So good to see you. Appreciate you for being here. Hey, Pagoda, welcome. It's good to see you. I hope you're well. And of course, I want to hear all of your thoughts on this topic. So when you think about empower, this topic of empower to succeed, do you see yourself as an empowered individual? I think that that's important for us to start right there. When you think about yourself as a human being, do you think of yourself as an empowered human being? Do you see your gifts? Do you see the talents that you have within yourself? See, a lot of times we can see the potential and the gifts in other people, but we can't see our own. It's very important for us to take some time, look at ourselves, do some evaluations, even writing things down. What are you good at? Say, I am good at X, Y, and Z. See, that is power. When you know what you have, when you know what you have within your hands, when you know what gifts that you possess, that's one of the things that makes each and every one of us so very unique. You are a unique individual. You have many gifts. You have many blessings. And it's time that we use the gifts and the blessings that we have. Most of the time we sit on our gifts, we sit on our blessings, we don't use them, or we think somebody else has more than we do. We become envious of what somebody else has. But when we do that, we are taking away from our own selves. We're thinking of ourselves as less than, and we're not. We're not less than. You are worthy, capable, and able to have and do anything that you want. You have to receive that and know that you have talents and you have gifts as well. It's very important to tap into that, because when you don't feel good about yourself, when you don't know your worth and your potential, most of the time that spills over into either business, into our personal lives, our romantic relationships. We have to know what we have. We have to know that we are somebody. You are somebody special. I am somebody special. And we have to learn to use what we have and push us forward in our life so that we can get to the next level, so that we can be happy. Because at the end of the day, I want to tell you all something. If you don't know, or maybe where you are, I don't know where you are in your self-esteem right now in your life, but each one of us has talents and gifts and blessings. But most of the time we lack the ability to use what we have because we think somebody else is doing better than us. Somebody else has better than what we have, and we want what they have. We become envious and jealous of what somebody else has instead of tapping into what you have and tapping into what I have. So how do you tap into your gifts and your talents? I feel that that's so very important because it's key to us moving forward in the progress of our life. It helps us to have that knowledge, that skill, that brain power, that ability to move forward, because most of the time you can't get started. You can't go onto the on ramp, the start ramp, until you know that you got enough inside of yourself. You got to tap that into that part of you. I have enough talent within myself. I have enough gifts within myself. I want you to know, and I want you to say that in the chat right now. I have enough talents and gifts within me. I have enough blessing within me. I am somebody important and special. And it's so very important to remind ourselves of our gifts and our talents and our blessings, because that is what's going to cause us to propel and to move forward what you have, to use it in the future so that you can spread your empowerment, spread your knowledge, and to walk and step into joy. Most of the time, our success in our life is equated with what we think about ourselves. What do you think about yourself? Do you know your value and your worth? Are you using the talents and the gifts that you have? Let's see. I just saw Miss Full Roller just walked into the house. Hey, Miss Full Roller, welcome. We got a member in the house. Welcome, welcome, Miss Full Roller. I hope you're doing great and happy Sunday to you. I would love to hear what you think about this topic as well, because I care about what you guys think about these topics. Miss Full Roller says, please be sure that you hit the thumbs up. Thank you so much, Miss Full Roller. And we got Cess Boy 17. Welcome, welcome. Happy Sunday to you. How are you doing? I hope you and your family are doing well. And I would love to hear what you guys have to say on this topic. Hey, Geo Vlogs, H-Town, welcome in, welcome in. Another member in the house. Thank you so much for joining me today. I want to hear what you guys have to say. Let me know down in the comment section what you guys think about empowerment. Do you feel empowered? Do you feel encouraged to move forward in some goals that you have? Yes, Miss Patty, I want to hear that. I have enough talents and gifts within me. Oh, awesome, awesome, awesome. Oh, that's so, I'm so sorry to hear that, Angela. Please feel better. Okay. And thank you so much for supporting me. Yes, Miss Patty says, I have enough talents and gifts within me. That for some of us, it takes a lot of effort to walk and step into those shoes, because it's a heavy responsibility. It's a heavy responsibility to know what you have, to know that you can do things, that you have the capacity and the ability to do things. And we have to start right there in that. You have the capacity and the ability to do anything that you want to do. And we really need to remind ourselves of that on a regular basis. Anytime you feel low, maybe your self-esteem isn't doing well for that day, or you got a lot of stress going in your life, you got to remind yourself of your talents. I know that is hard right now, but I'm going to stay encouraged because I have the talents that is within me. That's important to get those type of reminders. And we have to learn to encourage our own self. While we encourage other people, we have to encourage ourselves, because that's how we keep going. Yes, Geo Vlogs. Yes, I do feel empowered. That is awesome. We have to feel empowered, and how we feel more empowered is by reminding ourselves. Even writing yourself a note and say, I'm proud of X, Y, and Z. I'm grateful that you're doing this, and I'm proud of you. Most of the time, we don't give ourselves enough accolades. We don't give ourselves enough kudos, enough pats on the back, and tell ourselves, I'm really proud of you. You're doing very well. That's a part of empowerment, because each and every one of us are human beings. We each have feelings, and sometimes you feel some discouragement. Sometimes you have some fear. Sometimes you have anxiety, and that can cause you to maybe not want to move forward and do something. You want to give up. See, the whole thing about when you're empowered is you are right on the brink of your success if you just don't give up. See, most of the time we give up right before our blessing is going to hit. We give up right before we're just going to grab onto what is going to be our boom in our life. We give up right before something big and major is going to happen. So that's why it's so important for you not only to get encouraged, but to stay encouraged. Stay encouraged in whatever it is that you want. You can do it. That's so important. So let's start with point number 1, how to become empowered. The first point, know your potential and your worth. Know your potential and your worth. See, we're talking about empowerment. We're talking about who we are, who you are. And it's important for you to know that you have the potential. Now, potential is so important because not everybody has it. Each and every one of us has a thing, a zhuzh, whatever it is that you want to have. You have your own sauce, your own gift, your own talent, and you have to see it. You have to see what you have, know it, and then move forward. Do you know your potential and your worth? See, most of the time while you're out there becoming envious of what somebody else has, what somebody else is doing, instead of looking inside of ourselves, do you know how somebody wishes that they had your gifts? They wish that they could do what you do. And all the meanwhile, you're looking at somebody else and saying, man, I wish I could do it like this person. I wish I could do it like that person. Or only if I had this circumstances, only I had this financial situation. See, we're always using things as some excuses sometimes. We kind of back ourselves into a wall and say, well, if I had the perfect circumstance, now I'm going to use what I have. If only I had this amount financially, if only I had the support from my loved ones, right? See, you're not going to get a perfect circumstance. Things are never going to just be easy. Anything that you want in your life, it's going to take some effort. It's going to take some skill. It's going to take some going behind the scenes and doing some research and being around some people who are already successful in whatever it is that you want to do. See, things just aren't going to come easy to us. See, most of us are going to give up before the success comes. See, and that's what distinguishes a person who is successful from somebody who is not. See, a successful person, it does not matter how long it takes. It doesn't matter what other people say to them. It doesn't matter who supports them. It doesn't matter their financial means. See, they are determined to succeed. And I want somebody to say that in the chat. I am determined to succeed. See, we have to have that within ourselves. We have that determination within our mind. See, you got to have a strong willpower, a strong desire for changes. See, however your life is right now, whether you have success, whether you have a small amount of success or a big amount of success, is all dependent on how you are coping. Are you really encouraged? Are you on fire for what you want to do for your life? See, that's what distinguishes a person who is making changes and has bigger things to come in the future. They can see their gifts. They can see their talents. They can see their gifts and they're using it. See, most of the time, once things get hard and tough, people give up and they say, I can't do it. It wasn't meant to be. They told me I wasn't going to do it. See, we have to use the hateration, if I can use that word, that other people will say that you can't do it. See, people don't want you to succeed. People want you to be at their level all the time so that they can say, see, I told you you couldn't do it. See, we have to be determined to have success in our life, and we have to speak it over our life, even when nobody believes it but you. And I like what Vagoda says. Yes, Vagoda, I am determined to succeed. And it's not easy. It is not easy to keep yourself on that path of determined to succeed, because there's a lot of trials. There's a lot of things that's going to hit you and bombard you. It's going to be people to stab you in the back. It's going to be people to hurt you. It's going to be people that are going to use what you have and try to say that they're the one that came up with the idea. You're going to have people that you want to support you that don't. People are going to talk about you behind your back. People are going to tell you that it's a stupid idea, but you have to be empowered. You have to know this is going to work because I believe in myself. And if nobody doesn't believe in you, who is going to? See, I talk about this all the time, that we have to be determined to succeed. We have to love ourselves enough. And I want somebody to say this in the chat. I love myself enough. I love myself enough to claim my success. I love myself enough, and I am empowered to gain my success, no matter what it takes, no matter how much I have to fight, no matter who is on my side, no matter what people say behind me, behind my back, no matter what, no matter what, no matter what. Never give up, no matter the challenges, no matter what other people are saying, no matter the trials, no matter your financial situation. See, when you're empowered to succeed is when you know what you have in your hands. See, if you only knew what somebody else would love to have, they would love to have your gifts. They would love to have your talents, but you're sitting on the sidelines and you're saying, I wish I could do it. I don't think I can. If only I had more money. If only my family supported me. See, but what if you never get what you're looking for in order to get to that next level? See, we have to determine for ourselves, come what may, no matter who loves me, no matter what somebody else says, no matter who believes in me, no matter who supports me, no matter all the times people stab me in my back and tell me that I can't do it. We have to determine within ourselves and say, I am determined to succeed. I want somebody to say that in the chat. I am determined to succeed. Great point. Oh, hi, Life with Terrell. Welcome. Great point, Marlene. We all have to stay determined. Our gifts will make room for us. Yes, yes, and yes. See, there's a point about once you grab onto your talents, once you grab onto your gifts and you hold it close to your heart, and you're proud of yourself and say, this is my gift and I'm proud of me. And I have this, and this is what makes me unique. And this is what I'm going to use to bless other people. See, if you look at it that way, you're not looking and comparing yourself with another individual. You are comparing yourself to your own self. See, you have to want to level up. See, that's the empowered thinking. That is the route of light. That's not dimming your light. That's knowing what you have. And sometimes you may have to pull down deep within yourself. You may be feeling discouraged. You may be feeling anxious. You may be fearful. You may be going through a hard period of time in your life. But don't sit on your talent. Don't sit on your gifts, because the more that you zone in on your talent and you're doing what you love and you love what you do, you're never going to sit on the shelf. You're never going to let your current situation, you're never going to let your current circumstance stop you or pull you back from your gifts. See, your gift is what you have. It's what you have. Nobody can be you. Nobody can. See, we have to determine for ourselves. I determine for myself that I'm empowered. I am empowered because I have this gift. But the question is, will you use the gifts that you have? Hey, Stephan, welcome. It's so good to see you. Happy Sunday to you. I hope you and your family are well, and welcome in. Love to hear what you have to say in the chat. Please be sure that you have hit the like button. Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Roller. Yes, the likes help my videos get out there in the algorithm, and I really would appreciate it. The more likes is the more views and more people who can come over to this channel and gain this awareness. Yes, GeoVlogs H-Town, I am determined to success. I am determined to succeed. And you have to be determined within yourself. Miss GeoVlogs or Miss Full Roller, one of you know what to do in the chat. Okay, so we talked about how to become empowered is knowing your potential and your worth. See, we have to know that we are capable and worthy. Hold on a second, guys. I don't see it happening in the chat, so I'm going to go in my back office. Hold on a second, guys. Just give me a moment. Let me go in my back office so I can handle something because I forgot to put this on subscriber mode. So I'm going to do that right now. Hold on a minute, guys. Every time I don't put on subscriber mode, things like this happen. Yep. All right, now customization. Bear with me, everybody. Yep. All right. All right, now I can go back to the chat. Okay. Thank you so much. Let me see. GeoVlogs, can you please hide that comment, please? Or hide that person? One of my moderators. Yes. So know your potential and your worth. I think that it's very important for us to know your worth. And when I speak about knowing your worth, it's so important for us to look within ourselves. Each and every one of us has been through different trials. Each and every one of us has been through certain gifts, right? Oh, okay. You did it already. Thank you so much, Miss Full Roller. I appreciate it. Hey, Vondi Gaming, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you for being here. You're very much appreciated. And I hope you're having a great Sunday. Hope you and your family are doing well. Yes, guys. So let's get back to this topic. How to become empowered. See, you have to know your worth. Hey, Edward Smart, welcome in. Another member in the house. Appreciate you for being here. And I would love to hear what you have to add to this discussion. Member in the house. Yes, guys. So how do you know your worth? Well, that means that you have to look back on the things that you have been through. And most of us, most of the time, we don't look back on our past and become encouraged. You remember all those times where you didn't know your worth, when you didn't know your power, when you didn't know your talent, when you didn't know you were able and capable. See, we have to look back on those things and then say, but look at me here today. Today, I am capable. Today, I am able. Today, I know my power, right? And that is so important. And that's going to encourage you. You're going to gain so much encouragement by looking back and then looking at today and say, the person that I was before is not the person that I am today. Yes, the person that you were before is not the person that you are today. Now, that is going to encourage you. That is going to make you feel good about yourself. See, you have worth. You're not just out here walking around like nobody. No, you are somebody. You are. And the more that you tune into that and say, I am somebody, I'm somebody of value, I am somebody of worth, right? And use that in order to push yourself forward into doing whatever it is that you want to do. See, you can do whatever it is that you want. There's nothing that can slow you down but you. Yes, most of the time we are the ones that slow ourselves down. We make excuses. We want to have a perfect circumstance, but you can't. There's no perfect circumstance out there. You just got to keep going no matter what. This happens and that happens, no matter what circumstance, no matter what other people say about you, you got to just keep turning your cheek. This happens and that happens and this happens and that happens, right? But don't give up. Never give up. That's the thing about when you know your worth. Most people who don't know their worth and they don't know their value, when something happens, they choose to give up. And I want you to say, anytime I am tried, I will not give up. Anytime somebody says something against me, make your power stronger. Turn up your light. See, most of us out there, when something comes against us, some trial, some circumstance, somebody says something, somebody's using us, somebody is unkind, somebody is unloving, somebody stabs you in the back, the natural tendency is to shrink back in fear. The natural tendency is to give up. The natural tendency is to get discouraged. But no, we are people who know our worth. We are those who know our power and our gift. And when you have that empowerment, when you have that knowledge, you can't give up. You got something big within yourself. And I want you to say that out loud every single day. I have something big. I have something to offer. When you know you have something to offer, how can you give up? The harder it is the more you fight. The harder it is, the more you fight. See, know your potential and your worth and use it. See, most of the time, that's the biggest problem. We have talents, we have gifts, we have blessings, we have things that we're really good at, but we sit on our gifts. See, the empowered person is not going to sit on their gifts. They're not going to give up just because they're not where they want to be. See, and you're right there. You're almost there, but you give up. See, how can you get to the success you want where every time it becomes hard, you just give up and throw your hands up? See, we can't do that. And I'm speaking to myself as well. You can't give up even when it's hard, even when people say that you can't. Show them by your action, no matter what that person says, no matter what somebody else does. Push it to the side. Don't listen to that. Because we have to understand that we feed on the energy of others, but it's what you allow yourself to feed on. Are you listening to it? Are you taking in? Are you believing the lie? See, that's what gets us discouraged. That's what slows down our progress. That stops us from using our empowerment and moving forward. We're feeding, we're eating on the lies, we're eating on the drama, we're eating on the pain, we're feeding on thinking, oh, I don't have this and I don't have that. So thus this equates to I can't do it. See, we can't do that. Can't do that. I'm not going to give my cheek, but I'm not going to play into the hands of those who want to hurt me. Yes, don't let anybody or anything get you down, get you discouraged. It's all about awareness. We have to be aware of who we are. And when you know who you are, when you know your gifts, see, nobody has your backstory. No, nobody has my backstory. Nobody has your backstory. Nobody knows what you are fighting yesterday, last week, even today. Nobody knows your trials. Nobody is there when you're going through certain things. There's things that we overcome on a regular basis that nobody knows about, and they don't need to know about it. But that should encourage you. Say, I'm a fighter. I'm a warrior. There's nothing that I can't do. It's how much do you want it? How strongly are you attached to achieving what you want? See, you got to have a strong power within yourself. You got to have a strong zest and say, this is for me, no matter come what may, no matter how hard it is, no matter how much money I have in the bank, no matter if this person listens to me, no matter if a person tries to discourage me and tell me I can't do it, no matter even sometimes even ourselves when we are fearful, right? We stop our own selves a lot of times. We're fearful, and we talk ourselves out of things, and we say, I can't do it. I won't do it. It'll never work for me. It will never happen. We have to stop sabotaging ourselves. See, it's important to reinforce our mind with affirmations, even when it's not happening for you. Keep encouraging yourself and telling yourself, yeah, it's hard right now, but I believe in my power, but I believe in my gifts, but I am somebody, and it has not happened yet, but it will happen. We have to speak that over our life each and every time. Know your potential and know your worth. Okay, guys, now we're moving to point number 2. What to do with your empowerment. See, first we talked about how to become empowered. Now, when you know your power, now what do you do with your power? Use it. That's the issue that most of us have. We don't use the gifts, the talents that we have. You have the power within you. You have the gifts. You have the blessings, but are you using what you have? Are you using your skill? Are you turning up your fire? Or are you allowing other people? Are you allowing circumstances? Are you allowing comparing yourself to somebody else's success to slow down yours? See, we have to use what we have. And how do you use what you have? You know your worth, and you know your skill, and you've tapped into it. And you know people will tell you, you're amazing at X, Y, and Z. You do this X, Y, and Z so well. Believe it. See, sometimes somebody comes along and tells us maybe what we can't see. See, sometimes we are blind to our own gifts. We're blind to our own talents, but we have to tap into our own gifts and use them. Hey, Michelle Noel Creations, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Happy Sunday. And I would love to hear what you have to add to this chat. Are you empowered to succeed, Michelle? I would love to hear what you have to say. So use your gifts, use your talent, and stop sitting on your talent. It's like having a gold mine. It's like having the key to a door to unlock that potential, your key to unlock your finances, your key to unlock your joy. All of those things are right behind the door of empowerment. See, but you're not unlocking your gifts. You're not using it. You're sitting on your gifts. You're allowing fear to overtake you and overwhelm you. You're allowing discouragement to come in. See, you've got to use what you have. There's a saying, if you don't use it, you'll lose it. There's always somebody else that will use their gifts if you don't. And then you're going to sit on the sidelines and say, man, I wish I would have did X, Y, and Z. And also, you don't want to get older and then say, man, I wish I would have jumped on what I thought about years ago. Because just how you think of an idea, eventually somebody else will as well. But it's all about stepping on the gas and using what you have, stepping on the gas and tapping into your potential, getting a mentor, putting in the hard work, using your experiences to propel and to project you forward. Turn up your light in your life. And I talked about this in my last Sunday talk show, using what you have in order to be a springboard into the future. See, nobody has your backstory. Nobody has your gifts. Nobody has your talents. And you can use what you have been through, and you can turn your pain into your passion. You can turn your pain into your passion. See, a lot of people use that pain, and they allow it to get them discouraged, right? They allow that pain to get them discouraged. But you can use what you have in order to level up, to get to the next level. So use the talents and the gifts that you have, and don't sit on the sidelines. Don't let anybody tell you that you can't do it. The more people tell you that you can't, the more people gossip about you, is the more you need to keep moving forward. See, you're not going to always have people on your side. You're not always going to have people telling you bravo and you're doing a good job. See, you got to do that for yourself. And that's why I named this Empowered to Succeed. You're not going to get everybody telling you bravo. You're not going to get everybody telling you that you can do it. But it's up to you, for you to decide. No matter who supports me, no matter who believes in this, I believe in myself. You got to be empowered and encourage yourself. You have to encourage yourself. So that's what you do with your empowerment. You use what you have. Hi, Sammy. Welcome in. Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here, and happy Sunday to you. Yes, Michelle, I'm rolling into a very positive direction. That's what I'm talking about, Michelle. Roll into a positive direction. See, it's easy sometimes because life can overwhelm you. I'm not telling you it's going to be an easy road for you to get to the level of success. It's not going to be easy. There's going to be trials. There's going to be people stabbing you in the back. There's going to be people who you thought you were your friend and person who is supposed to be maybe your business partner. Maybe it's a family member. Maybe it's a friend. Maybe it's a person who you're in a relationship with. See, we think that these people will always be loyal to us and that they can be trustworthy and that we're always going to have their support. But just because a person is with you now, it doesn't mean that everybody has good motives. It does not mean that everybody is going to back you. It doesn't mean that they're going to give you the tools to encourage you. See, we have to encourage ourselves and say, I am encouraged in myself. I know I can do it. We have to step into that. We have to step into that. And that's going to make us feel so good about ourselves. And it's going to bring us so much joy. And the more joy you have is the more that you're going to keep fighting. And the more that you're going to keep going towards your goal. And the more and the more and the more. See, the more that you love yourself, the more you tap into your gifts, the more you use your gifts and you say, I am a blessing. I can do it. I know my worth and I know my potential and I'm not going to stop. See, I want somebody out there to say, I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. Yes, Michelle, I'm doing what makes my heart sing. See, that's what makes you feel good. See, most people are not going to do what it takes in order to have what they want. See, they think it should be easy, right? Hey, Wellness with Frugal Mama, welcome in. So good to see you. Happy Sunday to you. I hope you and your family are doing great. See, most people won't do what it takes in order to have what they want. They want the easy road. They want to use what somebody else has. They don't want to come up with their own idea. That would be too difficult. That would mean that you would have to have imagination. That would mean that you would have to try. See, people who don't try are not going to have the same level of success as somebody who never stops trying. And I want somebody out there right now to say, I will never stop trying. I will never stop fighting. See, we have to, within ourselves, make up our mind. You got to make up your mind whether you're going to keep going or you're going to give up. It's not going to come easy. It's going to take a lot of fight. It's going to take a lot of struggle. It's going to take tears. It's going to take even sometimes you're going to get stabbed in your back. You're going to get taken advantage of. People are going to treat you like a rug, but don't continuously allow people to make you into a doormat. Just because somebody says something to you does not mean you have to listen to it, and it does not mean you have to believe it. See, we have to make a choice about what we believe about ourselves. Just because somebody says something does not make it true. Do you know who you are? Do you know how powerful you are? Do you know how strong you are? See, over here, we are motivators. We're motivated to progress. We're motivated to enlightenment. We're empowered to positivity. We constantly inspire not only ourselves, but others. Keep going. Even if your own family doesn't support you, even if your friends don't support you, even if you're looking at your finances right now and you're saying, I don't know. But keep fighting. But keep fighting and keep going. What you say is undoubtedly beautiful and inspiring, Marlene motivates. Thank you, Vagoda. I appreciate that so much. That's very encouraging to me. It's not easy, but I'm doing it. That's right, Michelle. It's not easy. It's not easy. Anything that you want, absolutely anything that you want, is going to take some fight. You're going to have to fight to get what you want. You're going to have to make some changes. You're going to have to maybe find a new circle of people. If the people that are not supporting you now, while you don't have anything, why do you think that they're going to support you when you start having some progress in your life, when you start getting some levels of success in your life? See, don't look to those people to support you. See, sometimes we have to learn to look outside. Not all the time it's within our families. Not all the time it's within friends or who you're with in a relationship that is going to get you to the next level. See, we have to search and research and get mentors. See, that's, if you want what you want, you got to make the hard choices. You got to fight. You got to look for, you got to seek. You got to stay up late. You got to do some research, find new friends, find a support team. See, you're going to give up if you're only looking to the people who are on the same level as you. See, that's the issue and the problem. If you want to get empowered and you want to succeed, you have to look at people who are successful. They don't always have to be doing exactly what you are doing, but they're successful people. Be encouraged by those successful people. See, you can't look to people who is just sitting down doing nothing, people who don't want anything, people who aren't making any changes while you're out there making changes, while you're out healing and dealing with your own issues. See, they don't understand why you're trying to work on yourself. They don't understand why you're fighting to do things because they're comfortable standing still. The question when it comes to success, are you going to allow yourself to stay comfortable, or are you going to get uncomfortable in order to have what you want? See, most people get comfortable and saying, well, I don't have much. This looks like it's going to be my life. Or are you going to say, no, I don't want this to be my life. No, I want to have better. I'm going to have better, and I'm going to do what it takes in order to achieve it. See, we got to speak that over our life. We have to put in the hard work that it takes. You got to surround yourself with like-minded people. See, what can slow us down a lot of times is we're around people who have a broken mentality. People who have broken finances, and they think just because they don't have it, and of course because you're associated, so you must be in the same situation, or you're settling to be in that situation. See, we can always make a choice on who we want to be our support system, our team, our family, our loved ones. See, love is not defined by who's related to you by blood. It's the people who are there for us, the people who fight for us, the people who encourage us. Make that be your family. Make that be your support team. See, and that's going to empower you to succeed. There's nothing that you can't do when you have the right people on your team. See, most of the time our success is not happening because you don't have the right people on your team. I want somebody to say, I'm going to get a new team. I'm going to find the right people. I'm going to keep fighting. See, that's what we have to do. You got to find the right people. You got to find the right support system. You got to encourage yourself. See, we don't encourage ourselves enough. We go and we fight for your children. You fight for who you're in a relationship for. You fight to keep a roof over your head. You fight and you fight for other things. But are you fighting for yourself? Are you fighting for your goals? Are you fighting for the things that you want and the things that you believe in? It's all about what you want, and are you prioritizing yourself? See, most of the time we don't put ourselves on the list. You got to put yourself back on the list and say, I believe in me. I believe in my dreams. I believe in my goals. This is what I want. See, It's about what you are willing to do in order to get your success. The question is, what are you willing to do? Are you willing to fight? Are you willing to struggle? Are you willing to put in the hard work? Are you willing to put in the research? Are you going to keep fighting when it's difficult? Are you going to fight when someone stabs you in the back? Or are you going to give up and be discouraged? See, that's the question. It's not about the success per se. It's that the people who have the success is that they fought and fought and fought until they got what they wanted. See, are you willing to fight, fight, fight in order for you to have what you want? That's the question. And it's a personal question. And we have to ask ourselves, am I willing to fight in order to get what I want? I want to talk to you about something. So I would be happy if we could talk here on this live or by email. Yes, my email is on my about section, Pagoda. Yes, we have to fight for the things that we want. You have to fight for the things that you want. The question is, how much do you want? How much do you want the success? How much are you willing to sacrifice? How much are you willing to do for yourself? That's the question. And this is the third point and the last point. How to succeed in your empowerment. See, it's all about trial and error. There's going to be no easy answers. See, we have to learn to not be afraid to fail. Do not be afraid to fail. Oh, hi, Smart Aviation. Welcome in. We have to not be afraid to fail. See, a lot of times we think when we fall flat on our face, when you don't have the support that you want, then we say, I guess it's not working out. No, don't be afraid to fail. Don't be afraid to fall flat on your face. And that's exactly when you fall flat on your face. This is when you look around and see who really is there. Those are your real people. Those are your real ride or dies. Don't worry about the people who say, see, I told you you couldn't do it. See, I told you you couldn't have that success. Those aren't your people. It's your people to tell you, keep fighting. You're almost there. Tell the ones that tell you, I believe in you. I'm here for you. That's your team. That's your support. See, how to succeed in your empowerment is trial and error. If this isn't working, try that and try this and try that. Keep trying new ideas. Surround yourself with different people. Go to meetings with other business like-minded people. Try, fight for success. See, as a warrior, it's not going to come easy to you. But you got to keep fighting and say, this is what I really want. This is what I'm going to do. And I'm not going to give up until I get what I want. See, do you have that mindset? See, it's about shifting mindsets from the negative, maybe for other people on the outside, to what you want to have for yourself. See, it doesn't matter what you have been through. See, your circumstance does not define you. You define your situation. You decide you're present, you're right here and right now. See, you can't change what happened to you in the past. Nobody can. You can't change what people did to you, what people say to you. You can't make people love you, and you can't make people do right by you. No, you can't change that part. But you can change what you think about yourself. You can think about how hard you're going to go for yourself, how the zest for life that you have. And say, I'm going to keep going until I have what I want. I'm going to keep trying no matter what, come what may, no matter what. Never give up. See, that's the true empowerment. That shows if you really want something. See, a person who really wants something is not going to stop fighting. Is not going to stop trying. They're not going to stop no matter what people say, no matter what people do, no matter what your finances look like, no matter how you feel. Keep fighting until you get what you want. You got to be empowered to succeed. See, you got to believe in yourself. And sometimes that means walking by faith and not by the things that you see. You're not always going to see that rainbow. You're going to be right there, and it's right there. You're just about to get it if you just reach out and grab it. But you can't give up right before your blessing, right before your miracle, right before your manifestation. Don't give up. Don't give up. I want to encourage you. You are empowered to succeed. Success is right there for you, but every single person is going to look different. See, my success is not your success. And what your family and this person and that person doesn't mean that's the route for you. Doesn't mean that's your gift and your vision. See, success is going to look different for each and every one of us. Everybody has a different thing. Everybody has something different that they have going on in their life. But don't allow what has gone on in your life. Don't allow what other people say. Don't allow what other people do to get you down. Don't allow that to discourage you. Don't allow that to cause you to want to give up. See, when you really want something, nothing can stop that fire within you. Nothing can stop you because you know who you are. And I want you to never give up on that. Know who you are. Keep fighting. Keep loving yourself. Even if you're going through some trials, you're going through some trying times, you're lacking the support. Keep fighting, and keep fighting for what you want. Yes, Patty, Southern Kitchen. Yeah, keep fighting for the things that you want. Yes. Hi, Rochelle's blessings. Welcome in. It's so good to see you. Yeah, so I'm just going to do a recap, everybody, on this discussion. So today we talked about empowerment, and that being the authority or the power given to someone to do something. So you have the power within yourself, but you got to draw it up and pull it up. It's just like a deep well, and you have to pull it up. See, we each have the power within ourselves, but are you tapping into it? Are you believing in yourself enough? You know, it's not meant to be easy. See, success is defined as the accomplishment of an aim or a purpose. So you got to know your purpose. What are you shooting your target towards? See, you can't just walk around blindly and just say, I'm going to become successful. You got to know what success you want, right? You got to know. You got to know where you're navigating towards. And when you know what you want, now you know your target. So keep focused on that target and keep moving forward and keep going. Yeah, it's going to be a struggle. Yeah, it's going to be difficult. Yes, it's going to be trials. But don't give up because it's hard. See, you have everything. You have the tools within yourself. And I know there's somebody out there that doesn't believe me right now, but you do. You have the tools within you, but you got to reinforce it in your own mind. You have to reinforce it in your own heart and tell yourself, remember when I went through X, Y, and Z, and I'm still here, and I did well, and I gained courage, and I gained love, and I gained wisdom. See, there's always something that you can learn from your past to encourage you in your present. See, your past, even though it's tough, even though there's trials, even though you may have had traumas, you can use what you have been through in order to cause you to gain your success in the right here and the right now. Right? Okay, so after that, how do you become empowered? See, you got to know your potential and you got to know your worth. Not everybody knows their power. Not everybody knows their gifts. Not everybody knows their worth. But just because somebody else doesn't see your power, just because somebody else doesn't see your light and your worth and your abundance that you have coming towards you, it does not matter if other people can't see your talents. Yes, Marlene, the right here and the right now. Yes, Angela. See, that's what keeps you encouraged and keeps you going, just like Angela says. It's the right here and the right now. That's what's going to cause you to stay encouraged. You can't think about the past. You can't think about what other people are saying about you. See, you got to shut out that noise, and you got to be focused on yourself. You got to be focused in on what is meant for you and move forward with that focus. Move forward with that focus and that vigor. See, you got to go, fight. It's not going to be easy. And point number 2 is, what do you do with your empowerment? You use it. You use it. And I want somebody who is sitting on their talents today say, today I'm going to use my talents. Today I'm going to use my gifts. See, most of us, we're going through a hard time right now. You're going through a trial and people are saying things about you, and it's difficult. And maybe your finances isn't looking how you want it to look. But I don't want you to be discouraged by that. That's just a number. That's just today, but that doesn't mean that that's your future circumstances. See, your past is forming you into your present to make you be who you need to be in the future. We got to understand that part. We go through things in order for us to learn things so that we can manifest it in the future. Okay, and point number 3, the last point, how to succeed in your empowerment is through trial and error. Trial and error. It's not going to be easy. Try this and try that. And try and try and try, and don't give up, and do your research and get some mentors and keep going until you hit your boom, until you blossom. See, it's not going to be easy. And I want you to be encouraged. You have the power within you to be able to have anything that you want. See, you're empowered to succeed. Don't give up like they want you to. See, people want you to give up. People want you to be just like them because they don't try. They want you to not try because they have not succeeded. They don't want you to succeed. And they'll talk about you behind your back, and they'll call you every name in the book, but don't listen to them. See, what is meant for you is meant for you, not for them. Whatever vision, whatever talent, whatever light that you possess, don't dim it. Don't sit on your talent. Don't sit on your gifts. Use your talents. Use your gifts because you have something, whatever it is. I know there's somebody out there, either right now in the chat or on the replay, that needs to hear this message. Don't sit down on your talents. Stop sitting on your gifts. Use what you have, even if it's little means. See, a little bit of progress is better than none. See, just inch forward a little bit. See, and before you know it, you'll be way ahead of everybody else, and you won't even realize it. See, you can have anything that you want. You're empowered to succeed. You have all the tools, but it's all up to us in order for us to fight for what we want. But are you willing to put in the work in order for you to have what you want? It's a personal choice. See, what one person is willing to do, maybe another person won't. See, and that's what distinguishes one person from another. One person is going to give up, but the other one is not going to stop fighting. And I want you to be the one that never stops fighting. Go out there and achieve the success that you want. It's out there. It's available there for you. But it's up to you to believe in it and tap into it. I thank you guys so much for joining me for this live stream. I have enjoyed it. I hope that you are empowered to succeed. Never stop. Never give up. Never stop fighting. Come what may. Love yourself through it. And always encourage yourself. Speak out loud those positive affirmations and tell yourself that you can do it. Say, I am capable. I am worthy. I am not fearful. I shall not doubt. So don't doubt your gifts. Don't doubt your talents. You are almost there. I believe in you, and I want you to believe in yourself. I am Marlene. I'm the content creator for Marlene Motivates. And on this channel, I talk about positive, motivating, encouraging, and inspirational videos. And on Sundays and Thursdays, I go live. I would love for you to join me on Thursdays at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and on Sundays at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I would love to have you here for that. I thank you all, my subscribers, all my members, anybody who wants to join membership is available to you. I appreciate each and every one of you. And like I say, every video and story time, just know it, just breathe it, and be it, and live your best life. And before we go, I'm going to play the song that was written by Boss Life Online. I made it, and you can make it too. I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye-bye.
Forgive me, I love me. I've been blessed that I have made it through. I'm stronger and worthy. I am enough now. What about you? Forgive me, I love me. I've been blessed that I have made it through. I'm stronger and worthy. I am enough now. What about you? Ooh, hey, yeah,
Be encouraged, be inspired, be yourself, you will survive. Just know it, just breathe it, and be it, and live your best life.
Hey guys, hey guys. Welcome to another episode of Hello World with your girl, Joy from Be the Difference Clothing. How is everyone doing today? It is Christmas Eve. Hope you all are enjoying your day. I hope it was a productive day and one that it goes down in the books as one of the most beautiful days of your life. Y'all, yes. Fresh. Yes. It was fresh before, but it was for a reason. So I had to keep my head covered. I don't play them games. It's cold, it's cold. I'll look cozier than the next, okay? So I appreciate you guys for being here and for doing all that you have done for Be the Difference Clothing and for Hello World. I am happy to be here. I had a great day today. It was definitely great. Let me tell you, everything happens for a reason and in its right timing. I'll explain it to you in a brief minute or two. So before I continue on forward, don't forget to like, subscribe, share, turn on your notification bells. If you can, give me a thumbs up or down. Whichever one you prefer to do is fine by me, and it's completely up to you. Because here at Be the Difference Clothing and Hello World, we want you to what? Participate in learning how to do your own free will. Yes, that's what it's all about, y'all. And the more we practice using our free will, the more comfortable we'll be being transparent in our daily life and our struggles, right? We always say it's a lot of things that we struggle with, but are they struggles or are they just thorns that will not be removed until you perfect how to get around the thorn so you can basically kill that thorn's root so that it no longer can be an ingrown thorn that will hurt you. It'll dry up and be painless. How about that? So do your free will, practice it, be okay with it, love yourself, love others, and all of that good stuff. Okay. Today I'm drinking my water. I started back my lime because it's been a while since I've had my lime water. So I'm gonna start doing that more. Now is a great time, guys, to boost up on all of your essentials, boost up on your vitamins, boost up on your anti-inflammation type of natural remedies, cleanse your body, right? Go through the whole cleansing process. You guys, I think we talked about it the other day when we were talking about the healthy gut and how we should definitely purge our gut. I think I purged my gut, y'all. I told you already, my parents are from the islands, and like a while ago, they went back and then came back. Ooh, we have a member. We have 2 members. And it's Life with Nicole, Marie, and Gary. How you doing? Hey, Mrs. VSN, how you doing? Oh, 9. Good to see you guys. Happy holidays to you. So my parents are from the islands, and the islands has those great remedies. So it is a thing that looks like a tree trunk, but I've learned that it's just cinnamon, like a cinnamon stick. I always thought it was tree trunk. But anyway, that tree trunk, if you have a stomach ache, you take that and your stomach ache will subside. Well, yesterday, I told you guys that I had a headache. It was more like a migraine. And I drank that tea and it cleansed me. I think I lost about 3 pounds. And it was 3 pounds of all those extra toxins that were in my body. And I cleaned out my gut. So it was a twofold thing. Okay. I cleaned out my gut and I'm thankful for that. The headache is gone, y'all. It's crazy how, it was just like somebody was playing music in my head all night, all day. And it was just like, sizzly noises, like, that's all I heard all night, all day. So I'm thankful to know the difference between a sizzly sound and when it's supposed to be peace and quiet in your head. And thankfully, I've been blessed to have peace and quiet in my head for a very long time. So I know the difference now. So I want to inspire you guys to please clean out your gut, boost up on your vitamins. Even if you think vitamins don't do anything, boost up on it anyway. Eat living things like fruits and vegetables. I bought an apple today, y'all. I hate apples. Ooh, but that apple went down good. Oh, that was the best tasting apple I have ever tasted in my life. It cost me $1. I thought it was only cost like maybe 50 cents, But the daggone apple was $1.02. I said, 1 apple? I was like, well, I already have it and I'm at the register, so let me get it. Y'all, I washed that apple off and I bit into it. It was so good. I was like, dang, I don't know why I don't like apples. But anyway, the apple was good. Ooh, we have a member. We have a member. And it's Brooklyn and White Boy. I got an apple, some pineapple, and I also got vitamin C because I ran out of vitamin C. I hadn't taken vitamin C in like 2 or 3 days. So I boosted up on all of that. And I got my lime just because, it's the winter time and I want to be fully boosted up as much as my natural abilities can be. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't ever say that I didn't try because my natural immunity is all the way up as much as possible. So definitely do that. Sorry, I'm late. You're not late. You're right on time. So let me tell y'all how my day went. So as you can see, I went to the supermarket. I went to Walmart. I usually don't buy fruits and veggies from Walmart, but I was like, I'm not going here and there everywhere because usually I go one place for fruits and vegetables, and then I go to another place for like discounted stuff. You know what I mean? Walmart would be the discounted stuff. But anyway, so I parked and I wanted to do a video. If you guys saw the video I posted on Instagram, I'm starting this whole walking series thing where I'm walking with different socks on so people can see the displays, right? So I'm over here minding my business, trying to get a good video of my socks. And then I hear a voice that's like, yeah. I was like, what? I turn around and it's a guy in his truck saying something. So y'all know I don't treat people nasty or anything like that. So I turned around and I was like, hey, I said, these are my socks. He was like, word, those are your socks? I was like, yeah, I make them. He was like, you make them? I want a pair. So actually he didn't say that. I went back to my car. I was like, let me go back to my car and give this man a business card. Right. So he finished parking, came out, and he was like, I want a pair. I was like, oh, I sold out of those. He was like, you got stuff on you? I was like, yeah. So I showed him the rest of the socks that I had. He bought 2 pair, y'all. And I gave him my business card. And his son was so cute. He was like, Daddy, I'm cold. You could tell we were out there for a little bit, right? Just chatting away. And then when I showed him another set of socks that I had, he was like, oh man, I want those too. And I was like, he's like, you carry change? I was like, no. So the only thing I could see out the peripheral of my eye was he had a wallet full of money and they were all big bills. So I know he was dead serious about, purchasing more. And then he's like, all right, well, I'll meet you here after I come out the supermarket. We're just going to get some breakfast stuff. I was like, all right. I got to the car before he did. I sat out there for a little bit and I was like, man, I'm not gonna like stay out here that much longer. So I didn't see him again, but he has my card. So if he really wants them, he could text me on call and tell me like, yo, sis, you left. Why you leave? Yell at me a little bit first. You know how like we like to bicker. And then I could bicker back and be like, listen, you had me waiting for all hours. And then he'd be like, all right, well, I want my socks. I'm like, all right, where you want to meet? That kind of stuff. But guys, you know how beautiful that made me feel? And it's not necessarily the fact that he bought stuff. It's the simple fact that he trusted me and trusted my product, and I didn't have to try to sell him anything. Do you know how beautiful a feeling that is when all you have to do is show somebody something and they're like, all right, I want that. All right, I want that too. Whether he liked it or not, maybe he liked it, maybe he didn't, I don't know. But the simple fact he saw a sister trying to do her thing with her own business and he just supported. This is the kind of appreciation we should be having for each other. It shouldn't be like, well, you got to prove that you're worthy of my dollar. Mind you, I simply was doing a video of myself, and this dude decided to purchase from me. That inspires me, guys. I didn't have to say, hey, guy. I didn't have to say, welcome to Be the Difference Clothing. He didn't even ask me if I was incorporated or nothing. He just said, yeah, I want that. Let me see whatever socks you got. I want that. I want that. Why can't we treat each other like that, y'all? Why does it have to be where you have to prove yourself? And I guess I proved myself by just being genuinely kind. I'm telling y'all, I don't make it hard for people. I don't make it hard for people at all. At all. You only have to let me down 3 times, and then you've proven yourself to me. But I don't just make it hard for people to be like, all right, you got to prove this, that, and the other. It's already hard enough that we have to live in our own flesh. Then we have to be this person that we, say that we should be, try to figure out our purpose, try to do all of this. It's already hard enough when you don't have the instruction manual. There is no manual. Why? Why do we do that to each other? Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I could trust you because, you know what I'm saying? Like, everybody else let me down. So you're just probably going to let me down too. Everyone else isn't the same person that you meet or had in your past. Maybe your past has been erased by new people that are coming into your life where they don't have to prove much to you, but yet and still you treat them as if they were your past. Not everybody is like that. And the simple fact that when you try to make it hard for everyone and someone like myself comes around, you got myself questioning my own self because you made it hard. And then everybody gets back on that cycle, on that wheel, that hamster wheel again. Some people jump off the hamster wheel, but then we put them right back on it by the way we treat them. But like, you got to prove everything to me. You have to prove you're loyal. You have to prove all of this and that and the other when they already showed themselves to you. They showed all their deck of cards and you still made them try to prove something that was not even there. I don't know. Hey, Keisha, how are you? Hey, Ed, how you doing? Ooh, we have a member. We have a member. And it's books, floors, and stuff. How you doing? Hey, Points Blank Travel, how are you? Good to see you. PBT is in the building. My thing is, if we trust ourselves or learn how to trust ourselves, okay, fine. You don't want to trust yourself. You say you want to trust God, your maker or your creator, right? You say that, right? You say you want to. You think that God, your maker, creator, whoever you believe in, would you put you in a position where it would test your very fibers? I don't think so. I really don't think so. Especially when you have no one to lean on and they know that. God knows it. You think he's going to be like, all right, well, let me stomp you down into the ground a little bit more just to prove yourself. No, he's going to pick you up from where you are, nurture you until you're strong enough, and then maybe test you. If you trust God, if you say you trust God, Why would you think that he's going to put you in a predicament that's going to be outside of you, outside of your comfort zone, especially if you're in a weak state? He ain't going to do that. If anything, he's going to bring things better. Whatever you believe, it's going to come better. I mean, this is what I believe. It just makes sense to me. So stop making it hard for people to prove themselves. Stop making it hard. If you know your internal being is just shifted in a certain direction when a certain person comes your way, then that's your insides telling you, your spirit guides or whatever you believe in telling you, yeah, you should be very leery of that person. Walk away. But if you just making stuff up like, well, everybody else made me have to prove myself, so I'm going to make you have to prove yourself too. That's wrong. That's wrong. This ain't no tit for tat. Life isn't about tit for tat. And when we get into that tit for tat type of scenario, why do you think it's that much harder for people to believe and trust? Because we keep on putting each other back into a position that we never should have been in, especially by you. Why? So anyway, it was just so dope that he just said whatever. And I felt bad that I left, but it was like I sat out there for like a good 5 minutes and I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna sit here any longer. I just didn't want him to feel like I was like just waiting. I don't know. Either way, I was thankful for the items that he did purchase. He bought more than one. The items that he did purchase. And I do hope that we run into each other again so he can buy that other one if it's still available. But anyway, like I said, he has my card. So if he really, really wants it, he better call me or text me and stuff. I showed him the Black Inventors sock and he was like, oh, snap, I ain't never seen nothing like that. He didn't know about the inventors that were on the socks. And he was just like, that's so dope. But if I didn't take off of work today, like watch how this all works together. If I didn't take off of work today and I didn't go to Walmart the time that I went, if I didn't park at the unusual spot that I normally don't park at, and then this guy pull up and park next to me, we wouldn't have never met. We would have never met. When you feel like things are not going according to what your regularly scheduled programming is, it could be a blessing in a disguise. And be thankful for that. And if I wasn't distracted by doing a video of my own self, like, oh, I did a video before I got to Walmart, then I erased it because I didn't like how it was. Then I did another video when I got to Walmart and he distracted me. So that one got to erase too. But I stopped. And if you give people a chance to talk and to be listened to, you have no idea how they can enhance your life. I could have been just like, oh, this dude, like, what's he trying to talk to me for? I could have taken it like that. Even if he was trying to talk to me, it doesn't matter. It still worked out in my benefit. It still worked out for Be the Difference clothing. Because I wasn't nasty to him. I didn't ignore him. And I certainly was not rude to him. Much as though we like to be rude to each other. Stop doing that to people. You have no idea what they could potentially do for you if you're rude to people. So maybe this is an inspirational moment to think about all of the rude things that we do to each other and stop doing that. You could do subtle rudeness or you could do blatant rudeness. Either way, You are missing out on plenty of blessings when you go out of your way to be rude. And I did not miss my blessing. I caught my blessing and I put it away. Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm. Hey, House of X, how you doing? Quentin, how are you? Hey, ALS Organics, how you doing? Good to you. No more rudity. Yes. For real. You know how many people try to be subtly rude? Ain't nothing going over my head. I know subtle, okay? I know subtle all too well. But I don't play in that same ball field no more. I don't have to be rude back. You get your laugh, and I get my, okay, I'm going to keep all that for myself. It's all good. And guess what? It always comes right back to you. The ruder you are, the harder you fall. So be kind at all costs, because you have no idea how that will affect you, good or bad. Well, it can't be bad, but just good. So I went in, I got what I needed to get, hung around for a little bit. I did another video. This time I kept that last video. And then I was like, all right, well, he's not back yet, so it's all good. And I said, you know what? This just teaches me a lesson that I need to keep change. I need to keep petty cash with me for my company. So if you're doing a business of your own that exchanges, always keep cash on you. And I was like, well, I take cash out. He didn't do anything like that. He's an all cash guy. He's like, nah, I'm all cash. I don't do none of that. I was like, okay. There's some people that are like that. They want to stay off the grid, or for whatever reason they do things the way they do. It's not my judgment. It's not my responsibility. But my responsibility moving forward is to always be prepared. I could have gotten all of those sales and probably a little bit more had I had petty cash on me. Use that as an example for yourself. Always be prepared. Mm-hmm. The ruder you are, yes. People don't be realizing. People don't realize. Can nothing get past another human being? Some people just pretend like, whatever, but they know. We are all creatures of senses. And it's time for us to go back to our senses. You know what's so beautiful about humans is that we have taste, touch, sight, smell, and something else, right? We have 6 senses. Feel, whatever. You already know. We are so intuitive. But yet, we don't trust that our bodies and the senses that are inside of us, God, maker, creator, that lives inside of us, will lead us wrong. Or trust that it will keep us and keep us going in a good way. I want to lead my life and live my life by my senses. That's what I want. I want to practice understanding without needing to be explained to. You know what I'm saying? It's that simple. Nature can only provide certain things, but not audibly. We can provide audible, touch, feel. We can provide 6 different ways. You can't tell me that humans are not a beautiful thing, beautiful creatures. We have understanding. We know how to put 2 and 2 together. You can't tell me that if we don't go back to being how we were created to be, you can't tell me we want to have more feelings. You can't tell me. Trust me. If we went back to living simplistic, nature-like lives, you can't tell me our intuition wouldn't be at an all-time high. You can't tell me. Y'all, start trusting what God, your maker, creator, whoever you believe in, give you or gave you. And if you have blessed to have all of your senses, it's six, right? Hey, Afro, how you doing? We have 6 senses, right? Just correct me if I'm wrong. You can't tell me that if we start trusting the senses that we've been given and using the ones that we have, we can't be together. Y'all think I'm crazy? Say what? Say so. I don't really care. I don't care. But I know it makes sense to me. You can't tell me. And the reason why it makes sense to me is because I'm living that. The more I love, it's because I'm giving back to what's holding me together. So when I look at another human being, I can have empathy. I can have love. I can have trust. I can have all of that until you break it 3 times. Or if you do it 1 time real good, I don't have to go back. But for the most part, man, like, start testing your own self with your senses, unless you want to count emotions too. 5 senses. Oh, okay. Where did I get the 6th one from? What? You know what I was thinking of? Probably The Sixth Sense, the movie. That's what I was probably thinking, The Sixth Sense movie. Because that's what was going in my head. I was like, oh, it must be 6 because Sixth Sense. Okay, 5 senses. Okay. Oh boy. So, oh no. Brooklyn, can you block that thing right there, please? I can't do it on my end. I don't know. I was in Swoop's chat the other day and she said if you to see something like that pop up, you got to block them right away. And I tried to do it on this end, but it was an error. So anyway, y'all, start trusting the 5 senses that we've been given, and all of us are blessed to at least utilize them. Some of us can utilize it a little bit more than others, but just trust more. Love more. This is the perfect time to be as loving as you can be, right? Because tomorrow's supposed to be this loving holiday. Thank you. It's supposed to be this loving holiday, right? Christmas. I can't believe it's Christmas. So yeah, I took off today too, right? So that was the end of that. If I didn't take off, I wouldn't have ran into that guy. And my business wouldn't have been expanded more to another reach of people that I don't know. But being that this is a loving time of year, can we make it a full 360 whatever? Can we try? Can we stop allowing fear to rule our lives? Fear of humanity, fear of politics, fear of no, I'm not even going to try to say it. Fear of being inadequate. fear of not having enough money. Because those are the three things that seem to rule our lives. Fear of not having enough money, fear of touching another human being now, and fear of your neighbor because they may rob you. Can we slowly just like dissolve those theories? Even though it may be true for some, but not everybody's like that. Not everybody is out to get you. Not everyone is out to be malicious. Not everyone is out to steal all your money. You have enough. The simple fact that you are here is enough. The simple fact that you make ends meet, regardless of whatever status you're in, you still have gotten it. How many have the same testimony where you don't know how you were able to get past a whole year and not have a certain thing, and you still made it anyway? And you somehow not only made it, but you profited a little bit. How many people have that same testimony? Tons of people have that testimony. Tons of people say it all the time. Despite everything that we are historically being beat down with, we still are making it. So that means there is a God, a maker, creator, ancestors, whatever you believe in, that's got your back. So now it's time for us to have each other's back while we're still in the waking present moment. That ain't hard to tell. So I don't know, guys, but we got to do better. We have to do better than what we've been doing. And we can't expect officials who are doing better for themselves exactly what they planned on doing. We can't expect them to do that for us. We have to do it for ourselves. So please start doing it for yourself. Be more kind. Be more loving. It's okay. People have to get used to it, just like people had to get used to locking their doors. And people had to get used to locking up their bicycles overnight. It's the same way it took time for that to happen. It's going to be the same way that it's going to take time for everybody to start loving again and start creating a life that they once had. Maybe not them, but their ancestors and ancestors' ancestors must have had. It's not impossible. We gonna make it. We gonna make it. We gonna make it. We gonna make it. Stop fear in. Okay. Hey, Ashley, how you doing? Good to see you. Y'all, my hair fresh. Okay, this is a fresh do. It's 2 days old. I'm 2 through. But it's been tied up for 2 days. It's been tied up for 2 whole days. Because yesterday, y'all saw I had my hat on. It was cold. It was so cold, but the temperature must have risen because I'm not cold today. But yesterday was freezing. So I'm not looking forward to winter. Y'all, I might move to either Texas or Florida. If things go a certain way, I'm probably going to be in one of them states. I don't know. I like the winter. I mean, I like the summer-like weather. Maybe I might go to Arizona too, because it don't get cold there. Or if it gets cold, it's only once in a while. I just might have to make that move, y'all. But we'll see what life has in store. But I'm thinking about being warm all year round. So y'all, that's all. That's all I have for today. I appreciate you guys for being there. I hope you have been inspired and encouraged somehow. And may you be uplifted and do things in decency and in order. Love love, guys. Please try love. Trust me, it's going to be worth it. And you can be inspired by people you know or don't know. It doesn't matter. Just be open and willing and ready to receive. My name is Joy from Be the Difference Clothing, and I am signing out on another episode of Hello World.
Hello, everyone, and Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of the Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on the Kim Jacobs Show. All right, everyone, welcome to the Kim Jacobs Show. How are you today, Dr. Kristen?
I am doing great, Kim. How are you?
I'm doing great. I see all of that bright sun back there in the background. Where are you located?
I am in Maryland, so it's kind of sticky and muggy here, but definitely bright sunshine.
Okay. Well, listen, everybody, I'm glad that you are here today and glad to have you all in the virtual studio audience too. So make sure that when you come in, be kind enough to let us know where you're visiting in from. We'd love to give a shout out to you, to welcome you. The show can't be anything without your participation. So thank you for taking the time to be a part of today's discussion. Today, everybody, we're talking with Dr. Kristen in the Maryland area, and she is here to talk to us about mental health, our youth specifically. Give everybody, if you will, before we would ever take a commercial break or go to some shout outs, just a snippet of what it is that we're going to be discussing so people can start sharing the broadcast like crazy.
Absolutely. So I'm here to talk about youth mental health and in the crisis that it really is at this point in time. I really started down this journey of being passionate about youth needs and youth mental health needs about 8 years ago, so prior to the pandemic. And unfortunately, the pandemic has just exacerbated that. And I think we are seeing that nationwide just in what the return to school has looked like for students, for teachers, for parents, and the struggle that students are having. Even, I believe I saw a press release go out yesterday from the White House addressing the fact that mental health in the education setting has become so noticeable that they are working to try and address it. And I feel like I'm definitely someone who's on the forefront of it because I saw this coming, never knew that the pandemic was coming when I went down this path. But unfortunately, it has just taken something that was a large issue and made it unfortunately worse. And we're seeing it really impact our youth, not just in what their future aspirations hold, but how they're feeling now, how they're willing or not willing to attend school, and how it's really starting to create this essentially a secondary pandemic as far as suicidal ideations go, and just not feeling great about themselves and who they are after having several years in isolation. So I'm here to talk about that and what we can do to try and change that and really start to help youth be in a much better place.
Oh, good. So we are going to have a hearty discussion, as you can already hear, because what she said in 3 minutes or less is already enough for a whole full hour of a show. So take some notes, some wonderful notes throughout this discussion. And you will be popping a lot of her thoughts and comments over here anyway in the comment section. But ask your questions. Do not be a parent and you're watching today's episode and you're thinking or contemplating some things, not sure which way to handle some issues and not get it addressed while we have Dr. Kristen here on the show today. So when we come back after this commercial break, let me actually introduce to see, hey, Jay, how are you from Davenport, Iowa? Pop a few of the people up, Mackenzie, backstage, if you don't mind, so we can give some shout outs. Cool Gamer, hello, how are you? All the way from New York, France is in the house. France said, hey, all right. Glad to have you. B1 Dennis Spraggins is here. Glad to see you. And I see all of you that are coming in. And as you do, pop your comments in and we'll be sure to recognize you. We're going to come back right after this commercial break and jump right into today's topic. We'll be right back.
It's not just another day. It's a brand new day, full of all the fun, love, and laughter you and your family create. Silver Shield Security understands feeling at home means feeling safe and happy. No credit checks, no contracts. We offer payment arrangements, and we'll even give you a free door camera. Find out how we can brighten your day even more at silvershield-security.com. Silver Shield Security.
All right, everyone, and we're back. We're talking with Dr. Kristen Eccleston, and this beautiful, brilliant mind is a doctor of mind, brain, and teaching, and I would add and beauty, but that's just me saying that over here. Expert in school mental health needs, versed in the needs of neurodiverse brain. And so I'd like to welcome you today to the Kim Jacobs Show, Dr. Kristen.
Well, thank you. I'm so excited to be here and to have this conversation and hopefully shed some light or answer some questions for your audience today.
Absolutely. And speaking of which, today is also National Women's Day. So make sure you all celebrate all of the women that are important in your life, even coworkers, friends, moms, people that are neighbors. Just make sure you celebrate any women. Today is Women's Day. Thank you so much, Cassandra, for sharing that stat with us. And just make sure you take a moment to thank and recognize every single woman. Listen, speaking of women, I think it's probably a good place to start. So many women are mothers too. And so when you're dealing with our youth, they're either mothers, grandmothers, aunts, godmothers. There's something that has the word mother in it in some regard, right?
Absolutely.
How do we even know what to look for in our youth? I think that would be a good place to start because we don't know.
That is a great question. And actually, one of the things that I specialize is in internalizing behaviors. And a lot of people, well, what is an internalizing behavior? So I like to explain externalizing versus internalizing behavior. So externalizing are your squeaky wheel children, right? The ones who, you know, something's going on, they're upset, they're making it known, they're having meltdowns, they're having tantrums, you know, maybe they're throwing a chair in school, you know, they're yelling out. Those are the children that you know something is going on, and typically they get addressed because of it. But there's a lot of internalizers, a lot of people who don't make it super known that something is going on. And this happens a lot with our youth. This happens a lot with moms too. I'm going to throw that out there too. I think moms like to be those strong people who, you know, carry things, put everybody's weight on their shoulders. And so internalizing, especially in our youth, is something is big. And I specialize in trying to help schools and families identify these signs. And so these are students who oftentimes are the withdrawn students. They're the ones who don't engage in a school activity. They're the ones who are quiet. They're the ones who maybe don't have a lot of peer interactions going on. Maybe they're the ones who are school avoiders and are not attempting to go to school on a regular basis. It's hard to get them there, or they're constantly getting that phone call to mom, I'm in the nurse's office, come pick me up, my stomach hurts today. And so those are those internalizers. Oftentimes they're ones who kind of go under the radar. They're the ones who have grades that are maybe passing grades. Maybe they're not the best. They're in that C range, but they're not raising any red flags for anyone, right? They're not causing issues. They're not failing horribly, but you realize that something's amiss. I think in the past, maybe people thought that they were just kind of loners or maybe not engaging with their peers or quiet, but these are the students that are actually the ones who are really struggling mentally. They're the ones who are really looking for some support or for that adult connection or that peer connection. And those are the ones that we should be putting red flags out there and saying, hey, what's going on and how can I help you?
Now, let me ask there, do we actually, when you say put those red flags out and say that person, even though they're not the squeaky wheel getting the grease type of thing, how do we put those red flags out there without pulling them out of their comfort zone to the point where we could be causing them more mental distress?
That's a great question. And I would say with that, it doesn't have to be this like jump in feet first and be like, hey, I noticed you don't have any friends. What's wrong with you? Type of thing. It can be as that trusted adult trying to build as a teacher a relationship, you know, helping them out, having conversations with them, taking interest in them. Hey, I noticed you have a new pair of shoes. I love J's too. What kind of J's did you get this weekend? Or, oh, that's a really cool t-shirt. Like just stuff to start building that relationship. I think it also helps too if you notice that they have a hard time with peer connections. One of the worst things you can do as a teacher is go, all right, everyone, pick your partner and you can start working. That student will always choose to work by themselves. So instead, say, I went ahead and assigned everybody a partner, and you'll get, oh, I wanted a, well, that too bad. You know what I mean? Go ahead and do it because you know that you're helping that student in a way have to step out of their comfort zone a little bit. And then maybe as a teacher, you're going around and you're giving a little special attention to that group. It doesn't have to be obvious. You walk around as a teacher anyways, but you're stopping by, you're helping, engaging, you're making sure, oh, hey, I know Kim has great ideas. Has Kim shared any of her ideas with the group? Those types of things so that you're helping to engage and you're trying to build this level of trust with that student. Because I think a lot of times some of these students in my professional experience have had incidences before with teachers where either they don't trust teachers now or they feel bad about themselves or school is not the best setting for them. So you kind of have to help build or bridge that gap a little bit.
That's really good. There are so many teachers that fall on different ends of the spectrum. I have some teachers that my children, they still remember their names. We still stay connected on Facebook, and they're a part of our lives forever. They're just embedded in our hearts. And so we have teachers like that. And then there are some incidents, which is very rare. Let me be very clear. It's extremely one-off. I think most teachers that are, based on what I've observed anyway, are interested in the well-being of your child. They're interested because they have your children sometimes more than you do. So I think that their partnership with your child, I'm not even going to talk about the one-off because the one-off is literally an anomaly. And so it's just the one-off. But for the most part, I believe that the teachers that sign up to say, I want to care for your children, genuinely care for our children. That's what I believe,
I absolutely agree with that. I like to think of it sometimes as this spectrum. And I explain it to people that you have people who went into teaching for one of two reasons. And then there's kind of this spectrum in between. And one was, I love kids. I love kids. I'm really passionate. I want to see them be successful. And that's why I'm going to become a teacher. And then you have people who became teachers because I love this content. Like I love science or I love math. And so that's why I want to be a teacher. So it's more of the love of the content. And then you have this kind of range in the middle. I would say those are the two ends of the spectrums. And I would say sometimes your one-off teachers usually end up in that spectrum of I love the content because it was more, that's why I was motivated to become a teacher because of the content more than it was because I love kids. And it doesn't make them a bad person. It doesn't make them a bad teacher. If anything, their passion for the content sometimes comes through for kids. But sometimes there's that disconnect in that being, I want to build a relationship with you, or I'm here for your best interest, because the motivation behind becoming a teacher was a little different than the person who is, I love kids.
Interesting. And now when you say neurodiverse brain, can you explain that? Like even just for I'm a talk show host, I have what's the neurodiverse brain? I've done research, but I'd rather everyone be able to hear it.
Absolutely. So I like to explain the neurodiverse brain as if you've heard of autism or ADHD or sensory processing disorder, dyslexia, dyscalculia, those are all things that fall into that neurodiverse category. And I would say some of those things are more sibling related, like you'll find commonalities between dyslexia, dyscalculia. And then there's things that are a little bit more cousin-like, you might have ADHD, but you might also have dyslexia, but you don't have to have the two. But there's I like to think of a Venn diagram, and there's all kind of a little bit of bleed over to all of them. They all have some similarities going on with them. If you go to my Instagram, I've created this neurodiversity family tree that kind of maps it out how it looks in my mind as far as how all those things are related. But those are neurodiversity. And I really like to explain it to people in a way that it's your brain just looks at the world differently. One of the things that I really try to promote and make known is I feel like there's this stigma that comes with people who are neurodiverse. You hear autism spectrum disorder, attention deficit disorder. But it's not necessarily a disorder. Some of the people who have ADHD or autism are incredibly bright, cure cancer type of knowledge type of individuals. Their brain just processes information differently and sees the world differently, takes in information differently, is creative in a different way. You know, when one person who's neurotypical can focus on one thing, the neurodiverse brain can focus on 500 different things at one time. So your executive functioning might be a little impacted, but your creativity and your ability to problem solve is much more enhanced. And I feel like oftentimes students who are neurodiverse get some negative messages at school because school has really been designed for this one size fits all type of box.
Wow.
And if you don't fit into that box, you get a lot of these messages of, you know, what's wrong with me as a learner? Why can't I take testing the right way? Or why don't I have the same outcomes as my peers who are neurotypical? And you really start to kind of self-defeat on your self-confidence there, which is really sad because a lot of these kids are incredibly bright. And I see a lot of that mental health piece really bleed into a lot of students who are neurodiverse because of those negative messages that they're getting, especially in the school setting, to think that there is something wrong with you.
Wow.
Oftentimes, the only way to get supports or services as a student who's neurodiverse is through special education. And of course, that comes with a stigma. If you're someone who goes, well, I'm in special ed, but you're not really a special education student, you just need a different way of school being taught to you, it still impacts your psyche a little bit of how you see yourself. And I really see that impacting students. And it's sad because then it takes them almost a decade. And I can actually speak to this of personal experience. I'm someone who has ADHD diagnosed, didn't know until later in life that I had ADHD. I was almost 30 years old by the time I found out. And I hated school. I was not a great student. I really didn't like school. I didn't enjoy going to school. I felt horrible about myself. And it almost took me a decade after high school to finally go, wait, I actually might be a little bit smarter than I thought I was. I might be a little bit more capable than I thought I was. But for so many years, I had gotten this message that something was wrong with the way that I learned, and I believed it. And it took me almost a decade to come out of that and go, wait a minute, I actually am a great learner. It just has to be done this way.
Well,
I don't want kids to have that.
That's good. When you discovered that, because you just said a mouthful, okay?
I know, I'm
whole
sorry.
lot. And there's a lot to unpack here. So what I want to make sure is, one thing was part of your backstory that I want to address for a second. You said that you didn't really like school. It was something that was not a pleasurable experience for you. What happened that was that turning point that made you come to that realization that you're brilliant beyond your own imagination? What happened?
It was not until I was in college. And it's funny, I struggled my first year in college because you have to take all those gen ed courses, right? All those courses that you're not necessarily interested in, but everybody has to take the math, the
English. Do what you gotta do.
Right? But the second I was in my sophomore year and I'd gotten all those gen eds out of the way, and I got to major in something that was interesting and fascinating to me, it was like this light bulb went off, and I did great in school. And that's when I started to have realizations that maybe I'm a better student than I thought I was, or maybe I'm more capable than I ever realized, because now I got to focus on something that was meaningful and exciting to me. I still didn't know I had ADHD at the time, but I started to realize that when I was interested in something, I could do whatever. And I learned it very quickly when I was interested, which is a neurodiverse trait. Typically, students who are neurodiverse, if it's an area of interest, they learn it very quickly. For example, one night I wanted to make something as a teacher. I wanted to code something, and I'd never taken a computer class. I taught myself how to write HTML code in one night because I was so determined that I wanted to make something that I needed HTML code for. And so I just sat there and I taught myself how to do it. And a lot of people who are neurodiverse can do that. But you don't realize you have some of those hidden gifts because you've gotten all these negative messages for such a long period of time when you're in school that make you think otherwise about your capabilities.
Wow. Okay, y'all, listen, I know that you're taking a lot of notes. I see a lot of comments coming in. Before we take our commercial break, Mackenzie, let's pop some of these comments up backstage. Mackenzie's backstage working with us, guys. So thank you so much. Let's see some of the comments. Oh, Jess says, I'm celebrating every woman in here. I love you. I'm assuming you mean me. And I'm assuming you mean Kristen. Go back for a second. I'm just trying to love on her for a minute, Mackenzie. Give me a second. Go. Much love to the strong women out there. She's like, no, keep it moving, Kim. Okay, go. Dennis says that. Who else? Hello from Denver, Colorado, Mary. Hi, beautiful ladies. You are smart. She's definitely talking about you over there. You are smart. Okay, let's see.
Everybody here.
That is so true. Everything you've been saying, this Facebook user says that is so true. Anyone else? Create purpose. Create purpose, Dennis says. Absolutely. Keeping things 100 is what you're doing here on today's show. And any others? Good morning, Mr. Les Brown. Thanks for all the motivation and encouragement, Sandra says. And I did see your comment too, Cheryl, where you said, thank you to Dr. Les Brown for allowing the Kim Jacobs Show to air here on his platform. And yes, on behalf of the Kim Jacobs Show, we are completely honored and privileged to be able to have the show stream here Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, along with, we're also streaming, and let me put this up, we're streaming on CTR Media Network as well. And CTR Media Network is in over 300 million households, as well as whatever platform you're currently watching the show. Trauma changes the brain. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
It creates gray matter in that brain.
It also, go back and say, what did you say?
It creates gray matter in your brain. So it does actually change how your brain sees and connects and views things. So 100%, Wallace.
Interesting. Let me ask you a question. Are you saying that if a child may have experienced something that they've witnessed, okay, I have a tickle in my throat now. Okay. That they may have witnessed at home or that's happened to them in their childhood, maybe molestation or seeing the death of a parent. It doesn't always have to be bad stuff that's been happening to the person, but it may just be life experiences like the death of a family member or the death of a parent or grandparent or whatever. Those traumatizing situations change the gray matter in the brain?
It does. Yes. It creates more gray matter in the brain, and it can make it harder to learn at times. It essentially changes your availability for learning. And I have people all the time who go, what do you mean availability for learning? So essentially availability for learning is just that. Are you someone who is here and you're able to take in information and you're ready to learn? Or do you feel like some of your basic survival needs, food, shelter, home, safety are not being met? And if that's the case, then you're not available for learning. And that's what a lot of teachers also don't always recognize. I love to give this example when I'm working with teachers and trying to kind of change their mindset a little bit. You might have a student who comes in and they put their head down. And oftentimes people, that student's lazy. They always come in, they just sleep. They're not trying. They don't put any effort in. And I always go, let's reframe it for a second. What if you knew the background of this child? What if you knew that this child is homeless and they sleep in a car? What if you knew that this child had a mother who's a single mother and they're the oldest of 4 or 5 siblings and they're in charge of making sure everybody gets homework, dinner, everything. And then by the time they get to go to bed, they only get a couple hours of sleep. And so when they come in, their primary needs are not being met. So they're not available for learning. So instead of looking at them like, oh, it's just this lazy kid, why don't we try to figure out what the root cause is of what's going on and why they're so tired or what's happening, instead of just jumping to assumptions of what is going on with this kid. And that is because trauma does impact you. If you're not having your basic needs met, then you're not going to be available for this external learning. Your brain doesn't see that as a priority or a need right now. And one of the best things I always tell teachers is, I know this is an education setting because I do teach at the university level, helping teachers become teachers essentially too. And I say,
right,
instead of let's look at this as this is an education institute, let's build relationships first. You're going to learn how to be a teacher and you can teach.
Good.
But you can't teach people who are not available for learning. But you can help people be available for learning if they have realized you've become their safe space. If you are somebody who they trust and know has their best interest because you took the time to build that relationship and really get to know who they are, that's going to make the difference. That's what you can appeal to on those rough days or those tough days.
So I like to role play, Dr. Kristen. So role play with me if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
I'm the teacher. You're the brain neurodynamic study brain specialist that you really are, right? Okay. So I am going to talk to you. I'm in a session with you. Dr. Kristen, I have so many children in my room, and they are all over the place. I have those that are there to learn, they're excited, they're motivated, and they're giving it their all. And then I have those that are totally distracted in the class, and I don't even know what they're coming to school for, but it's just ridiculous that their parents would even send them to school with that behavior without getting it checked somewhere at a counseling session first. What do I do?
So that would be a situation where I would like you to go to the counselor. I would like you to see if you know any background information, because oftentimes the counseling services knows a little bit more about what's going on at home than we sometimes get in the classroom. So try to figure out, is there something going on? Maybe counseling knows that this is the dynamic at home or this has changed. And that would be good information to have, because then you can be a little bit more understanding that this is what this child is experiencing or this is what this child is going through. It'll let you to open up that empathy space just a little bit more for this child. But then I want you to spend time at lunch, spend time in the classroom if you're not available during lunch. Sit down next to the child, work one-on-one. If you know that your other students are good, they're giving it their all, get everybody started on their task and go get some special attention. But don't make it just about the lesson. Sit down and start talking about, oh, I like your shoes. I like your shirt. What did you do this weekend? I noticed that you were make it about them. Put learning on the back burner. That's not important right now. Right now, what's important is establishing this connection with this kid and trying to figure out what's going on.
Okay, fast forward. I'm back in session with you. I've done what you told me. And now, okay, guys, please just work with me here. Everybody that's in the studio audience. I love this kind of stuff. Okay. So now I'm back. Okay. So Dr. Kristen, I actually did talk to the counselor, and she told me that, this child has been dealing with a lot of things at home, and actually her dog died. And so that's what I found out. So I'm so glad that you gave me that advice. You can take that off the screen, Mackenzie. Thank you. So I'm so glad that you gave me that advice, because by doing that, I was able to find out that she did have a traumatizing experience, and that made a difference in her learning. And already she's doing much better. I actually gave her a card because, for the loss of a pet. And so I was really happy that you gave me that feedback. So thank you. Thank you.
And that's how it should work. Now, I will say, I'm sure you would have teachers who would go, I try to build relationships and this kid doesn't care. And, and I get that often too, because you'll hear a lot, that they say, just build a relationship. I get a lot of that feedback. And I'm going to say that I'm going to tell a little bit of a story, because I feel like this is an important story for teachers or any adult who's trying to work with a child who feels like, I've tried to build a relationship and they don't care.
It doesn't work. Okay.
Sometimes it's a test. It is a test from that child. And I will tell, this is a true story. I had a student many years ago who I love and adore now. We couldn't have had a better relationship by the time they graduated from high school. But when they started as a 9th grader, it took us about 2 years to build a relationship.
Wow.
But what I needed to know about this child was this child had had every single adult in their life since they were very young fail them, and fail them. And who was I but maybe one more adult who was going to fail and reject them in their life? And so sometimes kids are testing you. It is a test because they have built up their defense mechanisms and their wall because they're trying to protect themselves from hurt and pain that they've experienced. And so oftentimes what they're trying to do is they're going to push you to your limit. They're going to find every little button that you have and they're going to push it because they have to know, are you going to be one more adult that is going to fail me or abandon me or just decide I can't deal with you anymore? And it might take you 2 years to finally break through, but that's what that kid needed. He needed to test me for 2 years before he went, all right, this lady is not going to give up on me. This lady is not going to abandon me. This lady isn't going to go, you're not worth my time. And if you knew his backstory, it was understandable why he did that to me. And it was a test that I had to pass. So I could have either failed that test and been one more adult who failed him, and he would have been reinforced in his rightfulness to have just been like, I don't want to deal with you. Or I could continue showing up every day, despite the arguments, despite the trouble, despite everything. And then at the end of those 2 years, I had a beautiful relationship with this kid that I would not have changed any of the difficulty I had in establishing it over those 2 years, because it was solid, because he knew I would not give up on him. So sometimes I think instead of looking at it like, this is ridiculous, I can't build this relationship, look at it as this is a test that the kid is giving to you. Are you going to pass this test, or are you going to fail this test? Because sometimes it's not an immediate fix.
I love your feedback. I love everything that you're sharing. For everyone that's just joining, we're talking with Dr. Kristen Eccleston, and we're talking about mental health of our youth in schools today. And how you can stay connected with her is at www.theneurodiverseteacher.com, theneurodiverseteacher.com, or at theneurodiverse.teacher on Instagram. And I see Marcy says, absolutely. Somebody else said that I was that kid. Maria says, agree, we must help each child individually. They all need different things. If they can relate to you, if they can't relate to you, they will never open up. That's very important. Someone says, love it. Building relationships sets the tone for all that follows. And that's from Sean Good. Let's see. So true. I was that child. And my teachers never even asked me questions or seemed to care about the backdrop story, is what that person said. But you just hit it right spot on. So this is a great session for even this person, probably as an adult, and still being traumatized from what happened with some people that may not have believed in him or her at that time, whoever the Facebook user is. All right, everybody, when we come back from this commercial break, we're going to talk more with Dr. Kristen about mental health in our youth. And let's talk about what parents need to know when we return. We'll be right back.
When someone has lost a loved one, they want to know what exactly happened. They want to know, is the other person going to be held responsible? And they want closure. At Hunter and Everett, we help clients that have lost a loved one move on, and to do that with dignity and respect that they deserve.
All right, everyone, and we are back. And as we're transitioning our discussion here, we want to talk about parents of children that are dealing with some mental health issues, and when it comes to school life in general. What do parents need to know? What should we look out for?
So I think it's important for parents to, one, really validate children's feelings. I think we're kind of at this new cusp for, even a generation ago, mental health was not what it is now. It was not as widely known. It was not as widely talked about. Oftentimes, if you brought it up, you might have gotten a response like, you're fine, you're being dramatic. I think those were common responses just because that was kind of a generational approach to mental health. And I think over the last maybe 10 years, we have started to realize, hey, mental health is really something that is up and coming. It is something that we need to give it a little bit more attention to, especially what we're seeing in schools. I think we are seeing, unfortunately, shootings, and I think a lot of those are a root cause of mental health needs. We're seeing an increase in suicides or suicidal ideations, which are definitely rooted in mental health needs. So I think for parents, it's this process of really just needing to communicate with your kids, asking them what's going on, really trying to validate what they're feeling. I know as a parent, I even sometimes with my kids, they'll say stuff and I'm thinking, in my head, this is ridiculous. This is what you're upset about? Like, what is this? But I think to them, you have to realize their world is much smaller than that of a world of an adult, right? Like, what happened at school is their world. That is the end of everything, because they have some of the other adult stressors going on. So validating their feelings, like, even if you think it's crazy, is, I understand why that would feel that way. And I felt this way, or here's a story from when I was younger and I can relate, and show them that you have dealt with those feelings as well.
That's right.
And be sympathetic. I think oftentimes we're quick to kind of reject kids' feelings and tell them they're fine, or that's ridiculous, or you're being dramatic. And those feelings of not validating their feelings, even if we know it's a little over the top, that I think is more impactful for them. If they feel like they have you in their corner and that you're willing to listen through what's going on in their day and be involved and really help them work through it too. I always try and to encourage my kids that I am a safe space. There is nothing that you can't say to me that I won't help you work through. I don't want you to feel like you're going to get in trouble. You'll never get in trouble for being honest with me. We might need to talk about what should have happened or what would be the better way to handle a situation. But I would rather you feel like you can come and talk to me through it and we can problem solve through it together than for you to keep something from me. And I think oftentimes, sometimes kids feel that fear of getting in trouble. They'll keep things. And so really trying to establish a safe space for your child to come and talk to you is incredibly important, especially in this day of social media. I feel like things can get out of hand very quickly with bullying, with just, not thinking through things and posting things, not realizing that now it's out there forever. So allowing your child to be able to come have those conversations with you, validate their feelings, and really be a team problem solver. It doesn't mean you step away from being that parent role, but at that point in time, you're being that sympathetic ear and you're trying to help be a team member, a team player with them in whatever they're going through.
That's good. Very good. Actually, I wrote a book. My first book that I wrote when I was younger is Extreme Balance Makeover. And it's tips in here that talks to people about all different ways to have great parent-team relationships, how to be able to balance all different aspects of your life. But one of the things in our house that we do is we have family meetings. And so that the family meetings are necessary because what we do is we share resources with each other that maybe the other one didn't have access to throughout the week. And we share that information, and it makes a world of difference for my children. So I encourage you all, if you have children, talk to your children, do some type of dinner topic discussion where we have these cards and you can pull a card out. And it worked a lot more when they were younger, but it just was like a conversation starter. And it would say, well, if you were president for a day, what would you do to change the world? If you were able to create any type of patented product, what would it be? And it was just to give a conversation starter. And some of the things that my children came up with were mind-blowing. Like one of my kids said, oh, I would create an emotion code detector to determine if this person was feeling sad, and it would turn this color, and if it was feeling good, it would turn, not just like emotion ring, but they said it where it was like this whole really in-depth scientific thought process to it that I never ever would have even known even was the way that they think. So I was like, get out of here. So doing creative things with your family makes a world of difference. Having those family meetings will matter if you want to take advice from the balance doctor over here, okay?
No, but absolutely. And it's a great way to get to know your kid a little bit better. Because like you said, sometimes you didn't even know that they were thinking that, or that those are thoughts that they had in their head. So it's a great, I think we know our kids, but sometimes we don't know the inner thoughts or the inner things. So it's a great way to get to know your kid a little bit more too.
Absolutely. And also the new suicide hotline in the United States is 988. So make sure that you all know that. I know that Mackenzie is probably gathering, and that's why she had popped out and popped back on the screen. You saw something pop on the screen for a second. The list globally as well. I know the other day she had provided that. But we do not want people not to be able to connect to the resources to get the help. If you are experiencing any suicidal thoughts at all, or you're just so depressed that having general conversation and being in isolation is something that you prefer to be in, you want to call and get some help, okay?
Yes,
definitely
please,
do that.
If anything, I'm sending my love to you. If you're that individual, you have my love, you have my support, and you are amazing. So please get that support because you are necessary and you are needed in this world.
And you are valued by those that value you. So if somebody does not value you, then guess what? They're just not for you. Don't worry about that. But
Yes.
There's a whole big world out here. So don't feel limited just to the one situation of somebody that didn't treat you the way you want to be treated, you know?
Absolutely.
Okay, so somebody said, oh, Maria said, I love the family meetings. Great idea. Thank you so much, Maria. You can learn a lot more about that in these books. You can get them over on, right? You can get an electronic copy actually for $3.99. An e-copy can be sent to you via email. But at $14.99, I have 10 copies of them, right? I actually have them. Some people that had just recently ordered some, so I'm getting ready to ship them their autographed copies. But if you want an autographed copy as well, just go to kimjacobshow.com and I'll get it over to you. It's $14.99. Okay, great. I love the family meetings idea. Glad. Let's see. Awesome. Oh, Dr. Kristen, I see that you are from Rochester.
Oh, I am not, but
I thought she said she was from Maryland.
I am not from Rochester, but I have been to Rochester.
Okay, so you may see somewhere you visit Rochester, but she lives in Maryland. But don't worry about that. That's neither here nor there. How that culture and its legendary human rights history inspire you. Okay. How are you inspired? So I'm just going to represent you, Wallace. Put the comment back up, Mackenzie, for me. Kristen, even though she's from Maryland, don't worry about that, Wallace. The point is, how has the culture of wherever you're from and human rights history inspire you in the work that you currently do?
I guess I'll answer it in this way. So I'm from Maryland, but I grew up in Silver Spring, Maryland. So if you're familiar with Maryland, it is right on that cusp of the DC area. So I grew up in a very diverse area.
I lived over there.
Okay, so you know the area that I'm talking about. So it's very diverse. Where I went to high school was very diverse. So I think the way that has inspired me in my work is I was fortunate to grow up in an environment where I got to experience different cultures. I got to experience different race, different gender, different sexual identities. Even when I was younger, even though it's come much further than when I was younger, it was still there being in that area. And I think that inspired me in the sense that I saw that everybody has a need. And I taught in that area that I grew up into. So I taught a very diverse range of students as well. So I saw that mental health is not, it's not particular. It doesn't pick a certain gender. It doesn't pick a certain race. It really is there, and it impacts everyone. And that has been meaningful to me because I feel like my work is something that is important to everyone. It's not just one gender, one race. It's something that everybody needs to be supported with and felt heard and felt seen. And so I think, if anything, the area that I grew up in has impacted me because it allowed me to not just have this one little section or this one little area and only know just white suburbia or something. Like I saw everyone and I saw how important everyone is, how everybody has a role, how valuable everyone is, how loving everyone is, and that I wanted to make sure that everybody felt great about themselves, that everybody felt like they have the power to take on the world. And so I feel like, if anything, where I grew up has impacted me because I was fortunate enough to have my eyes open to the bigger world that is out there.
I love that answer. I hope that's a great answer for you, Wallace. I see you, Arnetta Caldwell, our Reinvent Yourself specialist. She's our expert here on the Kim Jacobs Show, and she also has a podcast that you can tune into on all of the downloadable platforms. And I know definitely it's on Spotify, if I'm not mistaken. But check out Reinvent It. Just type that in your downloads, and you're going to hear something super special. You can also follow her on Instagram. Again, she's one of the Kim Jacobs Show experts. Reinvent Yourself, and she's on today. Thank you so much. All right. Okay. So listen, talking about everybody having the possibility to have everything that is required and exciting about their lives and opportunities. When we come back, I'd like us to talk about growth mindset, especially, again, dealing with mental health in our youth. How do we encourage a growth mindset at an early age? When we come back after this commercial break, everybody, we'll be right back. All right, everyone, we're back and we are talking with Dr. Kristen Eccleston. And I mean, I think that this has been like a month's worth of information that we've learned today. I don't know about y'all, but I learned so much. And our topic today is mental health of our youth in schools. And so, speaking of mindset, growth mindset, what's your philosophy on that? Talk to us.
Absolutely. So I love talking about growth mindsets because I really love introducing the concept of a growth mindset versus a fixed mindset. And so a growth mindset is being something where you're open to hearing other people's perspectives and ideas. So I like to come at it at a starting point of personal bias. We all have personal biases. It is not a negative thing to have personal biases. Right. Every single one of us has it. Since the day we were born, we have a life experience that has led us to see the world the way that we see it through what we've experienced, right? You know, if everybody always had a bad interaction with a blonde-haired lady, right, then you probably feel kind of iffy or standoffish about these blondes, right? You know, because that is what your life experience has taught you. But if you think that every experience with somebody who's blonde has been the most bubbly, popular thing ever, then you would think it's great. So we
And
all
I love blondes. I love blondes as a result of you.
Oh,
and
thank
Kim
you.
Jacobs.
Oh, well, thank you so much. But it's we all have these personal biases, right? Based on what we've experienced in our life. But what the difference is are you open to realizing that I don't know what I don't know? You know, we all don't know what we don't know. Every single one of us right now in this exact moment has a knowledge that hits right here. Like it's just, this is the ceiling. And there's all this area that we don't know yet. And are you open to recognizing that I don't know this stuff?
Right.
And that I am going to have conversations with people. I'm going to hear about what you've been through in life, what you've experienced, how you feel about a certain topic. And I'm going to allow that information to come in, and I'm going to expand my knowledge by going, oh, I hadn't thought of it that way. Huh, that's a great perspective. Oh, I've never seen it that way before. And I'm going to allow my brain to grow. Or am I going to be somebody who you're going to share stuff with me and I'm going, nope, that's not the way it is. Nope, I don't think so. And you just shut yourself down from being able to see things differently, to take a different perspective, to have that aha moment and go, I haven't thought of it that way before. And to me, that's the difference between having a fixed mindset, so really shutting yourself down to transforming your knowledge, versus having a growth mindset and going, I'm going to take in information. I'm going to take in other people's experiences, life, things that have happened to them. And I'm going to allow that to grow because I hadn't thought of it that way, because I haven't experienced it that way. Now, I always tell people, by doing that and having growth mindset doesn't mean you have to change your mind. You're not obligated
Right.
to change your
That's a good
mind.
point.
But you now have at least more information, and you've been open, you've asked questions, you genuinely are asking questions, not this like, I'm going to get you. Go ahead and share your information with me, and then I'm going to get. No, you're genuinely asking questions, right?
Is that a Maryland thing over there? Is that your diverse Maryland background? Because you're like, yeah, go ahead.
Maybe it might be, but you're really wanting to have a deeper understanding, and then you're deciding, okay, this has shaped how I see things a little bit, or no, it hasn't. And you're entitled, and that's okay to do that, but you've at least been open to the idea, and maybe you do change your mind, and it's okay. And it's actually a positive thing to change your mind. I think some people think changing your mind, oh, you're a hypocrite, or, oh, you change your mind all the time kind of thing. But no, maybe you have learned something more, or something now that you didn't know before, and you've allowed that to reshape how you see things or you view things.
I agree. And it gives you the opportunity to weigh every option and then be able to determine what option is going to work best for your life. And so this like, you can put everything out there and see what's going to be the nuggets that you will apply. And then you can spit the bones out and say, okay, I don't need that. I don't need that. But that one thing right there, evaluate.
I'm attorney Kenneth D. Snow. And at the
Oh, okay. Mackenzie, are you telling us to go to commercial break? Okay. She's keeping us on track. We're going to go ahead and go to commercial break. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Play it, Mackenzie.
I'm attorney Kenneth D. Snow, and at the Snow Legal Group, justice is our job.
For more than 20 years, Attorney Snow has been fighting for justice and winning cases in the Carolinas by providing aggressive representation in criminal defense, domestic violence, family law, serious injury, and wrongful death. If you've been injured or lost a loved one in an accident, including tractor trailer or rideshare, you need the Snow Legal Group by your side, fighting for justice and fighting for you. Visit snowlegal.com. Call 704-358-0026 for a free virtual consultation. Located at 6827 Fairview Road, Suite D in South Park.
All right, everybody. And even simple things like that, when you have a team working with you and they're giving their all, they're doing their best back there, and she's doing a fantastic job, right? So here, if something like that happens, it's easy to just take it so south and be like, oh, okay, or thank you so much. Guess what? I will go to commercial break and let's just have a great experience.
Mm-hmm.
So I think our mindset, when we talk about mindset, it's all in keeping things in perspective.
Absolutely. One of the most powerful things is you are in charge of how you are viewing an experience. You can allow it to upset you and anger you, but you've allowed that to happen. Or you can be, it is what it is, and you can change your perspective and how you view it. I think oftentimes we forget that we have the power to really change how we are experiencing or viewing a situation.
I agree wholeheartedly. So it's 90% of how we react to the situation and 10% of what really just happened to us. But that big bulk is, how do we choose to allow it to impact us to the point where that's how we're behaving as a result of it. So keep that in mind, everyone. All right. So listen, I know Cassandra, one of our team members, has sent in some statistics. And one thing that it says here during the 2020, this came from, I'll put the stat, but it came from nces.ed.gov. And it's talking about, this stat is talking about during 2021-2022 school year, the most common type of mental health service provided by the public schools was individualized based intervention, one-on-one counseling. And that's 84% of the public schools that was the case, followed by case management of 70%, and external mental health referrals were 66%. That's some pretty high numbers for all three categories to me.
Oh yes. And I would say of the clients I work with, because a lot of the work that I do is specifically with families. I work one-on-one with families. I help advocate to them, to the school system, to help them get the educational supports that they need for their child who is dealing with mental health needs. And I have seen all the way down as young as second grade, significant mental health needs, hospitalizations, suicidal ideations, concepts that I don't think I was even aware of when I was in second grade, and we're seeing it. And I think some of it is, we have more access to information than we've ever had in any period of history. Even our young kids, YouTube, TV shows, everything. So I think they are being introduced to concepts that maybe, a generation ago wasn't even being introduced to. But I also think a lot of people don't realize, when you think about the pandemic and the isolation that occurred, right? We were all kind of at home for 1.5 years, 2 years, right? And some kids had a great loving home. It was home. But some kids looked forward to going to school every single day because that was their escape from a horrible situation. That was where they got fed. That is where they got love. That's where, some teachers, brought in extra clothes or brought in treats or different things
because they knew the situation. So yeah.
Yes. And so, but those kids didn't get any of that for 2 years. And so you're probably seeing kids who experienced a really negative or traumatic environment for those 2 years that they were home. But there are kids too who still had a loving home, but missed out on social skills or friends or sports activities or different things that are really vital to growth and development at that young age. And that impact happened. I'll say my poor daughter, my mother had throat cancer during the pandemic. So we had to be incredibly careful because I was one of her primary caretakers. So I was always like, hand sanitize. And I think I even induced unknowingly a little bit of anxiety in my children because I was so amped up and paranoid about having to be careful for my mother's sake. And then all of a sudden one day I realized my poor daughter's hands were raw because she was washing her hands so much, and she was so scared about giving stuffed animals. She's young, giving her stuffed animals COVID and different things. So, and that was a level of anxiety that I had never meant to induce into her. I was trying to be careful for my mother's sake. So even in healthy, loving homes, there are children who experience different levels of anxiety or different traumas. And so it's something to be aware of. Kids didn't understand what a pandemic was, only that it just took them away from this sense of normalcy. And I think we're still going to be dealing with that for some period of time, especially in our younger kids who would have been kindergarten, first grade, second grade, who missed out on critical social skill development during that time.
Wow. I'm really glad that you're addressing this, because I know I have a son that is going back to college, but the college was never an online college. It was actually in-person school the whole time. But because of the pandemic, they were taking online classes. Well, now the transition is kind of interesting because it's like, I don't want to go back on campus. I want to stay and do online, but that's not even an option in some instances. So mentally, that's a big deal when you're having to try to talk about that with your children. And because I have 2 college students, one is physically having to go officially back to the campus which is at Chapel Hill. So he has to literally up and move back. And his nerves are like, oh my gosh, I got to go back to finish this last year. And then I have one that has been doing the from home online, but he has to go back to UNC Charlotte. So it's time to go back. You got to go back, and classes are back in session. And that's a toll on children mentally. And I'm only talking personally, but I can't imagine how everyone else is dealing with this. But according to this statistic here, which I'm going to put it on there in fortune.com, mental health crisis, college, schools, unprepared is what it says. According to Fortune, it says that anxiety is high, 43%. Depression is 33%. Trauma and stress-related disorders, as you heard that word disorders, is 12%. Neurodevelopmental disorders, such as ADHD or autism, is 11%. It's a lot of different statistics here. And women in college are more likely to report a diagnosis than men. So can you imagine the stats are really even higher?
You know? And it's what you asked me earlier about that neurodiverse aspect too. And one thing I didn't mention, but you can also, I think of autism, ADHD types of things as being more of a genetic based neurodiverse, but you can have PTSD, anxiety, OCD, so obsessive compulsive disorder, are all also considered to be in the neurodiverse realm as well. But I think of them as almost kind of like a secondary, they were almost like a trauma trigger aspect that is now being brought in and is kind of making your brain work or form differently. Like PTSD in itself is that change in that gray matter in that brain from trauma. And so your brain is functioning and processing differently. So it is almost kind of creating this neurodiverse brain, even if you hadn't previously been neurodiverse.
Right. Wow. Okay. It's just so much to process and to learn. And what about parents? And I know we're coming to the end here, but there are parents that have various different discipline styles. And you being a neuro brain specialist person, tell me what the right word is. So I'm saying it, not specialist person.
You're a doctor of education, essentially, but my focus was on mind, brain, and teaching. So, and I researched mental health and the education
and
stuff.
beauty, because you are beautiful too. So go ahead, tell us what your thoughts are pertaining to parents that may not understand that their children are dealing with a mental health crisis type of situation. So they are experiencing spankings and beatings and different things. Talk to us about your perspective.
Absolutely. So, that's a great question. There's this concept out now that's called gentle parenting. And a lot of people who are more on the I grew up with an iron fist are very anti-gentle parenting because they feel like that is the only way to get a child to be respectful. They really see that a lot of this gentle parenting is creating children who are not respectful of their elders and don't listen and are kind of out of control. And I don't necessarily agree. I live somewhere in the middle of the two. I actually think, and this is where growth mindset comes into play, that there is more than one way to parent. And what it really comes down to is knowing your child and who your child is and what they specifically need in order to be successful. And I would say if I had to lean one way or the other, I'd probably lean more towards the gentle parenting, but it's not in the sense that I just go, oh, well, it's okay. You felt. I really, in that, I want to validate your feelings, but I'll also haul you out of this restaurant and embarrass you in front of these people if you're acting a fool, because we're not going to do that. But I will talk to you later about why you were feeling that way, what you were going through, what would have been the better way to handle it, how we should go about it in the future, what my expectations for you are. I'll give you the opportunity to share with me, how I made you feel, and I'll, and that way we can talk about our feelings. And that's really the approach that I personally like to take. I don't necessarily feel like you have to. I had somebody talk to me the other day who used the word whoopins. Like, I don't know that you have to do that. I still feel like if your core value is to have children who are respectful and are respectful of their elders, that you could still accomplish that by making sure that you are, being strong in what your boundaries are. You set your boundaries for your children, and children test boundaries, and you hold fast on with those boundaries. If I tell you you're going to lose this and this is going to be your consequence, I follow through with that.
Do that, right?
An empty threat. But I will also talk to you about what you're feeling, what I was feeling, and so that we can understand each other and come to an agreement of how we should handle the situation the next time it comes up.
I love it. And Mackenzie said there is a difference between discipline and abuse, though.
Yes.
So there's
Absolutely.
that fine line.
Absolutely, there is. And I
not
think some of that is that generational stuff that's creating a little bit of a gray area there. But there is, I mean, there's a difference between, hey, I've grabbed you and I'm directing you because we have not followed directions and this is a safety issue now and you're going to get hit by a car if I don't grab your arm, versus,
Right.
you know, I'm hauling off on you because it's my intent to hurt you because I'm angry and I want you to feel pain. That, to me, that's the difference between I am directing you and now abuse has entered in.
I love your breakdown on that. And I see here someone says Happy National Women's Day. I said that earlier in today's broadcast. My name is Jenna Lee. I don't know why I'm coming up as a Facebook user, but her name is Jenna Lee. But anyway, I wrote a book about everything that you all are talking about with traumas and how I persevered and overcame them. How I lost 100 pounds and reinvented myself as well. And how I did the work on myself to get through everything to be a better me. The name of the book is called God Likes the Sound of Good Times. Oh, I'd love to be a guest on the Kim Jacobs Show and talk about it. And I'd love to have you as a guest. So definitely, Jenna Lee, just make sure you send some kind of message over to the Kim Jacobs Show in our inbox and we'll get you what you need, okay? I will not allow another child to interfere with another child's learning ever, okay? I think that's an interesting comment. I don't know what to say to it, but I think that hopefully you'll take the advice that Dr. Kristen shared here today. You have to set boundaries with your children. Yes. Our
and they do better. And there is scientific evidence to show that children who have boundaries actually feel safer and secure and actually do much better in life in general because they have those boundaries.
I love that. I love that. And listen, everyone, I am going to let you all know too, that if you are interested in just being one of our online contributors here on the Kim Jacobs Show, the only way that our program thrives is through community contributions. We don't have any other way of receiving the funds except for you and your support. So thank you for everything that you do that allows us to be able to keep the program going Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And these are some of the ways you can support. Cash App is $ Kim Jacobs Inc. PayPal.me/Kim Jacobs Inc. And you can become a patron member, and that's at patreon.com/The Kim Jacobs Show. All right. I am so glad that we've had this time together. I think it's been incredible. What's any kind of closing comment that you'd like to share with everyone?
I just like to share with everyone just how wonderful every single one of you are, what you have to offer this world, what a light you are. And if you never had a teacher tell you how proud of them, or how proud of you they are, I am proud of you. So keep up the great work. You are capable of achieving whatever you want to achieve.
Guys, you've heard it from Dr. Kristen. I want you to also tell people how they connected with you. I'm going to put that up again, because that's very important for people to know how to stay connected with you. People are saying, I want to stay connected with you. Where do I find her? I need her. So I see all of your comments coming in, and she's going to tell you how right now.
Yes, please come find me at my website, www.theneurodiverseteacher.com, or on Instagram or TikTok. I am at the.neurodiverse.teacher.
All right. And tomorrow, everyone, this rest of this week, we have some great shows lined up for you further. So let me make sure that I share that with you. I want to make sure I pull that up. And it is, tomorrow. Oh, man. Well, I'm pulling that up. Before I pull that up, let me let you know that people have been asking about this particular product, how to start and succeed in the seminar business. It's many, many years old, but the information is still relevant today. And if you are interested in getting the audio download, this is the image, but it's an audio download. It's $49.99. You can just Cash App or put in the memo section your email address. Please put your email in the memo section. Don't just Cash App, because then we won't know where to send it. But if you want to hear this information-packed session with Dr. Les Brown and Kim Jacobs, myself, from when we were much younger, as you can see, it's $49.99, and you can go to $Kim Jacobs Inc., or you can send it to paypal.me/Kim Jacobs Inc., and we'll email you that audio download. Is some great, great information in there. All right, so this has been wonderful. Everybody that enjoyed and learned anything today, put in the comment section maybe just one thing that you learned that you're going to apply as a teacher to your new school year as the school year is kicking off, okay? This has been some great information. You are amazing, amazing.
Thank you for having me. I'm so grateful for this experience and the opportunity to talk to your audience, so thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kristen. And tomorrow we're going to be talking about how good health is wealth. Nick Wharton is going to be on, CEO of the Charlotte Area Fund. But again, globally, this information that he's going to be sharing is going to be helpful to you. So make sure that you are in your virtual seats at 11 o'clock a.m. And then guess what, everybody? On Thursday, you will be able to receive a great treat because we have our own Mackenzie who works backstage with the Kim Jacobs Show. She's coming out of backstage and coming forth to tell her harrowing story of being able to survive a very unique situation that happened in her life. I'm not going to tell you all the details because it'll take away from what happened in her journey to recovery. So I'm going to let her tell you her own story, but she's a survivor, a mother, and a loving wife. And I'm glad to have her on this Thursday at 11 o'clock a.m. All right, everybody, that's our episode. I see everybody's comments. I can't do everything. I see all of y'all, but I don't know what else to do except for just say thank you for being here today, and glad to have each and every one of you in the studio audience. Stay backstage, Dr. Kristen, and I will. You know how you get ready to close out a show and you're like, oh my gosh, I didn't say this. What is that one thing that you wanted to say?
Well, what was the one thing I wanted? Did I say? The one thing I was going to say, I'm just grateful to be here and thank you so much. And I hope everyone has a wonderful day.
No, I was saying if there was any one thing that you said in your mind, you're like, I knew I should have said this and I didn't say it.
Oh, no, I think we covered everything. And again, so grateful to be here. So grateful for your audience. Thank you for all the wonderful messages that everyone sent in. So I'm grateful to every single one of you.
All right, everybody. On that note, we're going to go ahead and have a great rest of your day. I'll see you tomorrow at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bye-bye. And I'll see you backstage. All right, everybody. Mackenzie, we're going to close out now. Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of The Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on The Kim Jacobs Show.
The minute, but in the 90s with the black girls again.
The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. Let's talk about it. 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 On the video.
Hello, hello, hello. I am so glad to see you here today. I am so excited about my guest. It's Dr. Tashina Reeder. And Dr. Reeder, how are you today? How are you doing? You're muted.
I'm muted.
Yes.
Great. Hi,
That's-
thanks for having me.
I am so honored to have you here. We're going to be talking about a lot of things, but before we do, let me just share with the audience a little bit about Dr. Tashina Reeder. Dr. Reeder is an author, an international speaker, elevation wellness coach, and the founder of Manifesting Her Academy. Known as the Transparent Educator, Dr. Reeder uses her clinical training as a licensed therapist and life experiences to lead women to embrace their healing journey to make shift happen. She published her first solo book, Manifesting Her, 7 Strategies to Redefine Your Identity After Trauma, Build Big Confidence, and Cultivate Self-Love. Dr. Reeder is a native of Philadelphia who earned her doctorate in couples and family therapy. She is a self-proclaimed life enthusiast who loves to travel, to experience different cultures and foods, listen to rhythmic, listen to me, rhythmic music, dance, and spend time on the beach to enjoy the sun, the blue waters, and the smell of crisp summer-like air. That is Dr. Tashina. I'm having a great time here, right? Dr. Tashina Reeder. Well, welcome, welcome, welcome. And what I'm going to do, I am going to, let's see if we have any comments coming in yet. No, not yet. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you a few minutes to kind of share with our audience a little more about you. I would like for you to kind of talk about your journey into becoming a therapist. What made you decide to become a therapist? So I'm going to give you the floor and let you share.
Again, Vera, thank you so much for having me on your show to share about what it is that I do and my new book, Manifesting Her. And so, per your question, I am from Philadelphia. If you're a Philadelphian, especially female, we call ourselves, we're Philly Johns. We're born and raised here in Philadelphia. And I am an eldest child of one sibling. Went to high school, went to college. Actually, in school, I studied criminal justice in undergrad, and I actually had a desire initially early on to be an attorney. And then from going into school for criminal justice, that desire to be a lawyer changed to wanting to be a forensic therapist. And then I did an internship at Temple University for social work, where I worked at the state intensive aftercare program for high-risk youth who were already in the system. And so I would go visit them in their detention centers. And it was at that point I realized these children didn't come here on their own. Something has happened to them. And I became more curious to know more about the family, or what happened in this child's life that brought them
to um, be adjudicated, to be in the detention center. And so it was at that point in social work, I decided to study more about families, and wanting to work with the families, especially having to meet the parents of the children that I was providing probation service for. And I began to become really intrigued about the family system, which then led to me to pursue a doctorate in marriage and family therapy, where we studied intensively in relational theories, working with family systems and understanding those dynamics. And so from that point on, I began to provide services for not only families, but also couples and individuals. And I have a private practice that's based out here in Philadelphia on Sea Line Avenue. At the moment, unfortunately, with the uptick in requests for services, I had to put a pause on my intake of seeing new consumers. But I have a passion to work with specifically women individually to really tap into their areas of pain, specifically trauma. And so while in practice, I decided to study and become more knowledgeable and receive more training in trauma, where I became a certified prolonged exposure therapy therapist and supervisor specializing in trauma treatment. It's a specific type of treatment for trauma. And there's different modalities that therapists use to treat trauma. And so as a therapist, as being human, right, we all have had some life experiences. And oftentimes our life experiences can, in a way, guide what we choose, what we begin to grow an interest in. And for me, it was working with women who was suffering in silence, who've experienced a great deal of trauma. And with my own life experience, they say those who are social workers or therapists or whomever is in the helping field, oftentimes we're also wounded healers, where we help because of our own experiences and desire to help others pull through their life challenges. And so that is all the things that has happened in my life in terms of schooling and my interest in becoming a therapist. That's how I arrived to this point of being a licensed therapist, I should say.
Yes, and that's significant. Licensed therapist. Now, you talked about your work with juveniles that were in the system, and you became interested in delving more into what got them there.
Yes.
And so if you could just, I know you can't, if you can just kind of do an overview or an idea of some of the family dynamics that cause some of our youth to go awry. I know that's a loaded question, but
very loaded there.
But working with with youth and families myself, and understanding that a lot of parents are coming into parenting with their own unresolved issues, possibly and probably some of the trauma that you're talking about right now. So if you could just kind of shed some light to kind of give an indication of the kinds of family dynamics that cause our youth to move in a direction that is not favorable to them.
So, I mean, unfortunately, there are many variables that can speak to why some of our youth end up in the system. And I believe oftentimes what I would run into was some of these issues were intergenerational, where you have children who were born into intergenerational trauma. So you have addictions in the family, you have violence that's in the family, you live in a community that's violent, you experience violence. You have, unfortunately, we experience poverty and having a lack of things. And so you have youth wanting to have more because, parents may not be able to afford to give you more. And so, the streets
teaches our youth different ways of coping that's not always healthy. And as they grow older, as you know, as teenagers, you begin to listen a lot to what your peers say, what's happening in the streets, in the schools, and oftentimes us as parents may not be always connected or have our ears to the ground, as they say. So, and as parents, we're caught up in our own life trying to, pay those bills, take care of these kids, and all these other responsibilities that we have. And on top of that, you may be a single parent, whether a single father or a single mother. You're having to maintain a home and a child or children, multiple children. And it's not always easy. And so when you have your child enter into that adolescent phase, they become strange to us. They look different. Like, well, who's this child?
Yes.
So, unfortunately, we have some children who find themselves hanging with the wrong crowds, getting involved in things, unfortunately, that can land them into trouble, like selling drugs, doing things that, out of thrill or excitement, and find themselves in trouble. Teen pregnancy, all types of things, and this is not to say that our children are misguided. I think this comes with this life experience, even as parents or older, we've had our own life experiences as well as teenagers, as adolescents, and they too are having their own experiences, and some of those experiences are not great, and some of them are amazing experiences that they're having. And so with the children that I began to work with, many of them were incarcerated because of drug dealing, selling drugs, or homicide, unfortunately, getting caught up in a wrong crowd or being associated with the crime because of what someone else was doing. And so the probation department that I worked in was like the last stop for them. And many of them in this place were juveniles who were incarcerated for murder, or in the system for murder or attempted murder. And so it was pretty disheartening thing when I realized what happened. This didn't just happen overnight. This is something that's been building up. They've been engaging in activities where what's happening at home was my first thought. And so, and I always tell parents, I get it, we're tired, and we have, we're pulled in many different directions, especially if we have multiple children. And we depend a great deal on our older children, right? To help out, so to speak, right? Which causes them to be parentified in some shape or form. Not saying that it's necessarily a bad thing, as long as we are rewarding our children who are helping out, who are elders, with the younger ones. But sometimes they feel left out. They feel ignored or misunderstood, and they go seek attention elsewhere, whether it's in a negative way, or sometimes our kids become overachievers to get the acknowledgement, right? So it's important as parents, they talk about balance. Sometimes I'm thinking, I don't know if there's such thing called balance. Maybe it's just harmony. We got to find a harmony with what we're doing, because there's so much that we're dealing with now. Especially after the pandemic, you have a lot of PTSD happening,
yes,
depression, and our children having to be schooled at home, and now they're, the world is open back up, and they like, yeah, I can see my friends and peers, and it's been different. It's been different lately these past 2 years, and so we're dealing with a great deal of trauma, really,
yes,
and all types of mental health things that's being brought to the forefront, that's happening within our homes, abuse and all types of things that's been occurring since the pandemic. So it's a lot that our families are dealing with, and I'm glad that now people are being more open to going to therapy to get the help that they need.
Absolutely. And how long have you been practicing? Have you had your own practice?
So I've been practicing. I graduated master's in 2001. So in 2001, I've been practicing therapy, 2001 until now, still. About practice, I opened my private practice in 2013.
That's awesome. I'm so proud of you. That's so awesome.
A long time ago. We go back years. So, yeah. But I've scaled down a great deal. where I am transitioning from, I still do therapy, but I'm embracing the coaching world. And what I'm finding is that, I'm sure many therapists who may be watching may have experienced the uptick in therapy requests. And a lot of us as therapists are unable to take on all of the requests, which is a good problem to have, which tells us people are being more open to receiving the help. What I'm also finding is people who are also looking to do coaching, but they really need therapy. I'm like, yeah, coaching doesn't address this issue. This is really specific to a process-oriented
Yes.
service, which is therapy, versus practical here and now kind of steps to take, which would be coaching. And so I do both. And so, yeah.
Well, that's awesome. And now, what made you want to? Now, you talked about the children and working with the youth, but were there some other things that propelled you to want to specifically be a therapist? Was anything in your own personal life that you might have experienced that caused you to really look and say, I really need to focus on this?
Well, as I was maturing through school and getting my education, I was always one to help. I've always had a desire to help others. And then when I became more knowledgeable and experienced about therapy, I think that's really, especially with families, I think initially my heart was for the kids and wanted the parents to understand these babies and what they were saying, because everything wasn't their fault.
Right.
It was all
right.
scapegoat for what was happening within their family system. And so again, as I began to continue, I landed a job at a drug and alcohol program for women, where I was there for 11 years. And so I began to experience another world of a different side of the family system, or specifically with the women, the mothers, the wives, the sister, and then hearing all of what they were dealing with. And I was able to identify with it because I too am woman. I too I'm like, wow, I can relate, because we share something in common. And I believe my work there really shift me from doing family work to really focusing on women. And these women specifically were in recovery, had a lot of mental health. They were amazing women, resilient individuals. They were strong because they had to be, even though they didn't always feel strong, but they were open to receive the help, to learn how to build their confidence, how to live life again, because some of them were pretty depressed, pretty, insecure because of what they've experienced in life, and it's recovering from substances. It's not always an easy thing to do. And so, and then my own, personal experience of trauma, I understood the shame. I understood hiding, suffering in silence. I understood the fear of judgment. I understood all of that. And when I went through my own, personal hell, I think that really motivated me. It put me on the other side. So while I did the therapy treating it, here I am on the other side needing my own therapy. I'm like, look at that. Who would have thought, And I always tell, people, I'll say, listen, it doesn't matter how educated you are or not. We all have our own challenges, and we all could benefit from receiving therapy. Now, I say this to my colleagues and peers. They laugh at me. I say, we need help too, but we just better at hiding it, because we have an image some of us are trying to uphold. And to be told, we are too afraid of judgment, of what they may perceive us to be as. Well, you're a therapist, or you're a doctor, or you're this. How did you, find yourself in that? Or why did you do that? Well, you're still human.
Absolutely. And sometimes even as a therapist, you're so close to your own personal issues that even with that training and with that background, sometimes you need someone else to look at you from a more objective perspective. You may well have the tools and everything that you need to heal thyself. However, again, being able to have someone else look at you from an objective perspective to maybe help you see through some of the things that you've experienced. And I
Yeah.
know we haven't talked about any of the traumas that you've experienced, but do you talk about any of those things in your book?
Absolutely. So, as I was saying, the book is called Manifesting Her. And it's called Manifesting Her, the 7 Strategies to Redefine Your Identity After Trauma, Build Big Confidence, and Cultivate Self-Love. And I thought this was, when I was writing this book, it's really my story in combination to an interactive book where I'm challenging you to think about your own life experiences and areas in your life, because we all have areas in our lives that we would like to change, and we have areas in our lives that are painful because of some life experiences, and we don't know how to take those next steps to make shift happen, right? To make those
Yes,
changes in our
I
lives.
love that. Shift
Right.
happen. I love
You can
that.
tell people I'm not cussing, but whatever and so I decided that not only was a book enough, but I wanted it to make an impact. So I also did a workbook to go with it. And it just really lays out, it's like it's a workbook, and it lays out questions you answer and engages you, it encourages you, it inspires you. It's like a journal in some sort. So it's an extension of this book. And the book really just talks about my own story of pain from being in an emotionally abusive marriage. And I always specify emotional because many people assume that when you just say abuse that you were beaten.
Right.
And abuse comes in different forms.
Absolutely.
Right. And so I believe that all abuse is impactful, and it can really cause damage to your sense of self.
Yes.
Especially emotional abuse, because it really leaves scars on you mentally and emotionally, right? Your physical heals can heal, right? You won't see the scars, but them scars on your heart takes a whole nother turn in terms of how you see the world and yourself, right?
Yes.
And that's what trauma does. It really focuses how you see yourself, how you see others, how you make decisions. It causes you to feel indecisive at times, distrustful, a number of things. So I talk about what trauma is, kind of like just the basics of what trauma is. So I define it. I kind of give examples of what common reactions to trauma is, so that people can get an understanding of my walk, because many people may believe it. They never experienced trauma. I'm like, no, everybody's experienced some level of trauma.
Yes.
Right. Trauma is a normal response to a distressful experience, right? We've all experienced something that was shocking, that caused us to have to step back. And you may have felt the experience of that. They call it survival instincts. It's your fight, flight, or freeze. We felt an overwhelming amount of stress. And sometimes as a result, we may find ourselves in really a shock. You're in shock that this happened, and it may result in you becoming tearful, or at some point may feeling depressed or withdrawn. And some people may resort to substances or alcohol to cope with what they experience, depending on the trauma. And it's not always something that had to be really tragic, but something that was really disturbing to you, that caused you to have an overwhelming amount of stress that was disturbing to you. That could have been something that happened at work. Could have been something like losing your home. All of a sudden you're like, well, now you're living in a shelter. That can be traumatic for people, right?
Absolutely.
You have natural disasters, people losing their homes, and sitting on top of the roof of your house is traumatic.
Yes, yes.
Different life experiences. And so I just talk about how I work through my trauma and how I'm still healing. I tell people, just because I wrote about it doesn't mean your healing stops. Your healing is ongoing, because you're and you're still triggered different things. But the goal is to become more aware and in touch with yourself, that you're able to work through that. And so the steps that I created does just that, help show you what I have done and continue to do to work through my process to come here, because I didn't always look like this or smile. It was I was in a completely different place several years ago. So yeah.
And you talked about the different types of abuse, and just for our audience, I'd like for us to just kind of share, because you talked about the emotional abuse, there's physical abuse, there's mental abuse, there's spiritual abuse, So if you can just kind of, because we may have some people listening, and if not now, but in the replay, that need to understand that just because your spouse may not be calling you out of your name, that doesn't mean that you're not being abused in some other way.
Mhm.
So if you could just kind of share the different types of abuse and what are some of the signs and triggers that might help someone listening to understand, oh, I'm going through that and I need to do something about it. I need to call Dr. Reader.
That's another loaded question, Paris. I'm gonna do my best. So
but you have the answers.
I'm gonna try my best. Because I don't know at all, but I will speak to this topic based on this my experience, but also just as a therapist for those who experience abuse. And it's not always, you talk about domestic violence, intimate partner violence, they use those words interchangeably because there is abuse that have occurred. And so there have mentioned some types such as your emotional, your mental, your physical abuse, your spiritual abuse, but there's also financial abuse. There is sexual abuse that also happens. And so, abuse is definitely impactful. It's wrong. Wrong. What I mean by it's wrong is that no one deserves to be the victim of abuse, right?
Absolutely.
Oftentimes I find that in my practice, those who are the abusers were also abused. And they've learned these ways of coping. And some of them may not even realize that they are being abusive. And so then it's this kind of cycle that perpetuates itself through generations, right? We may become accustomed to the yelling in the home and the fighting, and we normalize that. I'm like, that's actually unhealthy.
Very unhealthy. And yes.
For many of us, we may have brought up in those types of household where we're, alcoholism is there and prevalent, and we're used to seeing mommy or daddy intoxicated, and we normalize that. And then we in turn begin to pick up those habits or many different things, right? Or we may find ourselves entering into relationships as women and men with unhealthy partnerships because we don't know what healthy looks like. Right?
Absolutely. Yes. Yes. And awareness precedes change. And oftentimes, like you said, if you're living in a cycle where you see, this has happened to my mom, my grandma, and now it's happening to me, this is normal. So understanding that if we don't see anything differently or different, then we don't understand that, like you said, the yelling. I'm a big proponent of people understanding the true impact that yelling has on children. But I also suggest that parents think about how they feel when they've been yelled at and then amplify it in a child. And being a therapist, I know we're kind of off topic, but I think this is something that's important to talk about because yelling, people don't understand the impact that yelling has on a child. And as a therapist, I'm sure you can even touch more on the fact that it can cause depression, anxiety, it can cause the behavior to be even worse, and it can cause all kinds of physical problems, stomach aches, backaches, headaches. And so parents need to understand, and if you could kind of share some ways that one might be able to diffuse the yelling, and just kind of give a couple of points, because that is so important. We feel that it's particularly in the Black community, a lot of times yelling is just a way of life and not understanding the impact that it has. So I know we got time. We got time. But I just want, if you could just kind of touch on that, because it is an important issue. And we do understand there's several different types of yelling, but the kind of yelling we're talking about is the type of yelling when you're angry, you're frustrated, you're annoyed. So I'm giving you the floor.
I'll say this. When I talk about yelling, I think there are different types of yelling that we may normalize or say, oh, we're a loud family. This is how we talk, because that's how it's been normalized, because that's just how they interact. Folks interact. But then there's a another, way of communicating, because yelling is really a form of communicating.
Yeah, it is.
And there are some of us who may not even be aware that we're yelling because we're used to, talking loud. There are some of us who feel like we have to yell to get our point across or to be heard, because for some folks, they may feel like if I don't, then my needs won't get met. So they may change their tone and elevate their voice. Then there's other folks who may, people yell for different reasons. May yell because this is a way of commanding respect or having control over the situation, so their voices become elevated. Now, I'm not saying, so just like with children, and we have parents who yell at us, because especially we're not listening. Our parents have raised their voice, and we start, we listen.
Yes.
And so I'm not saying that yelling per se is bad. However, if this is a consistent way of communicating, it's unhealthy. Because every now and then you may yell out voice. I know I'm guilty of it with my 6-year-old. I'm like, hey. Right? My voice is elevated, but it's not something I yell all the time, right?
Right.
You're yelling, you're always stern, but it causes fear, and it's a form, if yelling is like a form of intimidation, and that's when it's unhealthy and it can be abuse, right?
Yes. Before you go on, I want to acknowledge Felicia. Hi, Felicia. Thank you for being here. She says, good evening, Queens. Yes, dysfunctional behaviors, unfortunately, can seem normal to those who deal with it daily in their everyday life. Absolutely, because you know, until you know better, you're not going to do better. So she also says, sometimes people feel yelling gets the attention they need to be heard. But I also think about the fact that a soft tone can, one, turn away wrath, but two, because yelling, and I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, I never yelled at my son, because I would be lying. But I did realize, and I recognized when I started speaking in a more softer tone, but still firm, soft, but firm, I was able to get more out of him by doing it that way rather than yelling. But like you said, it's something, and sometimes it just happens so quickly.
I mean, there's a lot of variables at play that, we can't all pinpoint down the reasons why. But what I do know is many of us, I know I wasn't taught how to communicate effectively when it's around your anger or your uncomfortable or your emotions. We weren't taught how to communicate. We watched our parents. We watched how they handle their business. We watched TV, so we learn from our environment. And so no one ever tells you until it becomes a problem for them. Like, you have anger issues. Well, I do. I don't know. I've heard that. I've heard that. People say I don't have anger issues, but when they talk, they become real passionate about what they're saying, and it comes across as yelling. If the person don't know you, they may feel that you're being aggressive towards them, because we were never taught really how to in a way that people may feel that is non-threatening. But I mean, everybody, people yell. Even the politician, you watch them on TV.
God, yes,
they keep yelling. And so it's definitely a form of commanding control and having respect and getting your point across. But if it's all the time, then that can be definitely an issue.
Absolutely. I had a teacher tell me once that she could tell the difference between a child that comes from a house where there's constant yelling and a child where it's not so much. You can actually see the difference. And studies have also shown that the brain waves are different in children that are yelled at constantly and are not. And so it's an issue of concern. And learning
that kids can, and adults can communicate. I mean, I've had families where I work with, and people who I know who are very calm, and they're very direct in their speaking. They're not yelling, and their kids practice the same way.
Yes, children grow to be what they see. Absolutely. And one point I want to make: the way the new Supreme Court Justice, Miss Court Jackson, or Supreme Court Justice Jackson, the way that she handled the yelling at her, the disrespect of her, is a perfect example of how we can kind of diffuse, even though she didn't diffuse how these people were acting. But I mean, it was a shame.
That's
It
a
was
whole
terrible.
nother why she had to be that way. That's a whole nother topic.
Yeah, it is. It is. But she was so calm. And if we can learn to have that calmness in the midst of all the negativity that may be lashed at us,
Yeah.
then it can help us to possibly even be healthier ourselves, because we're not allowing how someone else is behaving towards us to impact us.
I
And
think one of the challenges too is sometimes as people we may take it personal, like a personal attack, when we shouldn't personalize what people are communicating unless they're directing it towards you. Even still, listening, you know what's true and what's not. And so it's really about learning. I call it people management, but also your own emotional intelligence,
yes.
your own responses.
Absolutely. And Felicia says, yes, soft and firm is a better approach. The receiver will not go immediately into defense mode. Both parties can work towards a resolution. Yes. And she said, great decision. So, yes, absolutely. All right. Now, let's get back. We're coming back to the book. But you had made some points that I thought were very relevant and needed to be discussed, because one of the purposes of us doing this is to help uplift, encourage, motivate, inspire, and educate the listening audience. And so those things that you brought up, I felt were things that we needed to kind of expound upon for a minute. But now we're going back to the book. So, can you, and I know we're not giving the store away, we're not giving the book, we're not trying to give everything that's in the book here tonight, but are there some pointers that are in the book that you can encourage our audience to possibly consider in a scenario or in a situation?
Well, I'll say this. I'm going to be the cheerleader for therapy. I think that everybody should, invest in themselves in the form of receiving therapy. That's part of our well-being, nurturing, attending to our well-being by going to therapy to address the issues that we may recognize that we have. And so one of the steps that I do talk about as actually the first step of beginning that healing process is acknowledgement. We can't heal what we don't acknowledge.
Yes.
And oftentimes I know that we may not have the words to acknowledge it, but start somewhere with the feeling, the emotions that you're feeling. Acknowledge that, right? And when you put a name to those emotions, that's the first step. But we have to acknowledge what we're feeling. We have to be specific about what that is, so we'll know what we are working on to resolve or to work towards healing. So acknowledgement can be difficult because it could be scary, because we're so used to, many of us, wearing that figurative mask that we wear to cover how we're feeling because we don't want to be vulnerable. And the mask that we wear serves a purpose, right? Temporarily, because of the pain that we're feeling, and we don't want to be exposed to more harm. But after a while, what we're hiding behind that mask can become more problematic because we're not addressing it, meaning it will show up in your relationships. It will show up in how we talk to other people. It shows up in how we treat ourselves if we're not careful in addressing what that thing is that we're not addressing within ourselves. It could be insecurities. It can be a lack of confidence. It can be self-esteem issues around perhaps a disfigurement, perhaps an illness, perhaps something happened to you, such as a rape, or perhaps depression. A number of things that we deal with as individuals that sometimes being vulnerable is scary. We don't want to be vulnerable, so we try to deal with it ourselves. We wear a mask and we package it up in a cute little box somewhere within. But the moment something happens, that box acts like, remember them old school toys, that wind up toy, and it pops up and the puppet pops out. Our emotions do just that. They begin to bully us if we don't deal with and acknowledge what this is to work through it. so we can gain control over the emotion versus the emotion controlling our behaviors and the way in which we're thinking about self and others.
Absolutely. Beautifully put. Absolutely. And at least Felicia says, great show. Yes, therapy is so needed in our community. It is. And people they feel the stigma to go into therapy. And I'll tell you, when my son was 2 years old, I just knew this boy had a problem. I just knew he had a problem. And I went to therapy. And the first thing the therapist said was, well, tell me what's going on with you. You know, and so I just started pouring out all this stuff that was going on. And she looked at me and said, it's not your kid. It's not your child. He's just picking up on the stresses that you're feeling. So I want to touch on that for a minute, because a lot of times parents see our children as just going haywire without taking into consideration what they're going through and possibly transferring on to their children. And you know, unless you're aware of that, and I had to learn that. I had to understand that he was just picking up on my stresses, and therefore the misbehavior was as a result of him feeling my discomfort and dis-ease. So can you kind of touch, and do you say anything about that in your book?
No, not that. No, not that. This is more specific to the individual and how to deal with their own process of healing. But to your example, yes, kids are pretty intuitive and they can sense when mommy and daddy or siblings aren't okay, when something's wrong. And it's so. For example, you ever hear parents say, or teachers say to their parents, you have a very good child, they're very well mannered and they're very polite. And you're looking like, well, this one? Because at home, they're like, ah. Well, the kid typically is adapting to their environment at home. And their home is how we behave, but outside is a different kid. I always find it interesting when parents are like, really? Why you act that way at home? Or you'll find some family systems where that kid, especially the teenager or the budding teenager, like your 12-year-old, 11-year-old, parents feeling like they're not listening, they're being disrespectful, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, this is probably the hormones changing. They're growing into adolescence and they're not the problem. I don't tell the parents that they're not the problem, but in my head, I'm thinking, yeah, they're more like this is kind of a scapegoat issue where there's something else happening within that family home. And 9 times out of 10, there's something else happening with that. And our kids who are more, display more of the behavioral, issues that are brought to therapy as the problem, they're really just exhibiting the dysfunction that's happening within that family system. And so you'll find when you work with kids individually, in my opinion, you definitely have to at some point meet with those parents or their caregivers.
Absolutely. You cannot, I mean, because working with kids and trying to help build confidence and self-esteem, but if they're going home to the stresses that are in that household, then as a therapist, as a counselor, as a coach, whatever you're imparting on those kids, it won't stick because of their family environment. And so being able to address the issues with both the parents and the children is so important. So important. Now, okay, so tell me more about the book, because I have a couple other questions that I want to ask and talk about. But
what I'll do is I'll read you my table of content. So
okay,
there's 7 chapters. So the first chapter is my manifesting her story, where I really talk about my story to give you some context of the book. Then I go into chapter 2, me, myself, and I, the imposter. Many of us, I say in this chapter, are walking around dealing with the drama and the trauma and not really knowing who we really are. And so we're pretending. We show up one way, all happy and, a different person in front of others, but behind closed doors, we're someone else. And so we're like the imposter in public, but behind closed doors, we are just really suffering in silence. And so I go into the first strategy, which is acknowledge, what I just shared about really identifying what that thing is for you that you need to deal with, that it's causing you some emotional discomfort or causing you to feel withdrawn or whatever that thing is. That's what needs to be acknowledged in order for healing to take place in that area of your life. And then my chapter 3 is bleeding from the inside out. Many of us are hurting. We've been through a lot of stuff in life, but we still show up. But while you're showing up, it's important to attend to that area in our lives that needs attending to, right? Like, how is your heart? What's your heart condition? Not literally like something wrong with your heart, but your heart's where you carry your emotion and your pain and all of that stuff lies here. And so how is your heart? And then the second strategy is to unpack. After you have acknowledged, you have to begin to unpack some of this stuff. And unpacking is really scary because you have to be vulnerable and honest with yourself when you're starting to really delve into what the meaning of all of this things mean that you're acknowledging. And so I go through a lot of different, I don't want to give you all the goods of the book, but we go through the different 7 strategies to really help you delve in. And so I say in my preface, the introduction rather, that this book is not to be used to replace therapy or to replace any recommendations you may have received by a professional, but you can use this in addition to what you're are being advised to do by your therapist, because this is really it's an interactive book that just asks you questions and provide you some resources and nuggets of wisdom, for you to kind of sit back and think about, to really change your mindset, to make that shift happen. And you can take it back to therapy and say, hey, this book asked me this question and this is what came up for me. You can kind of process it with someone who you trust, a therapist, and things like that.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And one of the other things I wanted to talk to you about, and when we work with companies and organizations, we always talk about leadership styles. Well, there are parental styles as well. And so being able to identify, which could also help in terms of awareness precedes change, but being able to identify those 4 different parental styles that impact on what you do, what we as parents may do, and how it impacts on our children. Mm-hmm. So is there anything that you can kind of shed some light on with those styles?
So I can't recall all the styles off my head. I can recall the 2, which is authoritative and authoritarian.
Yes, and the other 2 are permissible and neglectful.
Oh, there's, you have it.
Yes,
so they all vary, and I just believe that those parenting styles come from your own experiences of how you believe you should parent. Let's just be honest, parenting is not an easy thing.
It's not.
You don't get a book that says this is how to parent your child. Each child is different. They have their own types and temperaments. But as a parent, you have to deal with them differently. You can't deal with the child the same way you deal with the others, because they are different humans. And so most of the time, some of us are mimicking what we learned from our parents, which could be that authoritarian style, very strict and rigid.
Yeah.
Or you have some parents who are very open to negotiation, hearing the child's voice. And you have people, and I've heard this from my elders, who'll say, you're being too nice to that child. You need to tell, well, wait a minute here. You need to do X, Y. That's how you parented. That was the way that mindset was in that generation.
Yes.
It's different now. So we have to be a little different with our parents. And really, I think what we are learning is kids are very witty and very savvy when it comes to technology and knowing a lot more than we knew at that age. And so we have to really approach them differently.
Yes.
Problems are a little unique. It may be some things that we are familiar to us as adults in terms of like development, what's the word I'm looking for? Just our emotional development, peer pressure. We're familiar with all those things because with the word say, there's nothing new under the sun. And so we do see things our kids go through like, yeah, been there, done that.
Yes.
They'll learn on their own. We want to save them all the time, depending on, the age, of course. And there's some things we can guide them. I think as parents, we have to be mindful not to, this is my opinion, but I always offer up the idea to consider how are we being overprotective? And if we are, what's really behind that? Because we're overprotective because of a fear we may have. Maybe that fear is tied into our own life experiences.
Yes.
If you lack boundaries with your children, allow them to have free reign. What is that about? Why is that important for you to allow that? Is it that you are maybe insecure in your parenting, or there is a feeling of not wanting to be strict, but why?
Right. And wanting to be their child's friend,
Yeah. There's a lot of things that's underneath the things that we do and decisions that we make as parents. And so it's hard to pinpoint one thing and say this is right or wrong. I think it's all our life experiences, and we are making sense of them as we parent along. And unfortunately, there's some folks who, unfortunately, as parents, cause harm to their children that's unthinkable.
Yes.
We'll say that some of those folks too were also victims that never received the help that they needed.
Yes.
And never received it, unfortunately. And it transcended through generation with other children hurting children. And they're walking around with all of this pain. So
yes.
It's really about being aware and learning and growing and acknowledging and not being afraid to have conversations in the family about difficult things.
Yes, absolutely. Now, how many children do you have?
I don't have any kids. I was speaking we because when I do therapy, I would just kind of say we to help kind of garner the point. But I have nephews who they're my babies. I call them my nephew sons. One is 6 and one just turned 16.
Okay.
And they're 2 different people, even though they're brothers.
Yes.
That little one is, I think we probably said this about other kids. He's been here before.
Yes.
Very smart, very outgoing, very, very smart. But all kids at the age of pretty smart.
They are.
And I just had to tilt my head sometimes, like, where did this kid come from? How do you know?
And out of the mouths of babes, I'm telling you.
The truth, you like.
Yes, I know. And so that's why parents, don't shut your children up. Let them speak, let them talk. And you made a valid point. You said they're brothers, but they're as different as day and night. And so I'm sure their parents have learned that they have to discipline them differently. They have to communicate with them differently. They have to do different things with them to make their areas of strengths more prevalent. But so parents need to understand, and like you said, you cannot parent all your children the same way, and so understanding that. Now, and this is kind of off from your book again, but I want to ask you, you're probably thinking, why is she doing this to me? I'm sorry, but having you on the show and being able to give such a wealth of information, I want to take advantage of that while you're on my show. Okay, so don't be mad at me.
I'll tell you my invoice in a minute.
Well, I'm not getting therapy. You're giving it to our audience. Okay, so some of the other things that you can encourage parents to do. I mean, because I'm telling you, like you said, there is so much going on right now in the world today that parents are stressed out, kids are stressed out. I mean, people are hurting. And so if there's anything that you can share that might help a parent better understand what they need to do where their children are concerned, and how to differentiate the differences in how one may address behaviors.
Okay. So the one thing I do encourage parents and families to do in general, because we're living in a time where this has been different for us. I mean, been through COVID almost 2 years, and we're still experiencing some of it as we speak. With the mask mandate, all these changes we had to endure. I tell parents now that about creating tradition or routine or something that will allow for you to be transparent with your children, saying, "Hey, this is hard for me too. Yes,
Yes.
I was scared as well. Yes, that made me upset," and not feel that we can't show emotions to our children. I think it's important for children to see parents normalize what's going on, because sometimes kids may feel like, is it just me? I'm feeling a little disconnected, and parents say, I feel disconnected too, because we went through a lot. Our kids are homeschooled for nearly 2 years, and they didn't have that social interaction that they were used to. And they probably were driving the parents crazy at home because they had all this energy, and parents were like, when is school opening back up? But to create a routine, something fun. I mean, YouTube, I call it YouTube University, has grown since the pandemic. You can do workouts, you can dance to videos. Parents are now doing reels with their children, or they're into social media, different memorable things to kind of build, if the young ones, that social interaction, the feeling of connection, some transparency. I believe is healing, and it's helpful
Yes.
to see that mommy or daddy struggles too.
Yes.
And for your teenagers to really sit and talk to them. I think, teenagers can be so awkward. They get in that phase where I'm good. I'm like, what you
Yeah.
say?
Yes.
How was your day?
Yes.
Good. Would you
Good.
a study? Parents be like, I need you to talk to me. I think with the older ones is a little bit more patience. And I think that's what happens when parents try to open them up to talk. They try to become friends with them, thinking that will be, and sometimes that can blur the boundaries of the parent-child
Yes.
relationship. And so it is to be patient with them, acknowledge their feelings, acknowledge that, I noticed that you're not in a place to talk, but let's talk at this time, right? Do things creative with your teenagers. They're still children too. They're teenagers.
Yes.
My nephew checked me one day. He said, "TT or Aunt Sheena." So the younger one called me TT. The big one called me Aunt Sheena. And I was like, "Y'all kids?" He's like, "No, I'm not a kid." I said, "Okay, you're 16." The 6-year-old said, "I'm not a kid either." I was like, "What you?"
So what did he say he was? I'm a little boy.
He's like, "I'm 6." He didn't. He mentally didn't understand. And I was like, "Okay, so you're 6. Okay, you're not a kid, but you're 6. Okay." But I thought it was funny, but just laughing with them and acknowledging, more. This especially teenagers, I do with my nephew is, what's the latest dance? What music are you listening to? And who's this? Because I don't know what they're talking about. To get a sense of what they're into, what he's into, or she's into, he or she into, and still not being the friend, but just showing interest in
Yes.
what they enjoy doing. Watch
Exactly.
movies together, or play games.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, excellent, excellent, excellent. Absolutely. And there's a new show. It's called Come Dance With Me.
I never heard of it.
Oh, let me tell you, this is a dance competition with children and their parents. It is awesome. It's on CBS. It comes on at 8 o'clock on Fridays. I'm not usually here. I'm usually, but I'm telling you that, oh my God, the interaction and the engagement that these kids, and some are fathers with their daughters, fathers with their sons, mothers with their sons, mothers with their daughters. And I'm telling you, I think it is the best show that CBS could ever put on, because it's showing parents how to be more engaged in their children's lives. Whatever your kids are involved in, whatever they're interested in, get involved with it. Do something just like what Dr. Rita is saying. Engage your children. Do some things with them so that they feel that you are connected. They feel that you do care and that you are concerned. So, okay, that's my, I have to share that, because I'm telling you that the more parents are engaged in their children's lives, the less these other issues we're going to find, like children being in detention centers and in the system. You know, if parents are more engaged, then that's going to lessen or decrease. I really believe that with all my heart. Okay. We have run out of time, but I am going to give you the last word. Okay. So I'm going to put you on, and I just want you to share whatever it is you want to share. Now, you have a book signing coming up this weekend. This Saturday.
Yes.
And the information is also streaming right now. You see book signing, and you can go to this website, sign up, or even go to the event itself. So I'm going to give you a few minutes to talk about that, and then we're going to have to go.
Cool. So yeah, I'm having a book signing. These are the books. So I have the regular book, Manifesting Her, and the workbook to go with it. The book signing is this Saturday. If you're in the Philadelphia area, feel free to join me. This Saturday, the shopping experience starts at 11:30, and then the program begins at 12:45. It'll be at the Embassy Suite Hotel near the airport off of Bartram Avenue, and I'm really excited. We have a violinist, we have dancers, we have it's being emceed by one of our TV personalities here in Philadelphia. We have we're having food and music, a DJ. I forgot his name, but we have a DJ that's going to be there. We're going to have a good time and fellowship as I kind of share about the book and also do a presentation there. So you're more than welcome. You can find the tickets at the manifestingherexperience.com at the Embassy Suite Hotel near the Philadelphia airport. So hope you can attend. And my email information is there as well. If you want to reach out to me, you can do that as well through my email. So thank you, Vera, for having me.
Oh man, thank you. If I was in Philly, I'd be there. I promise you. But I'm not. So anyone in the Philadelphia area, please come and support Dr. Reeder and what it is that she's doing. The book signing sounds awesome. It sounds so awesome. So thank you again for being here. And you will be back another time. So I'm just, thank you so much. And I want to say to our listening audience, thank you for listening. And we will see you next week.
The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. Let's talk about it. 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 On the Vera.
Don't make no sense. I can't believe that everybody outside playing, having a good time, drinking their juice and stuff, and I'm stuck in here. No. I want to go to Sesame Street. I want to talk to Big Bird, Snuffleupagus, Elmo. That's my dude. I'm just saying. I'm gonna get me a ride to get up out of here. Man, I'm trying to tell you, man, this don't make no sense. They trying to keep me locked up. I ain't doing that thing, man. I'm gonna grab the keys and go down to Sesame Street and hang out with Elmo and the crew. Word to you, man. I'm just gonna have me some fun, and I'm just gonna everywhere. I'm gonna be balling up in here. Watch this. It's about to be that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's gonna be it's gonna be it's gonna be on. Yeah, I'm gonna get this ride. Wow. Look at this. Look at this steering wheel. Man, I'm trying to tell you, this thing is hot. Hot. Man, got the goodies over there. Wow. Oh my goodness. I'm about to burn Sesame Street up. Wow.
Yeah. Hey, where you at?
This what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Sunny days going to set. What?
Bruh.
Look, is that what you think? No. I was looking for your weight to watch the screen. I was looking for your weight to watch the screen.
No.
Please, you gotta believe me. I'm just playing, man. I'm just playing. Yo.
Bruh, what are you doing in my vehicle? I know you ain't in my vehicle. Who told you to do that? You know what? Get out right now. This ain't gonna happen. No.
Listen. I was just in here trying to find your weight watch the cream. I know you done gained some weight, and you was just trying to, and I was just trying to.
On me. Let go. Let go. Let go, man.
Right now, I want to give a huge shout out to Tina Ramsey and the Tina Ramsey Show.
I was a guest on her show about 3 months ago, and the response was outstanding. And she continued to support my brand, continued to support everything that I do as an actor, as a singer, and as an author. My book sales have skyrocketed since I did her show. So I just wanted to give a shout out and a huge thank you to Tina Ramsey. And remember to hit Amazon and type in "this week" and get the book by Mac Wells that will inspire you, that will encourage you to have the best weeks of your life. Tina Ramsey, you're the truth.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to season 6 of the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, where we bring you some of the most amazing men and women from all over the world that are truly making a positive impact in the world. And this year, kicking out season 6 of the Tina Ramsey Show, we are doing something simply amazing. We have the amazing number one best-selling authors of the title book, There's Hope Breaking Invisible Chains. Well, we want you to understand that this year of 2022 is the year of hope. It's the year of dreaming. It's the year of the overcomer. Whatever you desire to do, you can do it. And each one of these ladies, along with their amazing visionary, is doing just that. So what we gonna do? You know what time it is. It's not time for Netflix and chill. It's time for the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast. And we have this special episode of the Tina Ramsey Show Takeover with the number one best-selling authors from There's Hope Breaking Invisible Chains. And we'll be back with them in a moment. Welcome to the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, a show to motivate you and introduce you to celebrities, authors, singers, coaches, and standout entrepreneurs that are making a positive impact in the world. Men and women coming together to share knowledge, having uplifting conversations centered around business, wellness, and life. We connect you with some amazing people and opportunities. It's your time to shine, and we help you do that. We love sharing your stories of success and spotlighting you, the entrepreneur. We love to laugh. We love to smile. We love to celebrate you, and we love having fun. So go grab a seat, get a snack, and don't forget your beverage. It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow. Yes, this time for the Tina Ramsey Show. Let's get started with your host, Coach Tina Ramsey. And just like that, we are back, but I come back along with some friends. I want you to see all the amazing faces of There's Hope Breaking Invisible Chains. These are the number one best-selling authors. So everyone say hello, because we're kicking out season 6 tonight. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to bring each guest, because they're so special, we're going to bring each guest on for a little while so you can get to meet them little by little. But first, we cannot kick it off without the visionary,
What is a visionary? It is an amazing leader, a servant leader that brings together amazing people to impact the world for good. And Liz Hoop is just that person. So ladies, everyone, you're going to rest a little bit backstage, but don't rest too much because I'm going to bring all you back on in a moment, okay? All right, Miss Liz, let's go ahead and talk to you. Wow. First of all, you're a busy woman, and I'm so happy that you're able to come on the show today to tell us about this amazing book. And for those of you who want to see the cover, this is the amazing book. There's Hope Breaking Invisible Chains. It's an Amazon #1 bestseller. Tell us why you decided to do this book.
Well, Tina, the reason I decided, I serve on the board for Teen Challenge of Mississippi for Women.
Mhm.
And I have seen many of these women who come through this center. I've seen their transformations, and I know where they came from and where they went to. And so it was to make people aware that there's hope out of their addictions and their other issues that they have. A lot of it is anger or mental health issues. And this center deals with a lot of those things and helps you to find hope out of the life that you were in.
I love that. And for those of you who do not know, the amazing Liz Hoop is like a 9-time best-selling international author. She's very humble, but I'm gonna brag on her today. And she also has the Hoop CEO LLC. I mean, she is the CEO of Hoop Care LLC. She loves encouraging people. So you will find her on many different book co-author collaboration, including her own. And all of them have a theme when you follow her on social media. It's all about inspiring you. It's all about motivating you. And she loves God. So it's always going to be something centered around God. And she always centered herself around, like she said, women, helping them to overcome. I am just so happy that you decided to bring all of these women together for such a powerful book. This is very powerful because with so much that's been going on in the world today, the whole world needs hope at this point. We all need hope at this point.
Yes.
And so thank you for what you're doing. And tell us, is there anything that you're doing that you want everyone to come and support? Any other books, any other things that you're doing?
Girl, you're asking a loaded question. Well, first of all, the thing I would like to say too about this book and what makes it a second reason it makes it so special is all the proceeds. Let me back it up. When a woman comes to the center, many times they burned all bridges and they have no financial support. The program's not free. There is a cost involved. We're not going to turn anyone away. We have scholarship monies that we can use to pay for those people. But of course, it's a nonprofit. So we're constantly looking for ways to raise monies, fundraising ideas, donations, monthly supporters, those type of things. So this book, every book that's sold, the proceeds from it go back to that fund at this particular center.
Wow.
So it's to help pay for that next lady. In this case, this is a women's center, so it's to help cover the cost for that next lady that desperately needs that hope and has no support. So I wanted to put that out there. That is the other reason I did this book, because it's my heart and it's what the Lord told me to do. And I know better than to be disobedient. I know I better obey. Right. As far as what I got coming here up in the next 30 days, I have an affirmations journal that I've done with Tiffany Bell and some others that will be released here in the next week or so. So that'll be coming out and you can watch for us to be announcing that. I also have a book project that I'm involved in called Cage Fight. It's about overcoming the battles in your mind. And so another one that will be coming up very shortly. In fact, it releases January the 27th. So be watching us for that one. And then I am doing a devotional book with another group that it's 365. Well, it's 6 months of devotions.
Mhm.
And not only will it be a paperback book, but it will also be available on the YouVersion app as a devotional there. So there's more projects in the works, but not going to announce those right now. And but you know, anyone, I encourage people, follow me on Facebook. You can follow. I don't have to be your friend. In fact, I'm running out of space for friends, so I need followers more. I am on Instagram and LinkedIn as well. So those are my 3 social platforms at this time. I'm sure more will be coming this year because this year has already been exploding. I just this week launched my company, Hoop Cares LLC, and it's a concierge service for senior adults in my area. And I've already landed my first client that I'll start working on next week. So God is just really opening doors. He's blowing my mind, actually. But I'm excited. I'm excited about everything he's doing. And each of these ladies that are a part of this show tonight, these are incredible women, and they have some fantastic stories of redemption and hope. And I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to allow us to be here with you tonight. And also thank you to each of them for being with us as well.
Oh my goodness. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, first of all, for those of you who just hopped on, because I'm getting your messages, but people, I live. I love you too. Okay, so yes, I'm gonna ask that question because that was a good one. They never heard of a book that actually is used in such a way. That's a very unique idea, to use a book to actually facilitate a way of financing help for women in need. That's ingenious. So first of all, you guys, when you purchase this book, you're not only helping yourself, but you're also helping the next lady who needs help. So think about this. You might say, well, I'm not rich. I don't have money to do this and that and third, but you have $20. Think about $20 can go a long way to help another woman. So every time you purchase this book, you are helping another woman. If you don't have anything right now, guess what you can do? You can share it. So when you see these ladies on social media, share the links, because every time you share the link and someone purchase it, you are helping to change another woman's life, giving her hope, giving her a second chance to rebuild her life. So thank you for thinking of such an ingenious concept of a project to put it together like that. And like I said before, you guys, Miss Liz, she's always on different projects, doing some amazing stuff. So follow her, hit that follow button so that you can be a part of whatever it is that she's doing, because it's all about making a positive impact in the world. Miss Liz, thank you so much.
Thank you, Tina,
for coming on today. And let me go ahead and get to your amazing co-authors. You guys, you're not going to believe some of the stuff these women been through, because let me tell you, they don't look like what they've been through. So let me go ahead and bring on, so you can hold tight in the back, because at the end we can just say goodbye. And I'm going to bring on next up Jennifer Ford. That's who I'm going to bring on. So let me go ahead and bring her on. Hello, Jennifer.
Hello.
All right, Jennifer. First of all, we know that you love God, because all of you do on this here panel. Everybody know. But one of your favorite scriptures is Matthew 6:33, where it says about seek the kingdom of God and all his righteousness, that everything else will be added on to you. And you also said that you was able to free yourself from addictions and negative emotions and thinking.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
What made you join this book collaboration?
I wanted to join because not only the people that we're reaching now, but the people that we could reach, not just here in the United States, but like everywhere else. And then years later on down the road, who knows who's going to pick up this book and read it.
Oh, yes. And like I said, you look nothing like you've been through, because you said that you actually dealt with addiction.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
negative emotions. So what's the name of your chapter? What did you decide to write about in this book?
My
Which-
chapter was called Wrong Choices Righted by Redemption. It's just different choices I made throughout the years
Mhm.
that I knew were wrong, but I still went through with the choice anyway. But God has actually redeemed all of that.
Yes, he did. Because I'm looking at you now, and look at you on TV. I knew I
I
could get
used
you
to
a smile.
I used to be shy when I was a kid, so
Well, would you believe it? Me too. Not anymore, but I mean, I used to be shy. But you got to come on out that shyness because people need to hear your testimony. Because listen, on a serious note, the fact that you was able to overcome addiction, the fact that you was able to rebuild your life, and the fact that you have the forethought to know that you didn't do this by yourself. That
Right.
God had to help you do this. Because sometimes people want to pat themselves on the shoulder. Like, yeah, I did
right.
it. But you give credit to where credit is due, that God actually helped you overcome all this. Then you was brave enough to share your story in this book that's going to
Yes,
let,
ma'am.
can you imagine? Your children's children, your children's children. I mean, literally, they're going to be able to read what you put in this book and forever. Did you think about it?
I did.
And that's for all the women. So I just want to tell you, thank you so much for being brave enough to share, because it's not all the time easy to share our stories when it's not as good as we want it to be. But look at you now. I'm so proud of you. So is there anything that we can support you on, support Jennifer? What are you doing? And how can people connect with you for your services or what you're doing?
Just pray for me mainly. If y'all want to follow me on Facebook, y'all can. I do post a lot of scriptures and everything. I try to be as open about struggles that I'm going through, because you never know when somebody else could be going through the same thing and they might not want to say anything.
Mm-hmm. Well, you have a fan, you have a supporter named Erin. She said, "I'm so proud of you, Jennifer. God is good. I love you." So I want to just make sure that you saw that.
Yes, ma'am.
So she's very proud of you. Thank you for tuning into the show, Erin. We're proud of Jennifer too. So Jennifer, thank you so much for being on the show. You did amazing, and
You're
keep
very
on
welcome.
smiling, because your smile really lights up the room. I knew I can get you that smile. Nobody
Yeah.
gonna come on my show and don't be happy. So hold tight in the back while I bring on the amazing Holly Henderson and give her some time. Well, really, Holly Lewis. I'm sorry. So wait on the back. We'll bring you back in. All right. Hello, Holly. How are you?
Hi. I'm good. How are you?
I am amazingly awesome since you're here with me right now. So you are a graduate.
Yes.
And even though you had some challenges, you are a part of this book, and you are also have something else special going on where you actually writing your story, which is entitled From Overdose to Overcomer. Now,
Yes,
why
ma'am.
did you decide to write about that? Because we looking at you, but we trying to say what
Yeah.
overdose?
Well, that's really what got me to Teen Challenge. I overdosed, and not on purpose. It was actually because I was getting pulled over and I had a lot of stuff on me. So I took it in hopes to not get caught with something. So the next thing I knew, I woke up in the ER, and I had been out for a couple days. I had overdosed, but they brought me back. I had died on the table like 3 times, but God wasn't done with me. He didn't want me to leave this earth. So I woke up on the table, I woke up in the ER, and I had 2 girls that I knew that had graduated from Teen Challenge sitting at the end of my bed. So that is how my story got started with Teen Challenge. At first, I was like, there's no way I'm going. There's no way I am going to spend a whole year away. A whole year. I just couldn't wrap my mind around that. But I went, and I'm forever grateful that I did, because I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for God using Teen Challenge to finally get a hold of me.
Mm-hmm. So for those of you for the viewers and the listeners who don't know what Teen Challenge is, could you tell us just a little bit about what it is so they'll know?
Yes. It is a faith-based rehab program, but it's a 12-month rehab program. So when you go, you are giving up everything. You have no contact, basically, but phone calls that you make to your families. They come and visit. But it is a wonderful faith base. You stay in the classroom. You learn how to cope with your struggles. They teach you all kind of stuff about the Bible. I had no idea how much I was just going to learn. I felt like I was in Bible school, and I loved every minute of it. I actually missed it. You get out, and then you get in your day-to-day activities, and you don't realize you took advantage of not being able to stay in your Bible so much there, and you get out and, you really start to miss all of that. But they teach you how to cope, and they teach you how to use the Bible, and they teach you how God can help you get over all of the reasons why you were in addiction to begin with.
Wow, that's powerful. And it's such a blessing to have a resource like that. So thank you so much for sharing for those that may be in the different areas that can really use this particular service. You're not alone. What I want you to understand, for all of you that's listening and viewing, if you have an addiction, and you have burned your bridges with friends and family, because normally addiction overtakes that person's whole life. So you end up maybe doing things that's out of character of how you would normally do things because you are going through a problem. You're addicted. All right. And so in those cases, you may have burned bridges. This is your way out. This is your way out, a way to get the help that you need to get a start over. And look at all of these amazing success stories. And Miss Liz Hoop, she says she wants to clarify that the Teen Challenge is for ages 18 and up. Felicia said yes. And she said, and you don't have to be in MS to come to the center, meaning Mississippi.
You don't
or
have to be from Mississippi.
You don't have to
and
be
they're
from
all over the United States too.
Okay,
There's teen challenges everywhere.
That's great to know that the Teen Challenge is all over. So make sure if you're a teen or you're 18 years and older that you look for Teen Challenge. If you're going through some different things, battling with addiction of any kind, they're there to help you get your life back together, because addiction is bigger than you. You need someone to really help you. And that can understand and that can really, really help you, that's qualified to help you with this, because all these ladies have that in common. And I'm just so glad that you all are here today. So tell us if you have anything special that you're doing, because we know you're #1 bestseller. If you want them to follow you on social media, go to your website. Just tell us how they can connect with you.
You can follow me on Facebook. It is Holly with the E. It's Holly Lewis now. I recently got married. So yes, that's God keeps he keeps blessing you when you're obedient. But I just try my best to give back. I try my best to work within my church here. I try to go and connect with the local rehabs that we have here in my county, and I try to get to know the girls around, and I just try my best to do whatever we can to, whatever I can do to help someone else.
And that's all that God asks us to do at the end of the day. Just try. So we appreciate everything that you're doing. Thank you for being such an overcomer. And like with Jennifer, Holly, I want to thank you too for being brave enough to share your story, because when you share your story, what your story maybe happened to you, but it's not for you. It's to help the next person to overcome what they think is they can't overcome at the end of the day.
That's right.
And now they see you and they're like, wait a minute.
Yes, if I can do it, you can do it.
Exactly. And we hear that so much, but these women exemplify that in real life. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a small commercial break, and we're going to come back with another amazing guest. We're going to have Hannah. Hannah, get ready, girl, because you next after this commercial. So we'll be back in a moment from this commercial from our sponsors.
Hi, I'm Veronica Jeans, the Shopify queen, and I know the secrets to becoming successful online. I help you build your own Shopify store step by step with my #1 best-selling book, Shopify Made Easy. And then I have a workbook and a checklist to keep you focused and also keep you on track of what you're doing in your store as you're setting it up. And with my Shopify course of 30 videos, I show you with tips and tricks on how to launch your Shopify store fast. My books and course have helped online store owners set up their stores very quickly and start building their online business successfully and getting sales within days. You are watching and listening to the Tina Ramsey Show.
And just like that, we are back with the amazing Hannah Singletary. So welcome to the show right now. We're so happy to have you on because you have an amazing story as well. One thing that all these ladies have in common is that they went through something very, very traumatic in regards to maybe they was bound with addiction, whatever the case may be, but all of them overcame. All right. And so this year is a year of hope for me. And I want you guys to understand that the reason why we decided to do this show with them kicking off season 6 is because we're living in a time where ones have forgot hope. All right. And we find ourselves in these situations and we feel like we can't get out. We're in quicksand. No one's understand. No one's there to help. No one clearly understands my story. Well, let me tell you something. These women, they understand. They understand. So, Hannah, let me tell you something. You are the Chief Administrative Officer for JB James Construction. And you said something quite amazing when you said you were not qualified for it. So talk. I'm like, what you mean? So tell me why? Because honey, you qualified my book. What you talking about?
So I had just gotten out of treatment. I was been out like a couple of weeks, and I was like, okay, I got to find a job. I'd worked in accounting for most of my life, and so I just started putting out my resume all over the place. And I get a call from a headhunter one day, and he said, hey, I can't disclose the company name to you. He said, but I have this job that I think you'd be a good fit for. Can I give the owner your phone number? And I'm like, absolutely. So the guy calls me. He's like, hey, I'd like to interview you. Never really tells me what the job is, just says it's accounting based. So I go in, I meet him the next day, and he slides over the job description to me, and it says on the top of it, Chief Administrative Officer. And in my heart immediately sank. I was like, okay, I'm not qualified for that because, I was a senior accountant before, which is nowhere near that level. And so, we interviewed or whatever, and he asked me a question. He's like, hey, I see a break in your employment. And he's like, are you done yet? And I was like, yeah, I am. So I ended up giving him some references, and it was some people that we both knew. The construction industry is very small. So I called this guy and I said, hey, I just gave you this owner's your name to call and ask about me, And he goes, well, what do you want me to tell him, Hannah? And I said, the truth. He goes, the real truth? And I'm like, yeah. I was like, let him know everything. I said, I'm tired of hiding behind all of the lies, because we can clean up the outside and make it look good, but still on the inside, we have a lot of secrets. And, the secrets keep us sick. So I said, just let everything out. And so I ended up getting the job, and I've been there for going on 3.5 years. It has been an absolutely amazing job. So I walked into the office and I'm like, okay, God, you gave me this job. Now you're going to have to teach me how to do it. And it has just been amazing to walk through it, because all of these things that I did not know how to do, I mean, God has really just opened up some doors and taught me things that I never thought I would be able to do. And to be able to step in this position and now be one of the key players and executives in this company. And it's just a powerful testimony that God can do anything, even when you have just small things. He can make them into big things.
Child, you said something amazing. So the thing is with this is that for those of you who just looking in, because I see a lot of you, I see all your comments. Thank you so much for all the comments, the emails. I'm getting dings everywhere. You guys, ladies, you guys are doing amazing, by the way. You are touching some hearts all around with your stories. Okay, the fact that you was able to get a job that you felt that you wasn't qualified for, but God thought different. That's why he put you there.
Yeah.
And you went in and you did an amazing job. But for those of you who are looking at this beautiful woman right now, you would never think that she had a battle with addiction. You would never think. So what made you say yes? Because that had to be you had to break those invisible chains. So what was that aha moment for you when you said, I have to go get help, and what keeps you motivated?
Okay, so the aha moment for me, it was a very small moment of clarity, by the way, and that's normally how it starts, because I've been in and out of treatments, 7 to be exact, inpatient, outpatient, all kind of therapy, and God happened to love me just enough to put me in a psych ward unit. And so I remember walking in there and I was like, man, I've really done it this time, because I'd always gotten in trouble and out of trouble. My dad would bail me out or my brother would bail me out. Everybody always fixed everything, but I got myself in a situation and I couldn't get out of it. And so when I was in there, I remember sitting in there, and I remember it being a cinder block room, and I remember it being freezing cold, and sitting on that bed, just bawling my eyes out going, how did I get myself here? I wasn't raised like this, And I said, and in that moment, God spoke to me and he said, because in here, I'm all you've got. And it was the first time in my life that I'd ever been all alone with nothing, and God could move. And so that was the moment when I said, okay, it's going to be different. And it scared the fire out of me too, to be real honest. So being in that situation, it just terrified me. I remember, but I watched God move in that place. And in the least likely place, I watched him move, and I saw his hand on my life. And from that day on, it was different. Now, it was hard. It's been a struggle, and it was work. It was a lot of work because I had to take a look at myself, which is something I had never done. I didn't want to take a look at myself. I didn't want to see the person I'd become, because I wanted to see the person that I'd fabricated. But we had to get raw and we had to get real. And I had to take a look in the mirror and say, okay, what's wrong with me? Not what this person did to me or what happened. What is wrong with me? And God began to move, and it has never been the same since that moment.
Wow. For the simple fact that you had to have the realization to know that your problems centered around you, and for your whole life, you had ones bailing you out. And so you never had the need to kind of look deep down with Hannah. But then when you got into that last situation, the only person that could pull you out was God. And I love that you recognize the fact that he was the only one that can help you. And when he did, you gave him the credit. And so, wow, that's powerful. And I just look at some of the things that you do. You say you're passionate about cooking. You have some beautiful children.
Yes.
And you made it your life's work to give back and help other women. So thank you for what you're doing. So if there's anything else that you're doing, they're like, wow, God got you moving. And then we have Yolanda. She said, Hannah, thank you for your transparency. And Felicia said again, God helped you to pull through it.
Yep.
So thank you so much for everything that you shared, because like I said, with the other ladies, being truthful with ourselves and then allowing ourselves to use our voice, to be totally transparent, to walk in our truth, that is what's going to help the next person.
Yep.
So I'm so thankful that all of you are so honest, because I know what you're doing is going to make a positive impact. So Hannah, is there anything that you're doing? You want them to follow you on social media, go to your website, you got an event? What's going on in Hannah?
My life is just crazy right now. It's a lot going on with work and everything, but you guys can follow me on Facebook. You'll see lots of pictures of my children, because that right now is just the center of my existence. My job is, what I do. It's not who I am. Being a mom is who I really am. And that's where my focus is right now.
Well, we love it. Because let me tell you, being a mother is one of the best jobs in the world. Now, it's the most demanding. It's the most
It
amazing.
is.
And we don't get no paid time off, no sick leave, no. Boy, we have to do every type of job under the sun, from being a mom, a coach, a nurse, a cook, a seamstress. I mean, we have to do everything. And no on-the-job training. And no on-the-job training, no stimulus package.
No, none of that.
But anyway, Hannah, thank you so much. So make sure you guys follow all of these amazing ladies, and like the amazing visionary Liz Hoop said, every time you purchase this book, it actually goes towards helping another woman with this teen, like a teen challenge from 18 years old and up, helping them to be able to overcome their addictions and challenges. It's a 12-month program. So when you buy this book, you are truly making a positive impact, because that book can help save a life, that purchase. So if you're looking for something to give on, there's hope breaking invisible chains. Hannah, thank you so much for being a guest. Rest on in the back. I need to bring on. Let's see who I'm bringing on next. We got Shannon coming to the stage. So Shannon, you are next up. Thank you so much, Hannah. Wait in the back for me.
Thank you.
All right, Shannon, I'm Boost. Welcome to the show. You are an amazing servant leader. You're a mom of 3. You're a business owner. You're also a graduate from Teen Challenge. And you have been delivered and redeemed from addiction. And you're a student at Liberty University, getting your bachelor's degree in interdisciplinary studies. I mean, that's a tongue twister. Now, what made you pick that?
Well, that degree right there, you can actually choose 2 or 3 different areas of study and compile them together with the different classes that you want to learn to go towards your degree or your future profession. And so the Lord spoke to me, and he told me to choose 3 areas. My 3 areas are behavioral sciences, health sciences, and religion. And he spoke to me, it's kind of like body, mind, and soul, body, mind, and spirit. And so my ultimate goal is to do Christian counseling, mental health counseling, substance abuse counseling. And so all the classes that I'm taking and veering towards is just going to go towards me being able to minister to others and help them find the freedom that Jesus has given me.
Wow. So for everyone that's looking at this lady, beautiful face, and all the other ladies that came prior to her, let me tell you something. You guys don't look anything like you have been through. And so with that being said, you too have battled with addiction and various different things like that. And so what made you say yes to this book and gave you the courage to share your story in this book?
Well, I struggled for a long time with knowing my purpose. I searched everywhere, high and low, and all the wrong things, trying to find my purpose. And I found my purpose, and God gave me my purpose, but then Teen Challenge helped me find the purpose. And the title of my chapter is Let Freedom Ring. And the reason I named it Let Freedom Ring is because I hit my lowest on July 4th of 2007, the day of freedom. I actually was incarcerated that day, but that was the first day that I found true freedom, because that's where it all began. I was not long after I was incarcerated, I was transported to Teen Challenge. And once I got to Teen Challenge, I was just so broken, I was ready. And the Lord just transformed me inside and out. I was a student for a year at Teen Challenge. And then my second year at Teen Challenge, I was an intern. And then my third year, I was staff. And God has just totally transformed me and delivered me. He delivered me from drugs, cigarettes, dope, all the above, for myself, most of all. And it is just amazing the miracles that he has performed in my life, all the answered prayers he has done in my life. And I just want to be able to share my story. And I said yes to putting my story in this book, because I want others to know that there is hope, there is a way out, and that, everybody's got a purpose. We've just got to find it. And really the only way we're going to find it is if we look for it in God. That is just really, Jesus is the answer to finding our purpose.
Wow. Everything you said, I mean, I agree with you 100%. And the fact that you was able to find true freedom, did y'all hear what she said? She found her true freedom in an unusual way, because normally her freedom was taken away, but that's when she found her freedom. Did you hear that?
That's right.
Her freedom was, in a literal sense, Shannon's freedom was taken away. But that was when she started gaining her purpose and started really understanding. It took that defining moment, July the 4th, 2007, that took her from there. And she said, I'm sick of this. I have to get this together. And then look at the transition. For those of you who read your Bible, now Jesus was on this earth preaching for 3.5 years. She went 3 years going through this teen champ. Like now I'm a person with numbers when I'm looking at them stuff. Now, for those people who know me, she went 3 years doing different stuff and elevating. And now she's actually in position to help other women that's going through the same thing, understanding that her past is not her future.
That's right.
She has purpose now. So if you're walking around here and you don't understand why you're here, you don't have any purpose, you're battling addiction, you're going through various different things, find a teen challenge in your area. Find a teen challenge in your area and see, can they help you? Because look at all these amazing women and their testimony and their story. Oh, we have someone named Nancy said, my precious miracle daughter. That's your mama. Oh, let's give mama some love. Hey. All right. And then we also have Yolanda. She said, yes, Shannon, Jesus is the answer. And Dr. Yolanda Jerry said, keep helping people, Shannon. Yes. So Shannon, is there anything that you're doing that you want people to follow you, or if you have an event or another book or whatever it is that you're doing, just tell them how they can connect with you.
Well, you can follow me on Facebook, and a big way to help me is just to invest in Teen Challenge, sow that seed. The addiction and heartache is so prevalent in our world today that I think it's just kind of safe to say that everybody has been touched one way or another. And, sow a seed for your loved one, sow a seed for yourself, sow a seed for your neighbor, and invest and get the book. Even if you don't want to read the book, or go ahead and read it and pass it on to somebody else that may need encouragement and hope, and invest in the Teen Challenge ministry. They're all over the world, they're really, I've seen so many success stories through this ministry, and Jesus is real. He's real. He's the only answer. He is supernatural. He took the taste out of my mouth. He can do it for you. He can do it for anybody else.
That is, you said a mouthful there. So listen, you guys, if you need help, this is for the ones who may have burned a lot of bridges. There's help for you. If you haven't burned a lot of bridges, but you need someone that's not your family in order to help you, right? Because sometimes individuals like to go to different ones who are not of their family because they don't want to have the judgment. Go find a teen challenge and get the help that you needed. This is an amazing resource for women 18 years of age and older that's going to help rehabilitate you, help get you on feet, help you find your purpose, help you tap into your God-given talent, what it is that you're supposed to be doing, with your life, because clearly it's not what you're doing. And know that you're bigger than your addiction, okay? Right. All of these women, they are no different from each other. The only thing that's different between them and you is that they decided to take action and they realize who their source is. And now they're telling you free of charge. They gave you this for free. Now go get a book. There's hope, breaking invisible chains, so you can help the next woman. Shannon, thank you so much for coming on the show today. And shout out to your mom, Miss Nancy, for watching. Thank you for watching. And so rest on the back. We are going to bring on our last amazing featured guest to wrap up everything, which is the amazing Brittany. Yes, so we'll bring Brittany on. Hello, Brittany Meeks. How are you?
I'm doing good. Glad to be here.
I'm so happy to have you on today. You're also a Teen Challenge graduate. You gave your life to God. You was dealing with drug addiction, and you put in very candid. You said it almost killed you. Mm-hmm. And you go out and you spread the good news to different ones in different type of places. rehabs, jails. You also do schools. You do churches as well. But you went back to places that most people try to get away from, which are jails and rehabs.
That's my people.
Yeah, you're right. So, and then you're an RN nurse in the hospital. You got your BA in psychology. You graduate in the top 10% of your GED class with the Teen Challenge. I mean, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we need to double this back because I mean, woo, child. Okay. First of all, what made you say yes to this book?
Well, listening to other people's answers, my response would have had a little piece of their answer in it. But I think the one thing, when I rewind back to 14 years ago, when I was in the program, is the fact that when you enter in Teen Challenge, you automatically start giving your testimony when you get there. We would go to different church services and we would give our stories. So, and you would see as you're giving your story in the sanctuary, people, tears flow and people's countenance is changing. It's like a chain breaking anointing that comes off of your story. You never know how it's going to touch someone. And God has healed me from sexual abuse, from rape by family members, from a daddy who abandoned our whole family to drugs and all the rejection issues that came along with that. God took me an 8th grade dropout and got me a GED, got me 2 college degrees. I'm making quadruple the money I've ever made in my life right now as a contract nurse. It's just amazing to me what God can do. And another reason is to remove some of the shame off of people, man. And our sister said it earlier, the devil works in shame and secrets. And transparency is God's favorite color. And it's like when the old became new in my life, I laid it all out, all the junk I've done, all the stuff, and it can no longer be held against me. And I want others to experience that too.
I love, you said so many good things just now, but one thing that I have never heard before that I am going to be using now, transparency is the color that God loves. Okay. When you being transparent. And so, and it's power in transparency. And I also like how you just said, how you drop the shame, because many times it's the shame, it's the embarrassment of some things that are not even, you couldn't even control. Like you couldn't control being sexually assaulted. That's something that you couldn't control, but it's a shame that attached to it because it's happened to you, but it wasn't your fault. And so the fact that you, and also you bring it out, because one thing that I see about all of you, how all your testimonies are so powerful, and you're so free with telling your story. I didn't know that was part of the team. Telling your story. So all of you are such eloquent speakers in regards to sharing your story. So Teen Challenge is making y'all just public speakers, better citizens, to go out and work. I mean, powerful women. Like, really? This Teen Challenge, I didn't know anything about this until you all came. And so I'm going to be recommending this to everyone with the Teen Challenge, because in this time where we're living in now, so much is going on. And all of you ladies are giving hope. Giving hope. And so, wow, Brittany, wow. And so how did it feel for you to not only graduate, but be in the top 10% child? Like, what did that feel like?
Boy, I can remember being at Teen Challenge and just biting my nails waiting on that big old envelope to open. And I'm like, Lord, I just hope I pass with a C. I just want my GED by the hair of my chinny chin, man. And then he opens it up. And they're like, oh my goodness, you're in the top 10%. And that just goes along with the verse that he's going to do more than you can ask, think, or imagine. He's going to take you places your feet can never take you yourself. God, I mean, it's not us, it's his power through us. And I'm just humbled. Like, it is a faith walk with the Lord from day one. Life has not been easy. I raised an autistic son who has been aggressive. Y'all met him earlier. He's had to be in and out of the psych hospitals. I mean, life has been hard, but in Teen Challenge, it's like 2 years of Bible college, Bible boot camp, whatever you want to call it, where you have like every spiritual weapon in your arsenal to face anything the enemy throws at you. And I mean, we are solid. We are solid in our foundation. And I'm grateful for that.
Well, I like meeting your son backstage just now. I thought it was adorable. Listen, my son, me and you have something in common. My son has autism as well. So it was nothing to me. I'm like, hey, how you doing? You want to sit down? You want to grab a seat? Like, so my
awesome.
baby, and I'm going to tell you something. Seeing the lenses through my son's eyes, seeing the world through his eyes made me sit back and really reflect. I mean, it's not always easy. However, it made me learn patience. It made me really sit back and look, because they see the world differently from us, and from a whole different perspective. And when you start really listening to what they say, you're like, whoa, I didn't thought of it that way, but it does make sense, you know?
Yeah.
So we really have a blessing with children that think differently.
Yeah.
The sad thing is the world is kind of set up that they want everybody to think the exact same way, do the exact same thing all the time. So it makes them want to feel like they're not quote unquote normal. But listen, it's not normal being the same. It's not normal being the same. The beauty is in having all the different variations and personalities that can all come together to do something amazing. Like all of you ladies that just did this book, all of you have different testimonies, different stories. You may have all dealt with addiction, but you all dealt with it in different ways, and showing how you was all able to make your life with God's help something beautiful, amazing. Now I'm going to bring, before I bring everybody else on, do you have anything that you're doing that you want people to follow you? Just let us know right now.
I just like to stay plugged in. I'm sick of COVID and quarantine and stuff shutting down. Like I'll be stir crazy. Just pray. And then I encourage the rest of everybody watching, plug into your ministry, man, full force, without fear, and let God do a work through you that he can do. It's amazing. I love going to the rehabs. I love going to all these places, man. Those people are hungry for the Lord, and it's a privilege.
Well, thank you. So I'm getting ready to bring everybody back on. I want everyone to see all these beautiful faces. To the bottom, we have the amazing Liz Hoop. She is the one who brought all these beautiful ladies together. Listen, I know they don't look like what they've been through, but honey, they've been through some things. And if you are looking for hope in 2022, you can look at all of these faces here, because this show could not possibly tell about all the different ups and downs that they had to battle in order for them to get to the place that they're currently at. But one thing that makes them all the same is that they relied on God, and how God was able to take them through some of the most difficult, hardest times in their life. And so if 2022 means anything to you today, if you lost your hope in 2021 because this COVID been a thing, look at these ladies. Aren't they beautiful? Yes, they are. Why did they kick off season 6? Because they're amazing. And what do I want you to see from this is that you can overcome anything. So any last words, ladies? And I want to thank you for coming on the show today. From my amazing visionary Liz Hoop, because she got some things to do, because this lady is always out in the community doing things. So you have anything else you would like to say, and any last words from all the ladies, and then we're going to wrap up.
The only thing I would say is you can find our book on Amazon, and you can find it either under the title or Google my name or search my name, and it'll come up too. And purchase a copy, or purchase one for you and purchase one for a friend to share, because every dollar made is helping that next person that needs hope.
Exactly. Anything last words, ladies? Everyone
I
is
would
okay?
like to.
Go ahead, Holly.
I would like to say, if you have anyone that's struggling with addiction, if you would like any of us to be praying for them, please send us a message, add us on Facebook. We would love to be praying with you for them. Prayer goes a long way. I know if it wasn't for my mama and her to continue praying for me, I would not have got the help that I needed. So please reach out. We'll be happy and would love to be able to pray with you for someone.
Okay. Anybody else want to have anything else to say before we go?
I would say I'm one of those ladies who couldn't pay myself, and it was donations that saved my life.
Oh wow, that's powerful. And you was one of the top 10%. So if someone didn't pay, you wouldn't have been able to go. And look how much you benefit. So listen, you guys, at the end of the day, you see the testimonials of all these amazing women and what Teen Challenge can do. Make sure to get in contact with any one of these ladies. Make sure to also get in contact with Liz Hoop, and make sure to follow all of them and see what they're doing. But what we really want you to get from this episode of the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast is that we want you to go and pick up the book, There's Hope, Breaking Invisible Chains. And if you are battling anything invisible that cannot be seen with the eye, that is holding you back, making you feel like you're not worthy, making you feel like you cannot overcome, I want you to rewatch this and listen to it on the podcast, because all these ladies could have felt the exact same way. But at one point in life, I said, no, ma'am, not today. I'm overcoming. And now my life is going to be a testimony in order to inspire and impact the world. They found their purpose, and now I want you to find yours. And as always, the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast is bringing you some of the best people from all over the world to motivate you, to inspire you to live your best life. And we have some fun along the way too. So go pick up the book right here with these amazing women, which is There's Hope, Breaking Invisible Chains. You can find it on Amazon, because all of these ladies, they humble, honey, but they are #1 best-selling authors. So go pick that book up so you can help change another young lady's life on today. So ladies, thank you so much for coming on the show and being the best part of the Tina Ramsey Show by just sharing your story. And thank you for being so honest. We really appreciate all of you. And we have Constance coming in. She said, motivated to empower. Yes. And we have the beautiful mom, Nancy. She said, thanks, Tina and ladies. God bless you all. Yes. Oh, we have Ashley. Everybody coming in. Awesome job. Someone said, awesome job, Brittany. Wow, I'm so excited for you. That was Ashley. Thank you for tuning in. So, ladies, everybody love you today. You know I did too. So make sure that you, everyone that's watching and listening in, connect with these ladies and go ahead and purchase the book. It really goes a long, long, long way. We have Erin. Thank you, ladies. So proud of you all. Oh, boy, you guys got some support. I'm trying to tell you. All right, so let me go ahead and go, you guys. Have a great, amazing rest of your day. And ladies, thank you for kicking off season 6 of this Tina Ramsey Show, which is our season of hope. We'll see you guys later. Bye. To be a featured guest on our show, go to theTinaRamseyShow.com. Come share, shine, and grow on the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast.
Listen up, everybody. I am so excited. I just finished a course and got certified on how to start a podcast and monetize it. Thanks to my amazing instructor, Tina Ramsey. My heart right now is overwhelmed. My dreams have been fulfilled. And if you are looking to take your company to the next level, then choose the best. Tina Ramsey, owner of the CTR Network. You don't want to sleep on this. If you want to invest in yourself, start today so you can monetize your business and get what you deserve. God bless you. Don't sleep. Get it done.
Welcome to Wisdom Tips with Dr. Green. Thank you so much for joining me today. I am so excited that you decided to be here with me today and to share this awesome opportunity with me, giving God praise and teaching some precepts, examples that we all need to learn. So at this time, I'm so excited again. Welcome to Wisdom Tips. I am your host, Dr. Connie Green, here to give you some true pearls, dropping some true pearls of wisdom so you can live your best life. Hey, I am so excited today again that you have decided to join in. I don't take it lightly. I know I say that a lot, but I just appreciate you because you don't have to be here if you don't want to be here. So you're here because you want to be, and I do appreciate your support. At this time, I want to talk to you about the topic today. The topic that we're going to be talking about today is how to win the battle against your mind. Hallelujah. Can I say that again? How to win the battle against your mind. It's a topic that I've been wanting to talk about for a good little while. And it's been taking me a moment because it's something that I have had to deal with for a long time. Dealing with, stuff in your mind, how you're trying to process what you're going through, and the mind is telling you all kind of stuff. So this is a topic that is dear to my heart, and I'm going to share with you a couple of stories that I have dealt with, even in my mind, and that's one reason why I decided to be a Christian counselor, because it was so much going on in my mind, in my family, and in life, period. And when God gave me deliverance and he showed me the secret to how to change your heart, to change your mind, how to rewire your brain. And I went to school and I learned some of those things. And I want to show you some of these techniques, not show you, but teach you some of the techniques and give you some stories that I have personally dealt with. So you can understand that this stuff that I'm teaching you really works if you apply yourself. So the story I want to talk about, it's in my book. If you're interested in my book, When Love Hurts and When Love Heals. In this particular book, I'm quoting from When Love Heals. It's a book about my life, how I went through depression and how God blessed me to be able to bounce back from those setbacks and forgive those that had hurt me over my life. So the story I want to share with you today is about a story about my young son, my very young son that I have. I was going through some situations and circumstances with him that really caused me a lot of anxiety and worry. And through that process, and even now, through the process that I'm actually living in it right now, because the battle is not all the way over yet, but I know the battle is going to be over and we will win. So I want to talk to you a little bit about that. That's dear to my heart. Like I said, I fought this battle for many, many years concerning this situation with my young son. And I just want to share it with you. Okay, it was about many years ago when my son turned 7, when I started noticing some things that was going on with him. I'm a mother of 2 young sons. I call them young. They'll always be young to me. And I have always cherished them all my life. My youngest son, he's caring, he's giving, he loves children, he loves to have fun. He's a talented drummer. And he was in the band in school. And as a matter of fact, he was so good as a drummer, he got a scholarship to go to Johnson C. Smith University. And some of you in Charlotte know exactly where that university is. Very prestigious private school. But he decided not to go. And instead of going to college, he decided to go into the United States Army. And we were so proud of him. So he went to the Army and he graduated, went through the boot camp and all of that stuff. But while he were at boot camp, he got very ill, and wasn't able to talk to him for a while and didn't understand what was going on. And we found out that it was time for him to graduate. And he called on the phone. He was very distraught, and he was saying they wasn't going to let him graduate because he had missed a few of the training things that he had to do in order to graduate. So we began to ask him what was going on, and he said that he got sick and he had pneumonia. And we had, of course, had a fit, and we called into and was able to speak to some of the officers that were in charge of him and found out that yes, he did have pneumonia and he almost died. But he graduated, and we was just elated that he graduated from boot camp and he came home. And later, when we noticed when he came home, his whole personality had changed. I mean, this wasn't my happy-go-lucky son that always, give jokes and laugh all the time, always into something. He was just totally different. He looked at us and he would stare at us like he didn't even know who we was. He was withdrawn. He was very sad. He stayed in his room for hours on end and wouldn't come out. He wouldn't talk. We didn't see him talking to his friends, his co-workers, just nobody. Anybody, everybody that he know before he went in there, I never seen him hang out with him or anything. And he went through that for about 2 months, after he came from the Army, staying in his room. So I was very concerned about him. So I began to talk to him and say, son, what is going on? Is there anything that we can do to help you? And he said, no, I'm fine. And then he started getting upset with us for no reason. We didn't know why. And then I noticed he started going out, coming in real late at night, and hanging out with the wrong crowds and listening to the wrong music. I mean, the music that, he would never listen to. I noticed he was listening to that. And this caused great conflict in the family because, with my husband being a pastor and first lady, we had rules and regulations in the house. Everybody knew my two sons. They always was very respectful and to believe what we believed. They went to church. I never had to force them. They loved church. They loved God. Then all of a sudden, he just flipped. His whole personality flipped. And then that's what caused the conflict because we were just floored. We couldn't understand him being, just disobedient and bad attitude. And so finally, with the conflict and everything that was going on at home, I suggested to him that maybe he should leave and go somewhere else if he thought he was big and bad enough to go. And so he said, you're right. There can't be two kings living in the household. And he's saying, I'm the king. And so I remember laughing at him at that time. And I said, really? Well, I'm sorry to tell you, your dad is the king. We can't have two kings. You're absolutely right. So he decided to leave. So he left home. And when he left home, we noticed that he stopped calling. He stopped coming by to check on us and everything. And we noticed that he became unstable. And as a result of bad choices and lifestyle changes, he was coming in all times of night when we would come back to visit us and very disrespectful and doing all kind of stuff that we just didn't understand. So we quickly told him, we said, we've been noticing some things, since you came back from the Army. Is it anything you want to talk to us about? So he refused to talk to us about anything, but he kept saying something happened there. But he never told us what actually happened. And so we just pretty much, set up a doctor's appointment with him, went to the doctor, and a few weeks later, we got the diagnosis. And when we got the diagnosis of what was really going on with him, he had some things that he was holding on to. He had some childhood traumas that we didn't know about, and he refused to even share with us. And when I found out about the diagnosis, I was floored. I had panic attacks. My heart was beating. I was worried about him constantly, over and over again. I couldn't sleep at night. Then I began to cry and weep before God for my son. I repented. I thought maybe it was something I did. And I would say, God, what did I do? Was it something me and his father didn't do, something we didn't see? And then I thought about it. When he was 7 years old, I remember going to the doctor, and the doctor had given us a diagnosis of something that I totally just dismiss. So then I started blaming myself and saying, the doctor mentioned something like that to us many years ago, but I decided to go the naturopathic way, because for years I studied naturopathic medicine, and I always knew that if you eat the right things, you exercise right, take the right supplements, that you can totally heal your body no matter what disease you have, whether it's whatever out there. I don't want to mention actually what he have for privacy, but people that have had depression and other illnesses, I have seen them, as well as myself, battling with depression, healed the body by just totally lifestyle changes. So I decided to go naturopathic way. So, after a while, it really, really worked. But with the demands of school, work, extracurricular activities, and I had to come home and cook every day, and I was cooking mostly vegetables, so I had to plan my meals, and so I had to give him vitamins, and then I had to try to force him to exercise and go to bed early. Those were some of the things that were on my list that would help reverse this diagnosis that he had. And he was really, really doing good without the medication. But it got to be such a pull as he got older. He refused to take the vitamin supplements. He refused to exercise and go to bed early and do all the things that he was supposed to do. And so, I found that it wasn't as easy as I thought it was. So I sort of just, just let it go. I didn't even think about what the doctor had said that was going on with him. So, but it kept me in a situation that I really avoided, what I really thought deep down in my heart. Maybe that's what he was going through. So I would shake it away in my mindset, and I would try to rebrain what my son was going through, rather than facing the fact that it was not faith, but fear. Then I became angry with myself because I ignored what they told me when he was a child. I didn't understand how to stop the fear and the worry and the hopelessness. So that's when my mind started running and racing, and I was thinking about all kind of things that could happen to him because he wasn't at home. And then I started feeling guilty about it was my fault, and I began to get discouraged. And every time I hear ambulance, I would get worried. I hear the phone ring late in the evenings, and I would say, "Oh God, something is wrong," and my mind just started racing. But so I got tired one day, and I say, "Wait a minute, this is not going to work," because with all the training and stuff I've had over the years, I knew what was really going on with my mindset, but I just didn't want to slow down long enough to do the work. Can I say that? I didn't want to slow down long enough to do the work. So I had to tap into the source that was so much greater than myself. And his name was Jesus, my bright and morning star. He taught me how to believe the impossible, how to speak with authority, how to believe for the impossible, how to start back dreaming, start back thinking of good things, start thinking about the things that he did for me in the past. When I look back over my life, I started thinking about how God had brought me through so many trials and so many temptations that I had went through, even as a young child with childhood trauma. So I began to think about all the things he done for me, and I knew he could do it for my son. So I started believing and fasting, turning down the plate, getting the prayer words together that I trusted to pray with me. And I'm telling you, that thing worked. My church has been a beacon of life for me. I have so many awesome prayer warriors at Prayer and Deliverance Ministry. It is mind-boggling. Every time we pray for somebody, God delivers. And I begin to see the power of God move in that intercession group. And I just got excited, and I kept praying for my son. So you may say, what's going on with your son now? Well, he comes, he goes. Sometime I hear from him and sometime I don't. I'm still going through the process, even now. I haven't seen my son in 5 years. Yes, 5 years. You may wonder, how can you do it? How can you go to sleep at night and your son is out there? You don't know whether he's living or dead. It's because of the precepts and examples that I use in biblical training. And I'm believing God and having intercessors pray for my son every day. That's how I'm able to make it. I'm no longer going crazy in my mind and worried and upset and panic attacks. I get sleep at night. Sometimes I get guilty because I sleep so good. Not that I don't love my son. I love all my children. But you know what? I knew worrying wasn't going to get him back home. Worrying wasn't going to reverse the diagnosis that he got. I had to learn to trust in God, and that's what I have done. So he's come sometimes. He come in the house. I mean, he comes home sometime. Well, lately he hasn't actually come back to the house to visit, but he calls now and then. He texts every now and then his father. He calls his son sometime, and every now and then he gives me a shout out, and they said, your son asked for you or thought about you or whatever, and that makes me feel good. So what God normally does for me, about every 3 or 4 months, somebody would tell me they seen my son. That's another reason why I'm able to make it, because then God is letting me know he's still alive, he's still living, and I'm still taking care of him. Oh, thank you, God. When I just think about what God is doing, because he see when the times when I do think about him and get a little nervous, I don't let my mind get back to that place that I was in when I first heard of the diagnosis and the things that he was going through. So God would always step in. Somebody would say, hey, I seen your son. Looks like he's doing well. And that's how I was able to make it. God has really, really helped me through those times. But my son, I often tell people, he's the son that's out there on the streets like other sons are, looking like those street people that you've seen. The ones that don't have good clothes, and the one that maybe looks smelly and their hair is not combed. And the ones that nobody want to look at, the ones that frown when they see them, the ones when they're out on the street asking for money, they don't give them money. They just roll their eyes and say, why don't you get a job? That's my son. But you know what? I love him. I don't deny his struggle. I can't fix him. I can't hide him from the world. I can't ignore the fact that he has a problem. He's mine, and I love him no matter what. Yes, he's going through something. He has a diagnosis, but that diagnosis don't make him who he is. He is still fearfully and wonderfully made, and that's what you've got to see. Maybe perhaps you got a son and you got a daughter out there in the streets, and you're scared and you worried. You got to give them back to God, because you know what? If truth be told, children don't belong to us. They are a heritage to the Lord. And so when I wrapped my mind around that and found that and read it in the scripture, that man and that woman and that whoever it is out there running around and have left God, they still belong to God. The Bible says, in fact, a backslider is married to the Lord. That's how much God loves him. And you know what? I love him too, but I could never love him like God. I love him, and that's my part as a mother. I got to love him. I love him because I believe in God. That's my part. I love him because God loved him more than I can ever imagine. God can take care of him more than I could ever take care of him. God is still on the throne, and he is wonderfully, hallelujah, God is just as wonderful as he was from the day that I gave my life to him. He would do us good if we just trust him. He told me one time, as I was crying in my bed, and I was discombobulated and worried about what he was going through and what he was even doing to me and his father. He did some atrocious things even to me and his father, but you know what? We still love him. He stole some stuff, but we still love him. He destroyed some things, but we still love him. He's our son. God gave him to us. And God spoke to us, me and my husband, one day, and he told us, love the hell out of him. That's what you got to do. So I'm talking to somebody tonight. Love the hell, 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 out of them. They may have hell inside of them right now, but you got to love them. Love covers a multitude of sin. You can forgive anybody, no matter what they've done for you. They call me the forgiveness coach. Hallelujah, because I have learned to forgive people quickly. That's how you can get healed, and then you can get delivered, and God will bless you in ways you would never even could think of, because God is love. He wants us to get to that place to love, to forgive, even if they are children. Still forgive, because God is still on the phone. I'm looking for my son to come back through that door one day whole. And he will. He will come back there one day whole. Whether he's with me or whether he's with God, he's going to be whole, because God has God has answered my prayer. Can I have some prayer warriors out there that can pray with me Pray for others that have children and out there, whether it's a young lady or a young gentleman. Hallelujah. The devil wants to destroy our kids, but I stand flat-footed to let the devil know you will not destroy my seed. God promised me that he will save my seed and deliver my seed and bless my seed. And that's what you got to do. Wipe those tears, get up off your knees, shake yourself and enjoy your life. God's got your back. He got your kids. He got everything that you need. Hallelujah. Well, no matter what you're going through, it's time for you to give it back to God. I'm excited about this topic tonight. Come on, share it with somebody. You know what? We're getting ready to go to break right now, but I want you to share this wisdom tip. Hallelujah. What I'm talking about today, because we got some wisdom tips right after the break. Stay with us. We'll be right back. And please share this broadcast. Share it with a friend. Share. Some people say share it with your enemy. And yeah, sometimes your enemy need to know it. That's fine with me. Share it with somebody that you know that needs to hear this. And like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. And we would muchly appreciate that. At this time, we're going to go to break and going to watch a video. And stay with us now, and we'll be right back. God bless you. And we're back. Yes, it's some uncertain times, but God is with us. Didn't you like that video? I did. I know God is in control, and that's where the secret is. That's the number one secret. You can't do this by yourself. You got to go to somebody much stronger and wiser and more sovereign than you are. And his name is Jesus. I introduce you to Jesus tonight. He's the only one that can do it. He created us. He's God himself. He came down off the throne and died for us, died for your sins, died for your children's sins, your grandkids, no matter what you're going through. It's God. Hallelujah. I would not close my mouth. Yes, I'm a Jesus girl. Hallelujah. Don't you ever forget it. If you don't like Jesus, this ain't the broadcast for you, because I'm going to talk about him till I die. I know what he has done for me. He's touched my body when I was sick. He's healed me when my mind was all messed up. I was, hallelujah, had depression. I was suicidal. I was a drunk. Hallelujah. I tried to commit suicide several times, but I'm here today to talk to you and let you to know you need to live. Hallelujah. Don't let the devil put that mess in your mind, because hallelujah, God's got something in store for you. He's called you to do something, and the devil's trying to hinder you. He's trying to stop you. Hallelujah. If it wasn't for the goodness of God, I wouldn't be a minister today, and souls wouldn't have been saved under this ministry and the deliverance ministry that I have. Hallelujah. I wouldn't be able to teach and train and counsel people what I've done over the years. For almost 40 something years, God has blessed me to be in the ministry, and I love every moment of it. I love to see a dead person come back to life. Hallelujah. Somebody's head is hung down and forgot to smile, and all of a sudden I see a ray of light, and they have lifted up their heads. They begin to praise God. God fill them with the Holy Ghost, and the rest is history. Hallelujah. I'm talking to somebody tonight. I'm ministering to somebody, and I got some comments right here. Tanisha Rice said for us to pray for her daughter, Essence. And when I leave here tonight, before we close close this broadcast, we're going to pray for our children. We're going to pray for somebody who wants us to pray for their children. Maybe you may be sick in your body. Maybe you have been betrayed. Maybe your marriage has been torn apart. God can bless you. He can deliver you. You can lift up your heads, O ye gates, be ye ever lifted up, ye everlasting doors, and let the King of glory come in. See, if you close your mindset, he can't come in. Hallelujah. You got to open your mindset and let God come into your mind, and then he can change those evil thoughts that the enemy is putting in your mind. The devil is a lie. If I'm free tonight sitting here and talking to you, and I'm telling you, I was in a deep down dungeon. Hallelujah. I didn't want to see the ray of sunlight. Don't tell me God ain't good. Oh, glory. Forgive me. But God is so good. I want him to heal you. I want him to deliver you. I'm here tonight. I'm here. That's why God has called me. I want to see you delivered. If he delivered me, he can deliver you. He can deliver your children. He can heal your marriage. He can heal your bank account. It's not too late. Now let's go to these wisdom tips. Wisdom tip number 1, change your thoughts and change the world. Also, if you change your thoughts, you'll change your heart. You'll change your mindset. You'll change your outlook on life. You'll be able to smile again. Even in the Bible says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. And that's in Proverbs 23:7. Make a strong effort. That's what I want you to do tonight. Make a strong effort to channel your mind to the right direction, not the wrong direction. Come back to church. Somebody in a backslid. You wanted a man, you couldn't wait on the Lord. The man beating you and treating you bad, telling you you're ugly and you're no good because he got what he wanted. It's not too late to come back to God. God said he's already forgiven you. He already knew you was going to do it. All he's just waiting on you to say, I'm sorry. Repent and come back. I'm talking to somebody tonight. You don't have to live like that. Make a strong effort to come back to the right direction so you can have the peace of mind and you can love again. You can be happy again. You can smile again. Do you know it was a time in my life I couldn't even smile? People used to tell me, you look so serious all the time. They didn't know what was going on in my head. I was so distraught and so sad because of the things that had happened to me. I felt like I couldn't have any friends no more. I couldn't believe in people anymore. I couldn't trust people anymore. I just put up a wall. I just wanted to be on the island by myself. But you know what? That didn't last too long. It didn't work for me because I love people. So I had to get back in the groove, be vulnerable, be hurt again, be talked about again, being misused again. And all that stuff is good for us because it makes us grow and it makes us greater. It makes us better. It makes us stronger. It makes us love mankind better. Why? Because somebody betrayed you. Now you understand when somebody's being betrayed, so you can help them, pull them up and out. I'm talking to somebody tonight. Thank you, Holy Ghost. Number 2, speak positive to yourself. Stop calling yourself fat. Stop calling yourself too black. Stop calling yourself your hair ain't right. I got nappy hair. You need to stop that right now. When you say stuff like that, you're talking against God. You're trying to say God wasn't good enough to make you. You're beautiful. All of us are beautiful, no matter what size you are. Although some of us can lose some weight. I'm working on it right now. But that's your size. Love yourself no matter what size you're in. Strive to do better. Yes. Do better in our health. Do better in the way we talk, the way we look, what we say, what we do. Yes, it's always room for betterment. But remember, you're fearfully and wonderfully made. I say that a lot because it's true. God created us and he's got something just for you. Speak positive things to yourself. This will build up your faith muscle. Yeah. By believing in the impossible. See, I'm the type of person, I believe in impossible because, see, if I can do it, it ain't a miracle. But when God got something going on, if I got something going on in my life and I know can't nobody do it but God and he does it, oh my God, it's like, oh my God, I just want to praise him all day long. And sometimes I just want to keep on praising. I have to calm myself down sometimes because I know it's nobody but God. When you know it's nobody but God that pulled you out of a situation or did something for you, you need to praise him the rest of your life. If he don't do nothing else for you, you don't have to do but one miracle. And you should serve him for the rest of your life. Why? Because he didn't have to do it. Number 3, deal with the spiritual battle head on. Don't pretend like like you're okay. You're not okay. You know you mad. You know you upset. You know you got bitterness in your heart. You know you just been acting crazy, talking about people, mad at everybody, jealous of folk and all of that. Get some help from the power of God. Even though it seems like the more you try and the more you struggle, you fail in the process. Yeah, you're going to feel like that sometimes. The more you do something like all hell break loose. So let's ask ourselves, why do you feel that way? You know what? It's very simple. There is a spiritual battle going on in our mind every day. Let me say that again. There is a spiritual battle going on in our mind every day. When you wake up in the morning, the devil telling you not to wake up. Turn off the alarm clock. Go back to sleep. Then when you get up off the when you get up out the bed, you got a little nice outfit you're gonna put on. The devil say you too fat to wear that. Put it back. You go brush your teeth. He tell you that your teeth is yellow. You go comb your hair. He tell you your hair falling out. You know, it's always something. He's gonna always talk to you. Sometimes you'll find that your efforts to control and use your mind properly is not even working. So, you say to yourself, okay, I got my affirmations. I read the Bible today. I prayed. Everything must be going right. And then all hell break loose in your life. That's the enemy, because you almost got it. He's mad. He wants you to stop reading the Bible. He wants you to stop praying. He wants you to stop doing the wholesome things to build your mind and your brain cells up. Did you not know we have new brain cells every day? Every day we wake up, we got new cells. So you can rewire your brain anytime you want to. It's up to you. Number 4, protect your mind from evil thoughts. Protect your mind from evil thoughts. The devil will constantly attack you with demonic and wicked devices to ruin your life. That's what he want to do constantly. He want to ruin your life. But I want you to constantly put positive things before yourself, before your life. When you wake up in the morning, even if you don't feel like being positive, be positive in a way. It's been times in the morning I wake up, I went, oh Lord, it's not a good day. And you know what? Before the day is over, it's a good day. Because that's another thing I want you to know. That when you're not feeling good, tell God you don't feel good. You already know you don't feel good. You say, God, I'm having a bad day. Please help me. I don't like what I'm feeling right now. I got a bad attitude this morning. And if you really talk to him like that, before you know it, the day is over. You had a great day. And you come back home, you go, wow, I had a wonderful day. Isn't that great? What you see and hear has a dramatic effect on your mental well-being. Let me say it again. What you hear and what you see affects your mental well-being. So what I want to say, stop watching this wrong things on TV. Stop listening to the wrong music. If you're saying and you listening to all this music out there that's secular, it was on the BNT Award. I seen on my Facebook page a girl sitting up there with no clothes on, with her pure boobs showing. Come on now. We ain't got no business looking at stuff like that. You need to turn it off. That's some foolishness right there. Next thing you know, your spirit wanting to do the same thing. Let me lose some weight. She look hot. Maybe I could look like that. The devil is a liar, because it's gonna dramatically affect your mental well-being. If you put negative stuff in there, you're gonna get negative stuff out. So stop looking at some of that stuff. Stop listening to lies of the people that's telling you about other folk. You know, you're talking about everybody. You're listening to gossip. You're listening to stuff on TV. You're listening to stuff on radio. You're looking at stuff on your internet, or you're looking at stuff on your cell phone that you know you ain't got no business looking at. It will affect your mental well-being because you're putting garbage in your mind. This stuff is real. The Apostle Paul even said that we need to put on the helmet of salvation. Why? Because the helmet secures our head. It's where our brain is housed. Even the Bible tells us that. Philippians chapter 4 and 8 in your reading, it says, finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are a good report, think on those things. If there be any virtue, if there be any praise, think on those things. So we need to think on good things, not negative things. Tip number 5, work daily to win the battle.
People of God, the mind is the most critical part where spiritual battles are fought. Let me say that again. The mind is a critical part of our spiritual battle that we fight. Your mind. That's why we got to get our mind. It's almost like you in the war. You're fighting the enemy, and you go get drunk. And the enemy got guns pointing at you, but you so drunk you can't even use the gun to kill the enemy, so the enemy kills you. That's just how messed up we are when we allow that our mind to just do anything it want to do. It don't put nothing good in it, just all negative. So when it's time for you to fight the battle, you already did. Because the devil know that you haven't been consecrating yourself. You ain't been praying. You don't have no weapons of warfare. You don't know no scripture. And if you do, you don't forget them. And you scared to death of what he going to do. So guess what? He going to do it. Bam, you gone. Understand that it is a daily process. So you have to put on the work every day, those garments. You got to use the work of your hands to put on the whole armor of God. And in my prayer call that we have every week, we close it with, be dressed, equipped, and ready for battle. Why do I tell those intercessors that? Because they have prayed for an hour, some of them. An hour, all of us get together, a large group of us, anywhere from 15 to 20, every week, 3 times a week, we're praying, we're interceding for the sick, for the lost, for those in a hospital, those with cancer, those with COVID, all the stuff like that. And we have actually seen miracles. So don't tell me what God want to do. But when they get through praying, the last thing I say is, all right, intercessors, you're dressed, you're equipped, and you're ready for battle. Yeah, you got to remember, we're fighting a war. We are in a battle for our life, and things are going to get worse. So you're going to have to put on the whole armor of God if you're going to fight this thing, baby. If you want to survive in life, you got to get serious about God. Number 6, use your weapons. The word of God is our weapon. You need to stand with scripture and not with your cut buddy that don't know no scriptures. And use the weapons we have to conquer the enemy. The weapons of what? The weapons of prayer, the weapons of fasting, the weapons of consecration, the weapon of doing things for others. That's how we're going to win the battle. And in my close, I want to tell you another story that happened in 2014. Me and my husband, we had a terrible car accident. It was like God just blanked us out, and our car turned in the middle of the interstate 85 going to Greensboro. Cars was just zooming everywhere. It was raining that day, and I remember changing lanes. I was driving, and the car lost control and went all over the road. We hit a brick wall, and before I know it, the car was turned around off the road. Listen to me, facing traffic. A man got out of his car with his umbrella, shaking and crying, and said, "I just seen a miracle." Listen to me. And we was just stunned. It was like God blanked us out. The Holy Ghost took over, drove the car, put it off the road. Listen to me. Talking about a miracle. The man, a witness. God showed us a witness, because when we came to, we opened our eyes and we were shaking. My husband was reading the Bible, and the Bible was still in his lap, never came off his lap. Gave him a scripture before it even happened. The man came to the car. We rolled down the window. It was pouring down rain. He said, "I just seen a miracle. Oh my God. Did y'all get hurt? Oh my God. That car hit y'all. You hit that brick. Oh my God. You hit that. Oh my God. I can't believe y'all alive." I said, "Well, where's the car? Who hit us?" He said, "They didn't. I don't know. It was like y'all car went through every car." He said, "I've seen it." God is real. We walked from that accident that day alive and well to tell the story. And that's why I'm telling you today. God is a good God. Oh, yes, he is. Pick up your weapons. Fight the battle. Fight the good fight of faith. God will show you miracle signs and wonders. I'm a witness. I got so many stories to tell. And one day I'm going to write a book about the miracles that God has done for me and my family and the people in my church. Your mind is going to be blown. So stay tuned now for next week, because I'm closing.
Well, that's going to be it for today. But next week, you can hear me same time, same station on Thursday nights at 7 o'clock. Join us Eastern Standard Time. We'd love to have you. And remember, don't forget to put comments in the Facebook. Please, if you like this broadcast, go to my YouTube channel and subscribe. Hit the notification button so you can see when we have new content coming in. We would love to have you. We would love for you to tell more people, because the more you tell, the more we'll get out there and other people get to see what we're seeing. So remember, we ain't got no time for tears and fears. It's time to thrive and survive, because wisdom is the principal thing. Get wisdom, and in all that getting, get understanding, so you can live a victorious life. Love you guys. See you next week. Go ahead and fight that battle. You're going to win every time with the help of the Lord. God bless you. Love you guys. Before we close, though, I promised we were going to pray for those that are on this broadcast. We're going to pray right now in a special way for the young lady that talked about her daughter, Essence. We're going to pray for her and others right now. Father God, in the name of Jesus, we thank and we praise you for this broadcast, God. We pray for Essence right now, God, in the name of Jesus. Her mother just posted a couple of times on this broadcast. And God, there's others that maybe did not even put their children's names on it because of privacy issues. And God, we understand that. But God, we know who they are. God, they've got parents in their home, some of them, that have been abusive to them. God, they've got some that are don't even have a job, and the parents are taking care of them. They got some that are on alcohol and drugs, some in the streets, some are drug dealers. God, you know all about it. But God, we pray that you bring our babies back home, whole, saved, and nobody will get the glory but you. God, we plead the blood of Jesus over every demonic spirit. We cast down every imagination, every high thing that exalted itself against the knowledge of God. We come together as a mighty army of 2 or 3 are gathered together, touching the green. You are in the midst of us. God, we thank you that somebody's going to get saved, somebody's going to get delivered, somebody's going to come back home, somebody's going to share the story of the goodness of Jesus, God. And Lord, we're going to give you praise. We thank you for every caller, every person that tuned into this broadcast today. God, we thank you. We pray that you bless them, give them a special blessing, send a miracle to their household, lift them up, to encourage them, God. Oh, strengthen them, dear God, in the name of Jesus. I find that somebody was seeing something on this broadcast or heard something that would make their life change, God, for the better. And we thank you and we praise you for it right now, God. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen. Amen. Bye-bye, everybody. Love you. See you next week.
Dr. Liddy designs legal structures and financial systems for entrepreneurs who are frustrated and disappointed that their business has not been as profitable and successful as they expected. By teaching entrepreneurs how to use the leverage of law, taxes, insurance, and estate planning, entrepreneurs can be 10 times more profitable and successful so that they can build wealth and create a legacy to pass on to their families. So come join.
Hi, I'm Dr. Liddy. I just wanted to take a few moments to talk about one of my absolutely favorite things, which is Rich People's Secret number 23, which is OPP. It's not what you think it is. Remember that song back in the day? So this is OPP, Other People's Performance. So what is that exactly? Well, we know that when we work, physically work, emotionally work, mentally work, however that we choose to work, it is our singular efforts. But rich people actually are creating a revenue stream, or they create a revenue stream to get a residual, right, that is coming back to them. of other people's performance. And we usually think about that as an employee-employer relationship. And the reason we do is because that's what we're taught, right? When we go to school, everyone says, go get a job. No one says, go start a business. They actually think you're kind of cray-cray, as the kids would say, if you go and start a business or even talk about starting a business. So let's talk about OPP for a moment and how rich folks use that all the time, and how I want you to use that all the time, and how becoming an affiliate is really one of the most amazing OPP methodologies that are out there. So if you have already registered to be an affiliate for the Cracking the Tax Code for Small Businesses in 2022 with me, perfecto, you understand the concept. And if you haven't, I hope this will add a little clarity as to why you should do it, not just for me, do it for anyone that has an affiliate program whose services or products that you truly believe in. So the way it works with the platform that I'm on, which is Groove, and I'm going to do a separate sort of short video to explain Groove because it is super epic and so few people really know about it. So for now, the concept of this, of the Secrets of the Rich number 23 OPP is simply that rich people learning from their parents and their parents before that and their parents before that have perfected the process that they can create a revenue stream, money coming back to them without them doing anything. That's beautiful, right? That's the direct contrast of an employee or having a job. So how does that work for right here, right now, with regard to the course? So when you become an affiliate for the Cracking the Tax Code in 2022 for small businesses, you have the ability to offer to people, promote the course and offer to people the ability for them to become an affiliate. And how does that work? Well, when you become an affiliate, I'm giving you 15% of anything that you generate with regard to someone purchasing the complete course. And you get, I say up to $99, but there might be a little extra, right? But for sure, $99 per person that you market and share the information about the upcoming tax training, and they wind up purchasing the full course. You get up to $99. If you then share that information with someone about the upcoming course and say, hey, by the way, Dr. Liddy has an affiliate program and you can become an affiliate as well. And they then say, oh yeah, I'd love to market that to help small businesses and individuals understand their taxes better, how they can take full advantage of the tax code, how they can get back more money from their tax returns and save more money. Okay, yes, totally in terms of promoting and sharing that with their network. When they become an affiliate, anything that they then, I don't want to say sell, but I guess it is selling in a way. Any person that hears their explanation and says, oh my God, that sounds really amazing, or they go to the website, I tell people simply send them to your generated website once you have your affiliate link, and let the website kind of share with them what is important, what they're probably looking for in terms of a better understanding about the tax code and how it relates to them directly. Let the videos do that. Allow the website to work for you in that. But someone you shared the link with says, yes, totally in, I want to promote this. I want my peeps that I care about to know about this information. It's not information that we can find very easily. They then become an affiliate. And they then sort of promote the course as well. When they have someone from their network that says, yes, I want to purchase the full course and learn this from Dr. Liddy, they get 15%, right? Because they're the ones that direct sale, if you will, or enrollment, if you will, came from their efforts. The system that I'm on, the Groove system, allows you to get a 5% of the efforts that they did in terms of enrolling someone into the course. You may not even know that person. That's the power of the Secrets of the Rich, number 23. You don't have to know the people that are enrolling because they know the person that you invited to become an affiliate, who then shared with them the information, and they got that person to come and learn and exchange and be in community with us. So that person gets 15%. And because you introduced that particular person to the affiliate program that we're with, they get 15 and you get 5% for the introduction that you made from that person. Isn't that brilliant? That is OPP, People's Strategy number 23, that their efforts is not the sole effort by which they make money. They make money in a multiplicity of ways, and the affiliate programs is one of those ways. And finding really good ones that pay you a residual on top of the efforts of someone that you brought in to the affiliate program is super cool. Most affiliate programs do not work that way. It's only by your own efforts. So it's really, really wonderful that Groove have created a system that allows the Secrets of the Rich number 23 to work so beautifully. The being down with OPP is really a cool thing. So welcome to the Dr. Liddy affiliate program, in particular for cracking the tax code for small businesses in 2022. But more importantly, I'll do a separate video probably in a few days talking about Groove a little more and how you should be a part of that platform completely. Right now you have a free account if you become an affiliate, which is awesome, but there's so many powerful things within that platform that I think will do wonders for your business. So which is why I'm happy to be a part of the Groove family. So that is my sharing with regard to how do you activate the Rich People Strategy 23 OPP. Oh yes, we are totally down with that. I'm Dr. Liddy, and I'm so looking forward to you being in the course, especially attending the special private training that is happening in a few days. Looking forward to seeing you. Until then, stay safe, stay blessed, and stay absolutely marvelous.
Corporate executives hire Dr. Liddy to train employees to be more legally mindful in their employment transactions. The United Nations hired Dr. Liddy to instruct small to medium-sized enterprises across the globe on the laws that impact their businesses. So come join her, monetizing you and your business at a select.
It's time to rise up. As we lift ourselves up in body, mind, and spirit, we can reach out to others and be a light in a sea of darkness. Welcome to the Movement for Global Health with your host, Dr. Mary Zenit.
We are so excited today to introduce you to Ginger Gadani. Ginger is the concept developer and CEO of Car for Kids Incorporated. And Car for Kids stands for Children at Risk Resources. And Ginger, as we said, is the concept developer and CEO, and we are delighted to welcome her this morning Hello, Ginger.
Hello, Dr.
Hello.
Mary. How are you?
Wonderful. Really excited. A couple of things. First, we're very excited. We're getting ready to launch a program through CAR. Can you mention what that is?
Yes, that is our empowerment of parents to empower their children with self-esteem. So it's under our Planting the Seeds concept.
Wonderful.
And so,
wonderful.
And
it's primarily.
I was going to say, and we're working with you.
That's right. And I'm so excited. I'm excited because children's self-esteem, it's foundational. It's one of the most important ingredients that a child needs to really be successful in life. It's, when obstacles hit, and they always do, it's the children that have the foundation. As you say, we're planting the seeds to build a foundation. When they have that foundation, they're able to overcome all kinds of obstacles and reach deep within and do all those really important things that a child who lacks self-esteem just does not have. So this is so, so important.
Well, self-esteem happens to be the cornerstone to all of our material, behavioral as well as health. And we've made it a concerted effort to really make sure that within any one of the subject matters that we do produce or publish or even consider, that there's that continual reinforcement that the foundation is self-esteem. If you don't have a good foundation, you're not going to have a good building.
And we're empowering parents because parents are in key positions, really. They're the closest to the child. They know their child the best. They're in key positions. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, nowadays too, like we discussed previously, that, the way society is now and everything, the parents, sometimes they aren't in the best position because they don't have the time. So what we're trying to do, especially with our seminar, is to show them that it's not the quantity of time, it's the quality of time. It's not something that, is going to be that difficult or something that they're, oh my goodness, I have to, find time for this, or I got to fit in here. It's just something that we're showing them a common sense approach that is just going to be able to flow into their busy schedules. A simple thing like when you come home, put your cell in a basket for 5 minutes. Explain to your children that you need some downtime, or it was a rough day. Start building up a partnership of trust. But that takes time, but you can do it incrementally. And that's what we're trying to do with our seminars, to show common sense, direct, easy, simple, straightforward methods, techniques, and just knowledge, but also to have fun. And what I'm really excited about is that we, the two of us, have found a way to take some of the projects